Seagrass Sunrise, romantic women's fiction. Cliffside Point, Book 7. Written by Ellen Joy. Narrated by Jennifer March. Chapter 1. Camilla DeLuca tried as hard as she could not to look at the clocks hanging on the ferry walls, or her phone, or other people's phones. She tried forgetting she wasn't in the city and wasn't in the pitch meeting that started in 2 minutes. She looked down at her smartwatch. No, it was 11:59. In 1 minute. "Has it started?" Camilla texted Rebecca, her assistant, and only ally at the advertising firm. "Not yet," Rebecca texted back. "Don't let Dean take any of the credit," Camilla typed furiously. But Rebecca's bubbles disappeared, because as Camilla looked down at her phone, it was noon. There went her pitch. Camilla held on to the ferry's railings as it glided into the port. She looked out as the small harbor came closer and closer. Water lapped against the side of the ferry as screeches of seagulls welcomed the newcomers to the island, drowning out the loudspeaker's announcement of arrival from the captain. She'd left New York as soon as she got the call. Her mother had been found walking in her bathrobe at the church that morning. It had been the second time she'd gotten a call about her mother being found confused. Once by her neighbor, walking along the beach, and again that morning, at 6 a.m. in her robe and nightgown at her church. Things were getting worse, according to her Uncle Marty. Camilla's mother had stopped attending regular events, including church on Sundays and her Wednesday night knitting group. But it was more than that. Camilla had noticed the last time she'd visited with her mother at the holidays, her mother had forgotten certain memories, a couple of long-distant relatives' names. Nothing so alarming that Camilla had been concerned, but being found in her bathrobe, confused, that was a serious problem. Her phone buzzed in her hand as the ferry berthed at the harbor's dock. A text from Rebecca flashed on the screen. "Robbie gave the account to Dean." "Ugh!" Camilla yelled out, and an older woman walking by made a face at her. "Sorry." She immediately dialed Dean's number. It went straight to voicemail. "You know I did all the legwork on that account," she hissed into the phone. "I spent hours researching and test studying. How could you steal the account from me? You know my mom's sick." Her voice cracked at the end, and she froze, listening to the silence on the other end. She felt the stinging in her eyes, her worst characteristic. She cried when she got angry. And in the cutthroat business of advertising, that was a sign of weakness. She had so much more to scream about, but her words would come out wobbly, and she'd sound like the whiny woman Dean already thought she was. What was she going to do now? The new CEO, Robbie Mathers Jr., was the son of Robert Mathers Sr., her mentor, and the man who gave her the big break she had been dreaming about since she was a little girl. He'd taken Camilla under his wing when she'd arrived in New York City, and taught her how to fly. His son, who'd taken over his father's business with hardly any experience, thought his father's way of running an advertising firm had been prehistoric and terribly outdated, and treated his father's protege like a dinosaur, even though she was only in her 30s. It didn't matter to Robbie. She represented his father. She dropped her head in her hands, thinking of what Dean might be doing right then. He'd be in his office, rattling off each person's job for the account. He'd give her some lame assignment that would be the hardest to do and take the most time, while he oversaw everything but did nothing. And the truth was, the last time she gave a pitch, her new boss had wrinkled his nose and said, "That might appeal to geriatrics, but not the youth of today." At 34, she was considered old in the advertising industry. She had hit her glass ceiling years ago, and she didn't even notice until now. No movement up in management. Robert Mathers Sr. may have had Camilla as his right-hand woman for years, but he'd promoted Dean to head of their department before he'd retired. Things had changed even more dramatically once Robbie Jr. had started. He would often invite Dean to play golf or go out to drinks after work with the young staff. Robbie never invited Camilla anywhere, or hardly even interacted with her. When a new client came in, it would go directly to Dean. Over the past few months, Camilla went from heading every project to being a sidekick, doing all the work with none of the credit. Worse, she was certain her job was in jeopardy if she didn't produce for Robbie. Now Dean stole her pitch. A beep rang out in her ear, and she noticed she hadn't hung up yet. She texted Rebecca. "What happened?" She wished she could toss her phone overboard, throw it into the Atlantic Ocean, and never hear from Peterson and Mather's firm again. As others on the ferry started to move toward the stairs and elevators, down to the car level below, she couldn't move from her spot. She waited for a response as bubbles appeared and then disappeared. Camilla stared at the phone, willing it to send more information. Nothing. A sinking sensation came over her, and she felt as though the ferry was still moving. She was going to lose her job. She was almost certain of it. Why would the new, hip, 30-year-old CEO keep a geriatric female associate if he had Dean? Oh, God. She was going to get canned. "Ma'am?" a man's voice said behind her. She swung around to see a young man standing there in the captain's uniform. He looked like a baby. "Do you need some help?" he asked. "Excuse me?" Her jaw dropped in shock. What kind of nerve did this man have? She may be older than the kid, but she wasn't senile. He gestured around the interior of the ferry. "Everyone else is disembarking." She looked around the ferry. She was the only one left on the floor. "Yes, I know," she said, a bit snappier than she intended, but she moved toward the door and didn't look back until she was sure he was gone. Maybe she did need help if she was jumping down a poor child's throat. Camilla pulled her carry-on behind her as she ordered an Uber. She wondered if she should try to walk it instead of paying for the few miles' drive to her mother's house, since she had to wait for almost a half hour for the Uber to show up. Early spring must still be quiet on the summer playground for the rich and famous. She dialed her mother's number. "Camilla?" Marie sounded anxious, not like the fierce woman who had raised Camilla. "Hey, Ma, I made it," she said. "I'm just waiting for my Uber." "Oh!" Her mother's voice lifted. "Where are you?" "I'm here on the island for a visit," she said, the realization of her mother's situation coming into view. Had she really forgotten the conversation they'd had that morning? "Remember, I said I was coming for a visit." "Of course I remember," her mother snapped. "I meant in location to the island. Where are you?" "I should be at the house in about a half hour," Camilla said. She could hear her mother talking to someone in the background. "I told you not to call her." Then Camilla heard Uncle Marty say, "Let me talk to Millie." "Hello?" Camilla said into the phone. "How you doing, Millie?" Uncle Marty said into her mother's phone. "How was your trip?" "Good," Camilla said, looking out at the harbor. "What's going on?" Uncle Marty sighed heavily into the phone. "She's okay, a little confused, but she's back home. Aunt Wanda and I are here with her now." "I'll be there soon," Camilla said, her stomach twisting. Then, in a whisper, Uncle Marty said, "I'm glad you decided to come home." "Yes, of course," Camilla said, but guilt hit her like a punch in the stomach. Year after year, her mother had asked her to come to stay or visit. Year after year, Camilla came up with excuses of why she couldn't. She'd say she was busy with work, friends, weddings, showers, important events. The list went on and on. She should have gone home. "Have you talked to your sister?" Uncle Marty asked. "No," Camilla said, which seemed to satisfy her uncle, because he didn't ask any more questions. "We'll see you soon," Uncle Marty said. After she said goodbye, she stepped off the ferry to the harbor's railing and inhaled the tangy scent of the sea. The summer breeze blew across her face as she looked out at the glistening Atlantic Ocean. The moment would have been beautiful if a sickening, sinking sensation didn't cement her feet in place. Not too many times had she recognized a turning point in her life in real time, but as she stood there, looking out at the water that was as much a part of her as her name and beliefs, she felt as though she were stepping through a time machine. The village looked the same as it had when she was a child, coming to the island every summer and weekend with her family. She needed to call her sister, she knew that much. But then what? Angelina wasn't going to come running back after everything. No, Camilla needed to find out all the information before she called her. Then she'd figure out how to get her back to the island. Chapter 2. Elias stood listening to his plumber Phil tell him the village's latest gossip as they stood in line at the local bakery. "Mrs. DeLuca's daughter came in this morning," Phil said. "The police found Mrs. DeLuca at the church?" Elias tried to imagine the older woman in her pajamas outside the church on Main Street. "I bet she's going to sell the house," Phil said, tapping Elias's arm with his newspaper. He looked at his plumber. "All because she was found at the church?" Phil nodded his head. "She doesn't have any family left on the island. You watch. Some swanky mainlander will come and buy it up. Tear the old place down," Phil said. He pointed his finger at him in seriousness. "You should buy it and fix her up." "That would be heartbreaking if they tore that place down," Elias said. He loved the old cape that sat close to the shore of Sugar Beach. "Isn't the park reserve right there?" The public beach had been protected for years. No building, no new construction, no disturbance of any kind all around the DeLuca place. Contractors would be lining up all across the country for that piece of property. "All the old-timers are leaving," Phil said, shaking his head. The old cape on Cliffside had been one of Elias's favorite places since he could remember growing up on the island. He and his brothers would ride their bikes from their house and pass the extended cape each time going to the beach. "How much do you think a place like that would go for nowadays?" Elias had a pretty good estimate, but Phil, who had been working in every house on the island since before Elias was born, always had an accurate guess. "I'd say over 5 or more." Phil didn't even waste time thinking. 5! Elias couldn't wrap his head around the thought of $5 million for a house. "That's a bit steep for not even being on the beach." "It's right there. And I bet it'll go for more," Phil said. "It'll probably go into a bidding war with the way the market's been going lately." Elias nodded. He had seen the signs go up and down just as fast. People from all over the world with all kinds of money came to Martha's Vineyard to buy houses, just to turn around and tear them down. Then they build monstrosities that are never used but for a few weekends out of the year, to be sold and torn down in a decade or so. "Doesn't she have any family?" Elias wondered why the old woman hadn't sold sooner. It was a big place for one person. Phil shook his head. "She has daughters, but they haven't been back to the island in years." Phil stepped up to the counter. "You staying or going?" "Going." Elias looked at his phone for the time. "I'm working at the place on Harbor and Main." "Ah, Dennis McCleary's new place," Phil said. The restaurateur had 2 restaurants already on the island that were both very successful. Ever since Elias and his brothers had renovated Books and Bread, business had poured in. Commercial and residential business, it didn't matter. People on the island liked the work they did and wanted them to handle their projects. "Dennis will be good to work for," Phil said, nodding in approval. Business for Elias and his brothers meant business for their subcontracted plumber Phil, and many others on the island. The Perez brothers had hired Phil when they first started, and continued to do so for all their jobs. He was fair great at what he did, and a total professional. And his word was everything. Exactly the kind of people Elias and his brothers liked to work along with. Over the past decade of running a construction business, they'd come across some shady subs. But over time, they had curated a crew that was reliable and trustworthy. That was why people hired Elias and his brothers. Phil began placing his order, and Elias kept thinking about the Cape, daydreaming about renovating the inside, and what he'd do to the porch. But the house was way out of his price range anyway. He couldn't afford a place like that. Maybe it was just a pipe dream. But Elias decided to run the idea by his brother Jose when he arrived at the new job site with their other brother Mateo. "You'll never get back what you put into that place," Jose said. "Besides, how do you even know they're going to sell? Those places are always handed down to the next generation." "Phil said the family doesn't come to the island." Elias knew his brother wasn't going to like the idea of flipping a house when they had jobs like McClary, but he'd at least try. "It'd be right down the road from you and Julia." "That place is probably close to $7 million, Jose said, more assured sounding than Phil. "And small. 5 at the most." But as he spoke the words, he could hear how ridiculous he sounded. "It's not that much if you think about it." "The place is falling apart," Jose said. "You'd have to put in 5 more to get it to where it needs to be." Jose patted Elias's arm and went inside to meet their newest customer, Dennis McCleary. "I'd like to open a brewery right here on the harbor," Dennis said to the brothers as all three stood in the space. The store had been a gift shop, a candy store before that, and before candy, a clothing store. The interior walls were brick and dark, the space long and narrow. There was a back door that led to a back porch that overlooked the harbor. The front sidewalk allowed some seating, but he didn't see a kitchen. "Only drinks?" Elias asked. Dennis nodded. "Small finger foods, but only what's on tap. Simple." Dennis pointed out the window at the port. "I want to grab those visitors who are coming off the ferry, looking for a quick drink." Elias liked the idea of a local brewery. "Where will you make the beer?" Dennis stuffed his hands into his pockets. "Off-site." Elias nodded. "What do you plan to do?" Mateo asked. "I'd like to keep the brick, but everything else I would like gone," Dennis said. When the brothers finished up, all three walked out to their trucks. "You guys should come for dinner and we can talk about the next steps," Jose said. "Debbie and I are supposed to have dinner tonight." Elias checked his phone, but he hadn't gotten any text from her that morning. "I'm not sure if Renee will be up for going out once she gets home." Mateo's wife was 8 months pregnant and counting down the days. "The doctor said she's starting to drop." Elias patted Mateo on the back. "I guess we'll see you in another 18 years. Mateo rolled his eyes. "Ha ha. What's your deal with Debbie?" Jose tapped Elias's stomach with the back of his hand. "You gonna make this permanent or what?" Elias had the ring. All he needed to do was pop the question. "Debbie wants a house first." "What's wrong with your house?" Mateo asked. Elias sighed. "It's a shoebox." But it was more than that. Debbie wanted a lifestyle. She wanted to live like her friends by the beach. She wanted a big house like Jose and Julia. She wanted a luxury car. She wanted it all. Things Elias would love but didn't need to have. Not right away, at least. "It's not that small," Mateo said. "There's hardly enough room for my stuff." Elias exaggerated. Truth be told, he loved his bungalow. It wasn't on the beach, but a walk away from everything. He and Debbie would frequently meet friends at the restaurants and walk home. The backyard and outdoor kitchen gave them enough room to invite friends over for a barbecue. He landscaped the bejesus out of it. Every inch of his lawn had been pruned, edged, or manicured. "Get the girl to say yes first," Mateo said. "Then worry about the house." It seemed that simple. He should just ask Debbie at this point. They'd been together for 3 years. She was expecting the ring by now. Her father had even given him a talk about what they were expecting for their daughter. But Elias wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to slow down, if anything. Ever since high school, he had been going non-stop. Then there was college. After that, he worked for his brothers, and then they started the business. One thing after another. He was grateful, but his head was spinning. Now throw in a wedding? But Debbie, being in her 30s, seemed to make this do or die. It felt like an ultimatum. And even though he thought he wanted to be with Debbie for the rest of his life, he didn't know if he wanted to be with Debbie for the rest of his life. The rest of his life? That was a really long time. His parents seemed fulfilled with their marriage, never fighting, always on the same page, even with 6 children. But him and Debbie were oil and vinegar at times, while others were mad for each other. As he drove to another job, he tried to think about being married to Debbie, but all his mind could focus on was what he would do to the yard on Cliffside Point. Chapter 3. Camilla stood outside the house, looking up at the shingled 2-story cape. Like most of the houses on Martha's Vineyard, its gray shingles had been weathered by the salty air. The summer home that her grandfather had bought now seemed shabby and unkempt. Paint peeled off the white trim and shutters. The lawn hadn't been mowed and resembled a cemetery from a horror film. The gardens that had once been her mother's pride and joy were overgrown with weeds. She climbed the front porch steps and heard a crack, then swoosh! Her foot fell through a broken piece of wood to the ground underneath. Ah! She yelled out as she fell over onto the slanted porch floor. Carefully, she patted her body down, checking to see if she'd broken any bones, then carefully crawled out of the hole and to the other side of the porch, which didn't slant. She took in a deep breath, just as she reached for the door handle, but her Aunt Wanda swept open the door. "I thought I heard someone. Millie's here," Wanda announced behind her. Camilla's childhood nickname grinded against her as she stepped into the house. "Hi, Wanda." "Call me Auntie Wanda," she said. Wanda took hold of her shoulders and pulled her down to her chest. Camilla scrunched down to the short woman's embrace, but stiffened as her uncle's new wife held her against her chest. When her new auntie let go, Camilla couldn't hold back her shock as she saw inside the house. First, the smell hit her as she walked through the door. Unfamiliar and dense, like a library filled with old books that hadn't been touched in years, and a hint of something rotten. Like the outside, the house appeared in disarray. Things scattered on every surface. Piles of mail covered the long table against the wall in the front hall, along with books and cups and what looked like used utensils. Camilla slowly walked into the living room, where her father's brother Marty sat with her mother. "Hi, guys," Camilla said in an upbeat tone. Marie stared at her as she sat in her wingback chair. Camilla stifled her shock as best she could, but she noticed the differences in her mother immediately. She had lost weight, and her face looked dark, yet pasty. When Marie stood up, she grabbed the armrest to steady herself. Her forehead wrinkled in confusion as she hugged Camilla. "When did you get here?" Marie asked. "Just now," Camilla said, examining her mother. Marie, who had always taken great pride in her appearance, had flat hair and no makeup. Camilla couldn't remember a time when she had seen her mother without makeup. Not only that, but Marie wore a pair of pajamas that looked worn and dirty. Some sort of stain had dripped down the front of her top. Her slippers looked as though she used them for shoes. "I told them not to bother you," Marie said, shooting a look at her uncle and aunt. "I'm fine." Camilla ignored her mother's rant and walked to Marty, who sat in the chair next to her mother. "Hello, Uncle Marty." "Glad to see you back on the island," Marty said, standing up as she came close and kissing her on the cheek. It's not the same without Millie DeLuca. Camilla wanted to correct her uncle, but chose not to. What would be the point? She would always be that teenager with braces, sitting beside her mother, too shy to speak to anyone, too self-conscious to be herself. The girl who hid under the umbrella in the back of the beach, from the cool summertime kids. The girl who wouldn't venture out unless she was with someone she trusted. The girl who played it safe, so she couldn't be hurt. She hated that girl. "It's good to see you too," Camilla said, dropping her purse on the couch and taking a seat. She looked around the room. Like the front hall, the once tidy and spotless house had piles of junk on each of the surfaces. Balls of tissues, plates with rotten food, books and magazines strewn about the coffee table. Half-full glasses and mugs sat on the side tables, and even on the grand piano. Camilla looked at the carpet and saw a large burn mark near the fireplace. Things were much worse. "Apparently, the housekeeper quit a few months ago," Wanda said, clasping her hands together. "Your mom hasn't invited us over in a while, so we hadn't seen how bad it's gotten." "You're talking about me like I'm a child," Marie snapped at Wanda, crossing her arms defensively over her chest. "Mom," Camilla said, surprised by Marie's behavior. Uncle Marty pierced his lips as he shook his head. "You won't tell the truth, that's why." Marie huffed and looked away from Marty, but Camilla noticed her mother also didn't argue. Camilla suddenly felt sick. She hadn't seen her mother back down from a fight, ever. Things were much worse than she thought. "Have you seen a doctor?" Camilla didn't know the answer. She hadn't really considered whether her mother would see a doctor or not. Marie was always nagging Camilla to see a doctor, reminding her not to miss her annuals and checkups. But did Camilla ever do that for her mom? "Yes," Marie said. Wanda cleared her throat. Marie stared at her, her eyes hard, but Camilla noticed the flicker when she looked back at Camilla. "Not really," Wanda said. "After the beach incident, she saw her GP, and he had made appointments on the mainland, but she skipped them." Marie's eyes narrowed toward Wanda. Camilla spoke before she could stop herself. "What are you thinking? You were found at the beach in your bathrobe, and you didn't go see a specialist?" "Does everyone in this house think I'm a child?" Marie stood up, her hands balled into fists. She looked straight at Camilla. "Do you talk to your father like this?" Camilla shut her mouth, because she didn't talk to Frank DeLuca like that. "I think it's best I go to my room and lie down," Marie said, not waiting for anyone's reaction. "I'm sure you can let yourselves out." Camilla wasn't sure if Marie meant her, or her aunt and uncle, or all of them. "Marie, you need to talk about this," Marty said. "I'm sure you'll be fine without me," Marie said as she left the room. They watched as Marie left the living room and climbed the back staircase to her bedroom. She didn't look back, her head held high, but a dark cloud hung in the air like the rotting smell. Camilla turned to Marty as soon as she heard the door close. "What's going on?" Camilla asked. How long had it been since she'd been on the island? He clasped his hands together. "She's been keeping to herself so much lately that I haven't noticed how bad it's gotten." Her uncle rubbed his chin and said, "These past few months, we began noticing her getting much worse." "We've been asking her to talk to you," Wanda said. "Uncle Marty had just about threatened to call you the other day when we found her in the garage trying to drive your dad's old car." "No one's driven that thing since the divorce." The car had been her father's first midlife crisis, before his second midlife crisis, which was falling in love with Elise. He left for Elise and left the car behind. "She didn't have keys in her hands," Wanda said. "She didn't know what to do." "I didn't know," Camilla said, feeling instantly guilty and mad and scared all at once. She lifted her hands up. "She doesn't tell me anything." The image of her mother, confused, standing in her bathrobe, tore at her. She must have been so scared. Her mother would never have done it if she was in her right state of mind. Then to have the police come. Camilla shook her thoughts out of her head. "What needs to happen?" Camilla asked, not sure what to do at this point. Wanda placed her hand on Millie's forearm. "The police have called social services because they don't believe she can be left alone." Camilla's stomach twisted at the reality of the situation. "Social services is coming here?" Uncle Marty nodded. "She needs 24-hour care." "We can help," Wanda said, and her uncle nodded. "There are residences where people can live who suffer from dementia or Alzheimer's. They take good care of them," Marty said gently. "Do you really think she has Alzheimer's?" Camilla wrapped her arms around her stomach. "Isn't she young? I mean, she's only in her late 60s. Marty and Wanda looked at each other. "We can help you go through your mom's finances and figure things out." Camilla stared at the plate of half-eaten crackers. When had her mother started noticing signs of something wrong? How long had Camilla been left in the dark? When did she start noticing things?
"About a year ago," Marty said. "She stopped being able to keep up with the bridge group, numbers mostly, and things got too confusing. Then she started missing church and showing up at the wrong time on the wrong day."
Wanda nudged Marty on the knee with her hand. "Tell her." Marty let out a heavy breath, as though the weight of what he had to say was too much to speak.
"She started having conversations as if she was still married to your father."
Camilla held her knees. Her parents had divorced 15 years ago. "She called us to see if Frank was at our house," Wanda said. Marty nodded.
"And talked about Angelina and how well she's doing."
"Oh," Camilla said gently. Marie DeLuca never brought up her husband or her daughter who ran away. Camilla looked around the room while the three sat in silence. She pulled out a string on her shirt as her Uncle Marty stared at the floor and his shoes. Camilla could feel herself sinking in the chair, spiraling out of control. What was she going to do? Her phone began to ring, and her boss's number popped up. She had to take it. In fact, she should take it right that second if she wanted to tell her side of the pitch. But she didn't move. She couldn't make herself answer it. "I guess I'll call her primary care doctor and set up those appointments again with the neurologist." She hit the silence button, then opened her phone and searched her mother's doctor's name. "Your mother needs more than just a doctor's appointment," Wanda said. "What do you mean?" Camilla asked, a little bit shorter than needed, but she had only just arrived, found out her mother was quite literally losing her mind, and no one had thought to tell her. "Why didn't anyone tell me about her?"
"We should have told you sooner."
Marty rubbed his hands together.
"But she didn't want us to tell you."
Camilla dropped her head into her hands, then looked up. "I guess I'll have to take some time off from work." Could she even do that? Did the family medical leave work that way? Or did she have to reside with her mother? Would her boss, Robbie, who had left a message on her voicemail, even allow her to take time off with this huge new client? Wanda got up from her chair and sat next to Camilla. She rubbed her back. "We will help you with whatever you need." Camilla looked back at this woman who had recently married her uncle. Help wasn't the word Camilla had expected. Help meant they weren't in charge. Help meant the responsibility fell solely on Camilla. Her uncle and his new wife didn't stay much longer, and Camilla sat for another half hour staring at the room, wondering what to do first. She looked down at her phone for the 80th time, then opened the transcript to her voicemail. "Hi, Camilla, it's Robbie. We need to talk. Call me as soon as you can." She wasn't going to call. Not now. Not when everything seemed to be falling apart. She stood up, walked to the sliding glass doors, and opened them up. She would clean up and get some fresh air into the house. Marie liked an organized, clean house. It might do her some good to see the way the house usually looked. The ultimate housewife, Marie cooked and cleaned as her career. She pawned over cookbooks and shared recipes, darned socks and ironed suits, and fed her family a home-cooked meal every night. She sewed and knitted, took craft classes, and joined mothers' groups. Camilla put her phone on the counter and went into the living room and began picking up all the dirty dishes and bringing them into the kitchen. She grabbed a trash bag and went from surface to surface, picking up junk mail and other random pieces of garbage. Nothing but the trash had changed in the house. The same photographs from her childhood still sat where they had when she was a little girl. Family photos on the island, them together at weddings, birthdays, their 4th of July barbecues. But then, everything had changed once Angelina left home. The realization of her mother's situation hit her again like an anvil falling in her stomach. What was she going to do? Would she put her mother in a home? Could she? What if Marie didn't want to go? What then? Was Camilla legally responsible? Or did she have to get a doctor to say her mother needed assistance? Could she ask for FMLA leave? She knew what she should do, which was call her sister. Tell her it was time to come back. She filled the sink and started washing the dishes, scraping the dried food off. "You hungry?" Marie said from behind her. Camilla turned off the water and turned around. Marie stood, showered and dressed, makeup on, and her hair blown out. Nobody would suspect a thing was wrong if they stepped into the kitchen right then. "No," Camilla said, shaking her head. She stared at her mother. "I want you to tell me what's going on." Marie's eyes scattered around the room. She clasped her hands. "I didn't want to worry you." "But things aren't good," Camilla said. She wanted to say that things were bad. "How long have you known something wasn't right?" "Camilla, I'm getting old. It's life," Marie said, dismissing the question. Camilla grabbed her mother's cordless phone and set it in front of her on the table. "Call your doctor and make an appointment." "I was all ready at the ER this morning. We can do it later," Marie said. "I promise." Camilla grabbed the phone. "Then let's go into Boston and go to an ER there." "No," Marie said. "It's not necessary." "You were found in your pajamas at church," she reminded her mother. "That isn't normal. You need to be seen by a doctor who knows about this kind of stuff." "I know, okay?" Marie pulled out a chair and sat down. "Mom, we're going right now." Camilla grabbed her purse. "Let's go." Marie didn't move. Her mother placed her hands on the table, staring at the engagement ring she never took off after her father had divorced her. "What if it's bad?" Marie said, twisting the ring. Camilla's throat tightened. She had never seen her mother this vulnerable. Marie DeLuca kept her head high and marched on, even when her daughter had gotten pregnant out of wedlock. She hadn't even changed her routine when her husband had left her for a much younger woman. Her mother's eyes filled with moisture. "We'll get through this," Camilla said, but she didn't believe it. She could see the floor being pulled out from underneath her, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Marie exhaled loudly. "Yes, I guess we'll have to." Chapter 4. Camilla spent the whole next day cleaning. She started upstairs, pulling the sheets, cleaning the bathrooms, and doing all the laundry. By the time she finished, she came downstairs to find Marie cooking. It was like she had stepped back in time. "Do you think you'll see any of your friends while you're here?" Marie asked, ignoring the elephant in the room. Camilla shook her head, wiping the wisps of hair out of her face. "I think we should go into Boston tomorrow." "Millie, this isn't life or death," Marie said. The staff at the emergency room had not been equipped when it came to long-term illnesses. They sent Marie home with referrals to see her primary care doctor, who only had openings the following week. "I can't just take off a few weeks for a diagnosis," Camilla said. "My boss isn't going to be cool with me just hanging around to see if there's something wrong." "Then go home," Marie said, hitting the wooden spoon on the pot. The smell of red sauce and meatballs filled the room. "This whole thing is being blown out of proportion." Camilla was about to argue but stopped herself. Her mother stood in an apron in front of the stove, pots boiling, the oven on. She let her pretend nothing was wrong for the time being. There was nothing she could do anyway, until her mother could be seen by a specialist. "Did you make sauce?" Camilla looked around the kitchen. It remained semi-clean from earlier. "I had some frozen," Marie said, stirring the sauce again, a motion so familiar Camilla saw it in her sleep. "I made Marty pick up some bread from the bakery when I heard you were coming." And that's how things went until dinner. No mention of the breakdown earlier, no mention of the total lapse of lucidity. Marie pretended nothing happened, talking about things happening around the island. "There's a new book club my friend Nancy's trying to get me to join," Marie said, but keeping out the specifics. No date, no time, no book title. Camilla looked down at her phone as they sat at the dining room table. Dean texted, "We need to talk." The words flashed on the screen before she could flip the phone away. "Do you need to take a call?" her mother asked, looking at her. Her face fell. "Did you tell your father?" Camilla shook her head. "No." Camilla saw the relief wash over her mother, and Marie smiled for the first time all day. But then, as quick as it came, Marie's smile faded as a veil of anxiety and exhaustion fell over her. "You must be scared," Camilla said, realizing she had made this day mostly about her, about missing the meeting and not knowing information. She never once asked her mother how she felt about it all. Marie stared at the plates of pasta, enough to feed a family of 6, for just the 2 of them. "I will be fine." Camilla took in a deep breath. Marie didn't like to talk about unpleasant things, but unpleasant things needed to be discussed. "We need to talk about this," Camilla said. "We can't just pretend everything's fine." "I am fine." Her mother reached out to the bowl of meatballs and grabbed 2 of the largest and plopped them onto Camilla's plate. "So, have you been seeing anyone?" Even with problems with her cognitive health, her mother still had time to meddle in her loveless love life. "Would you stay with me in New York and see a doctor there? At least until the tests and things are back, and we have a better understanding of what's going on." "It could be as simple as a bladder infection," her mother said. "I've heard stories about a lack of vitamins. I've been drinking this new smoothie." But Marie wasn't being truthful to herself, because there was no food in the house for a smoothie, or a dinner, or even breakfast. There was a storm shelter filled with soups and TV dinners stored in the freezer, but no milk, bread, or eggs. There were no fruits or vegetables or any fresh items from a store. The fact she had fresh bread meant Marty really had to have bought it, because there was nothing in the house. Besides the sauce, which tasted watered down from being frozen too long. The meatballs crumbled. She didn't even have Parmesan cheese. And in this household, no Shaker cheese meant the meal wasn't complete. "Should I call Dad?" "Are you kidding me?" Marie shot back. "Do not call your father." "He'll want to know," Camilla said. "He still cares about you." Camilla didn't even believe that for herself. After her father had left, he never was the same kind of father like before. Before the divorce, he'd drive from the city across the state if she had a soccer game. But after he moved away with his new wife, he could barely find time to call. "I don't want Elise to be involved," Marie said. She avoided everything Elise. So did Camilla, for that matter. "I'm going to tell him eventually," Camilla said. "He is my dad." "Let me at least see my doctor first," Marie said. "You need to tell Angelina then, too," Camilla said. Marie narrowed her eyes at the name. "I will do no such thing. Your sister made it very clear she wanted nothing to do with this family." "You have a granddaughter you've never met," Camilla said. "Don't you want to meet her?" Camilla didn't have many regrets, but even the smallest things still bothered her. How could her mother not regret meeting her only granddaughter? Marie didn't say anything and ate her spaghetti as though it tasted normal and everything was fine. But things weren't fine. "Angelina deserves to know." "After we talk to the doctors," Marie said again, and then huffed angrily. "Why bother the both of them when it could be nothing?" "Then tomorrow, we're going into Boston." Camilla stared at her mother, waiting to be able to make contact, but her mother had darted her eyes everywhere but Camilla's. "It doesn't work like that," Marie said, picking up a ladle and pouring more sauce on top of a spoonful of spaghetti. "You can't just go marching into a hospital and demand tests." Camilla cut the meatball on her plate, being careful not to splatter on her shirt. "Then come and stay with me." Marie shook her head as if Camilla's suggestion would be the worst thing in the world. "I don't think so." "But you obviously can't stay here by yourself," Camilla said. "I'm fine," Marie said, moving her pasta around her plate, but she didn't take a bite. "You're not fine, Mom." Camilla took a piece of bread. "You shouldn't be here by yourself." Marie dropped her silverware on the plate. "You don't get to suddenly show up and tell me what to do, okay?" Marie said, her eyes narrowed, now meeting her daughter's gaze. Camilla usually would know not to answer her mother's rhetorical question. But she wasn't a teenager anymore. She was an adult, trying to take care of her mother. "You were found at the church in your pajamas." She paused, then said, "You could have gotten hypothermia and died." "I'm your mother, not some child." Marie spoke each word hard. "And believe it or not, I deserve a tiny ounce of respect. You can't just demand that I leave my home, the place I was born and raised my whole life, and go to New York because you can't be inconvenienced." "I know this is hard for you," Camilla said, feeling as though their conversations were going in circles. "But you can't just keep wandering around town." "No, you don't know," Marie snapped. "You call on your schedule. You come when it's right for you. You do what you want, which is fine. I've never complained." Marie leaned closer to Camilla and pounded her finger on the table. "But you don't get to swoop in out of the blue and begin to dictate what you think I should do. As far as I know, you work at an advertising firm, not a hospital." "You obviously can't be here alone," Camilla said. Marie shut her mouth and pushed back her chair. It grinded against the wood floor as she got out of her seat. "Don't go, Mom," Camilla said. "We need to talk." "Your bedside manners are lacking." Marie grabbed her plate and walked into the kitchen. Camilla listened as her mother scraped off the food into the garbage. Then as the water turned on, she grabbed her plate and the bowl of pasta and brought it to the sink. She stood next to her mother. Marie grabbed the bowl and dumped the whole pound of pasta into the trash. "I love you," Camilla said. "I don't mean to get you upset." Marie shut off the water. "I'm your mother." "I know," Camilla said, hoping her mother would drop it. "I didn't mean to be disrespectful." I was supposed to have a husband, remember? Marie said, clearing her throat as her voice cracked. You know, the guy who's traveling across the world with Elise? Marie turned her back to Camilla and turned on the faucet. Her mother didn't bring up her father frequently. She wasn't someone who became bitter after the divorce. She had accepted it. But the truth was, when her father left her mother, this was the reality he created. She was alone. I'll stay here while we figure things out, Camilla said. Once we talk to the doctor, we can go from there. Then she said, but I want you to call Angelina and tell her what's going on and ask her to come out. Marie didn't say anything, just scrubbed the dishes just like she had her whole life. And as Marie silently washed the dishes, Camilla stood and dried. The silence continued after the dishes were done and put away. Marie wiped down the counters, dropped the cloth into the sink, and walked out of the kitchen and up to her room. Camilla closed her eyes and squeezed her fists as she heard the door slam shut. She went into the living room and opened her phone to Dean's text message staring back at her. Her hand shook in instant anger seeing his name. Are you available to talk? He texted. She wished she hadn't taken that bite of meatball. Sure, she texted back. Her phone immediately began to ring. Dean? She spoke as confidently as she possibly could. Oh, good, Camilla, I got you, he said. She could hear traffic noises in the background. What do you want, Dean? She said. You want to steal more of my ideas? Yeah, about that, he said. I need you to get back here as soon as possible so we can make some focus groups. Her stomach dropped. You're not calling to apologize? For what? He said. Did he really believe what he was saying, or thought he was that good of a liar? Either way, she didn't have the patience. Goodbye, Dean, she said, about to hang up. Your name is attached to this project, whether you pitched it or not, Dean said. I'm naming you as part of my team. You know my mom is sick. She couldn't believe his audacity. Putting her name as a team member was very different than the name at the top of the project as lead project head. Then work from there, he said. But you need this as much as I do, believe me. What's that supposed to mean? You know what that means. Noises from the traffic got louder, as if he was getting out of a vehicle and onto the streets of New York City. I hope your mom gets better, Dean said, his tenor totally different. And there it was, the old Dean, the one who had her back, the one who had been her friend, the one who she cared about. But he had ruined it. Really? Camilla couldn't believe him. A snake is still a snake. You know I'm right, Dean said. You're linked to this project. The last thing she wanted to do was admit Dean was right. But he was. If this project failed, the whole Department of Advertising would be looked at and scrutinized, her being one of them. Robbie Jr. is not going to care if your mom is sick or not. Dean spoke the harsh reality. Business was business. Mothers with memory issues didn't stop business. She hadn't tested the bandwidth on the island, and looking around her mother's place, she didn't see much of any kind of technological advances since she'd last stayed on the island a few years ago. I'll try my best, she said, as she wished the phone she squeezed with her hand was Dean's tiny little head. You need to try harder than your best. Dean's weaselly voice came out like nails against a chalkboard, and she couldn't hold back. You're the one who needs me, not the other way around, she said, her heart racing inside her chest. Goodbye, Dean. No, wait, Camilla. Dean shouted into the phone. I do need you. I do. Please, Camilla. Please help. You know if I don't pull through on this, I'm as good as dead at the firm. You? This surprised her. You're the one who's having all these golf dates and stuff. He brings me to play golf, nothing more, Dean confessed. He never wants to hear my ideas. So you steal other people's? She couldn't help herself. I need this job, he said. Cindy's pregnant. Camilla sunk into the couch. She hadn't even known that he and Cindy were that serious. Dean was going to be a dad? Fine, but I have to work from here for the time being. Keep close to your phone, he ordered, and Camilla immediately regretted agreeing to do this. Whatever, Dean, she said, but she knew she'd do it. She couldn't afford not to at this point. She still hadn't even talked to her boss about why she'd left work so abruptly, instead of presenting her idea. What idea could she pitch now? Millie? Her mother said from the doorway, her face twisted in confusion. What are you doing here? I'm just talking to work. I'll be right in, she said to her mother. What are you doing on the island? Marie asked. Camilla froze at the question. I came yesterday. Marie's eyebrows burrowed. Her mother looked as if she were looking for something inside her memories. Then, as if a light bulb turned on, Maria shook herself out of the dark. I know. I just wondered what you were doing out here. But the quick recovery didn't hide the confusion still left on Marie's face, like a smudge against a window pane. And Camilla couldn't unsee it. Chapter 5. Angelina DeLuca had an hour and a half left of teaching on her last day of school. Then she would be on summer break. She sighed, thinking about the blissful summer break she had earned. 180 minutes left of the 180 days of the school year that was the longest in her 10-year teaching career. She didn't want to sound like the old-timers, especially since she was only in her mid-30s. But the kids were different these days. She took down all her bulletin boards, had her middle schoolers clean out all the paint jars, and Vaseline all the paintbrushes, organized the last of the supplies she had from the year, and waited for the final bell. Are you doing anything fun this summer with Penny? Her teaching partner Jen asked as she stood in the cafeteria for lunch duty. Angelina couldn't help but smile. I have absolutely nothing. We're going to just hang out and do... She paused for dramatics. Nothing. She couldn't wait. No grading projects, no planning units, no parent meetings, no alarm clocks. She would be able to go to the bathroom when she needed to, not when a bell told her to. She would no longer be in charge of anyone else's child. She'd paint, of course. Her Saturday market business kept her afloat throughout the summer months without pay. This day just drags, moaned Mr. Peters, who taught French. The three of them stood at the front of the cafeteria, watching the students as the 7th grade had their last lunch together. She, Jen, and Mr. Peters had been doing duty, which they referred to as duty, for years together. Today, duty had been exceptionally bad. Students' excitement came out in the form of yelling and screaming at each other in the cafeteria. Angelina didn't mind. In fact, she wished she could join in on the fun. But when Maddie Beale's French fry bounced off her forehead, she closed her eyes before addressing the situation and imagined sitting at the beach under her umbrella, reading a book, forgetting about the Maddies and the Mr. Peters and the rest of the lot. Angelina would be free. After the final bell of the day, Angelina packed up the rest of her things as a few of the staff headed off. Have a great summer, Angelina, another teacher said from the hallway. You too, Hannah. Angelina couldn't hold back her excitement. This summer would be different for sure. Penny would be getting a summer lifeguard job. Angelina was looking at a new kind of freedom she'd never experienced in her whole life. She'd have the house to herself. She couldn't remember a time, besides a sleepover here and there, that she'd been by herself. Usually, Penny had her sleepovers at their place, which Angelina preferred. Knowing what she'd been doing at sleepovers at her daughter's age, it usually involved anything other than sleep. After her lunch duty and a long serenade of awards for top students, she looked at the clock and saw the time. She could go. Summer had officially begun. Just as she grabbed her lunchbox and turned off her fridge, her phone rang. "Hey," she said, answering the phone when she saw her sister's name. "I was just about to call you. I'm officially on summer vacation." "Hello, Angie," Marie said. Angelina almost dropped the phone. "Mom?" Her ears started ringing as her heart raced inside her chest. What was her mother doing calling her on Camilla's phone? Flashes of the past flitted through her mind. She heard a seagull crying out above them. Then she saw the image of all the DeLucas sitting on the front porch, Camilla still little and following Angelina around like a shadow. Her best friend Julia reading their horoscopes aloud from her teen magazine. Her mother playing cards with them in the evenings. "I'm here with Camilla," her mother said, her voice rattly. Angelina wanted to hear what her mother would possibly be calling for, out of the blue for the first time in years, but she didn't speak. Instead, she waited. "We were thinking it would be nice to have you and Penelope come out for a visit this summer." Her mother sounded nervous, which, for Marie DeLuca, was completely out of character. "I'd be happy to buy the plane tickets and have you stay at the house." What was Camilla up to? She stayed silent, hearing her heartbeat pound in her ears. "We'd love to see you guys this summer," Camilla said in the background. Silence. Even after all this time, Angelina could feel the pressure to say yes, the submission to her mother, the need to please her. "No," she said, about to hang up. "Mom's got a doctor's appointment coming up," Camilla spoke now. "And well, we thought you should know what's going on." Angelina closed her eyes, wishing she had let the call go to voicemail. She had certainly learned her lesson. "Angelina?" Camilla said. "Are you there?" "Yes, I'm here." Angelina dropped her lunchbox on Brianna Lynn's desk and sat down. She could hear Camilla say, "Tell her." Marie blew into the phone hard. "It seems as though I might be losing my mind." "Yes, and?" Angelina said. She could picture Marie puckering her lips together at the inappropriateness of the joke. "Mom's been having memory issues," Camilla said. "It might be Alzheimer's or dementia. We have appointments set up this week." Angelina pictured her mother in her button-down blouse and ironed slacks, her short, trimmed hair perfectly coiffed in place, lipstick applied with care and frequency, her eyes carefully drawn with delicacy. Marie has Alzheimer's, was her first thought. Well, she already forgot one daughter, was her second. Images of sugary sand between her toes flashed through Angelina's mind. The beach, which was properly named Sugar Beach, sat directly across the street from her parents' summer house. Even as a child, Angelina understood the great privilege it was to live across the street from the great Atlantic Ocean. She respected the ocean as she respected her parents and God. She took pride in its beauty and grace of its grandness. By the end of each summer, she felt as if the ocean was part of her soul, and salt ran in her blood. She didn't even realize how much she missed the vineyard until that moment. "You could show Penny her roots," Camilla said. That made Angelina finally break her silence. "I don't think coming to the island would be a good idea." "Does she even know who her father is?" As soon as Marie said it, Angelina's toes curled. Her mother's condescending tone came through clear on the phone. "And we're done here," Angelina said, about to drop the phone. Her hands were shaking. Angelina couldn't believe her first instinct was to say yes. She would have loved to go back to Martha's Vineyard. She'd love to show Penny around her old stomping grounds. She'd love to walk the streets along the harbor, and point out all the different shops. Time really must have healed, because she almost considered it for a split second, forgetting why she'd ran away in the first place. Thank God Marie came out before she'd made any commitments. "I told you," Marie said to Camilla on the other end, as if she had made a premonition that had come true. "She hasn't let go of all her dramatics. Still the same." "Oh, I learned from the best," Angelina said, squeezing the desk. "Don't give in to her, Angelina," she thought to herself. "Stay strong for Penny's sake. She would not budge, not even if her mother was sick. That woman had made her bed. Now she would have to sleep in it." "Please, Angelina," Camilla said. Her sister's voice sounded resigned. It reminded her of the little shadow girl who couldn't swim without someone watching her. The little girl who wanted to always hang out with Angelina and her friends. The sister who always needed her help. "I wouldn't ask if I didn't need you," Camilla said. "You could make this a wonderful summer with Penny. Make it a really special vacation for her. One last big summer together before she finishes high school. Come on, Angelina. You know this island can be magical." Maybe she should let go of how things had gone down. Let the water flow under the bridge, and forget her mother had said all those horrible things the night she'd found out Angelina was pregnant. People say the person forgiving is the one who ends up feeling better. She should move on, and let go for her daughter's sake. Penny deserved to meet her grandmother. To know she could become crazy if she didn't watch her mental health. "No." She hung up. Her hands shook as she sat down, concentrating on taking in deep breaths. She waited for the imminent call. Her phone lit up, and Camilla's beautiful face flashed on her screen. How could Camilla break their sister promise? All Marie had wanted to do was tame her eldest child. Angelina could never be straight enough, quiet enough, presented well enough. She didn't have the right grades or friends. She didn't behave appropriately. She laughed at church, made inappropriate jokes when she was nervous, and was too artsy. Her mother's favorite phrase was that she was too much. She put the phone down, staring at her sister's photo. Yet all she could see in her mind was sitting on the porch with a sweaty glass of fresh iced lemonade, draped over the rocking porch couch, reading or playing card games, all of them sitting together. She answered the phone. She expected to hear her sister, then waited for Marie. But all she could hear on the other end were waves. Seagulls cried out as more waves crashed along the shore on what had to be Sugar Beach. She closed her eyes and could see the beach right there in her mind, as if she were standing on the edge of the water, the sun twinkling its reflection off its waves. How many hours had she stood right there, staring out at that ocean? "I need help," Camilla said. "I'm not asking you, Angie. I'm begging you. Please, please, you have the whole summer off. I had to basically quit my job. Please come and help for me. I can't do this alone. She's literally losing her mind. She's scared. I'm scared. We don't have Dad. She asks me the same questions a million times a day. I can't do this by myself." Camilla talked a million miles a minute. "Millie, calm down," Angelina said. "Look, I'm sorry, but Marie and I have too much history." "She's really sick," Camilla said. "She was found walking in her pajamas on the beach, and another time she was found at church. That's a mile from the house." "There's just too much stuff, Camilla," Angelina said. "I can't go back." "You know this is about him and not Marie, right?" Camilla sounded like the little sister again. Angelina grinded her jaw, trying to hold back what she wanted to say. But the truth stuck out like an oil stain. Camilla was right. She didn't want to go back because of him. Angelina sat there, her dreams of laying by the community pool and dancing naked in her living room, blowing up in a puff of smoke. "I love you, Camilla, you know that. But I can't." Angelina wouldn't budge. "I can't ever go back there." Chapter 6. Wanda pulled into Marie's driveway, parked her car along the street, and got out. The sun hit her face as she looked at the Atlantic waters glistening out beyond. The summer morning seemed to make everything around her come alive on the island. Birds swooped across the seagrass that had recently sprouted with the good weather, and sung their melodies with the beat of the ocean waves coming to shore. A light breeze brought the scent of the briny sea, and Wanda breathed in, reminding herself how blessed she was to even be standing there. So much in her life had changed since her cancer diagnosis. The diagnosis led her to take the trip to Martha's Vineyard, where she'd met Evelyn and Biddy. Her cancer had been the catalyst to move to the island, where she fell in love with Marty. Now she was happily married and an aunt to Camilla, who needed her help whether she wanted to admit it or not. Wanda sure had complained about her circumstances and became depressed by the pain life had shot at her. Cancer grew in her body, but she'd also learned to look around and be grateful. And she didn't get there on her own. She'd had to lean on her friends, on Marty, and a lot of other people. So did Camilla. Some days were still dark. Some days it felt like she'd never end treatment, which made her feel sick one day, too tired to move the others, and brain foggy almost always. If she heard the word maintain one more time, she was going to scream. So she knew the scary parts of being sick, or having someone you love being sick. "Ugh!" A female voice called out. Wanda swung around and saw Camilla standing on the front porch, which looked extremely unsafe, and looked as though she had thrown her phone into the yard. Camilla looked up and noticed Wanda standing there. Wanda lifted her hand and gave a small, quick wave. Camilla froze, then with a quick movement, waved back. She carefully made her way off the porch and into the yard, heading right in the direction of the item she threw. Wanda should have probably called ahead and let them know she was stopping by. But she had tried that approach with Marie, and her sister-in-law never answered her phone. She should just turn around. Keep her nose out of it, as her mother would have said to her. But Wanda didn't do that very well. She just couldn't help herself. She crossed the driveway and to Camilla, and where her phone had landed in the grass. "Hello." Wanda stepped up to the overgrown hydrangeas that lined the front side of the white picket fence. Camilla looked from Wanda to her phone, and Wanda saw her shoulders slouch down. She let out a huff as she picked it up and walked to Wanda at the fence. Wanda noticed Camilla's focus stayed on the crack going diagonally across the phone's screen, which glimmered in the sunlight. "Oh dear," Wanda said, pointing with her finger. "Looks like you broke your screen." "Hi, Aunt Wanda." Camilla tucked her phone into her back pocket. "Was there a reason you stopped by?" Wanda would call next time. "I actually came to tell you I've started a meal train." Camilla's eyebrows raised. "A meal train?" "Through the church, and some of my friends who live close by. We make meals so that they can be frozen and cooked later." Wanda stepped through the open walkway and up to the young woman. Camilla looked maybe early 30s, a beautiful girl who seemed to be a good daughter, doing the right thing by her mother. "We can also pick her up and take her to church." "I don't really know what my mom needs help with right now." Camilla dropped her arms by her sides. "Did you want to say hello?" Wanda thought about it for a minute. Would Marie's daughter understand the truth? That Marie hadn't liked Wanda, even when she'd been lucid. But then she thought about Marty and how much he loved his sister-in-law. "I'd love to say hello." Wanda had met Marie when she'd first moved to the island and lived with Evelyn and Biddy in a house named Seaview. Marie lived down the road and kept mostly to herself. Wanda only knew her from church and her beautiful gardens. Then she met her through Marty when they started dating. Even though his brother and Marie had divorced, Marty still considered her family. Marie had been pleasant, but never extremely welcoming to Wanda. She never invited her brother-in-law or new wife over for the holidays, or even to dinner, or accepted their offers. Marty would go over by himself to check in, and they had picked her up for church every once in a while. But Marie never seemed to like Wanda very much. Which was fine. Wanda knew she wasn't everyone's cup of tea. She just had high expectations. She'd always wanted a sister. They walked inside, and Wanda couldn't help but notice the difference from the other day. "It looks great in here!" The house had been cleaned, and with it, there was a whole new shine to the place. A lot of the clutter, for the most part, was at least tidied. Light came in through the sparkling clean windows. All the surfaces had been shined and could be seen. Picture frames were dusted, the floors gleamed, and everything was put away. "Wow, what a difference!" Wanda said, looking around. She hadn't noticed how big the house was once the stuff was gone. "Thanks," Camilla said, looking around the corner into the kitchen. I think my mom's upstairs." Camilla disappeared up the staircase, and Wanda walked to the grand piano. Pictures sat on top that Wanda had never noticed before. She smiled right away when she recognized a young Camilla and what must be her sister in swimsuits on the beach. Two smiling faces staring right into the camera. She could feel their happiness radiating out of them. Footsteps came down the stairs. "Hey, Aunt Wanda. My mom's actually sleeping." Wanda looked at the time. It was just about 9 o'clock. She definitely should have called. She made a face. "I'm sorry for coming unannounced. I should have called. It's just that I walk every morning." She pointed toward her friend Evelyn's house. "We go every morning. I thought I'd invite you and your mother." Wanda had an urge to tell this woman everything would be okay. But how could she? What Marty had told her about the whole situation didn't look promising. If her friends Evelyn and Biddy were here, they'd have her on the couch talking about everything, making her okay. And Wanda seemed to make the young woman nervous. "Every morning?" Camilla asked. "Yup," Wanda said, tapping her visor. "We walk to the lighthouse and back." "We?" "A gaggle of us gals," Wanda said, smiling at her own nickname. "You and your mother should join us." Camilla looked behind her at the stairs. "Thanks, I'll let her know." "Well, you too. Feel free to join us," Wanda said, and she reached out and squeezed Camilla's arm. "You're doing such a nice thing for your mother, coming out here." Suddenly, the young woman's body sank into Wanda's touch, and that's when she saw the pain hanging heavy in Camilla's eyes. "Fresh ocean air is always good for the soul," Wanda said. Camilla smiled, but Wanda knew it was a show. The young woman could hardly hide her anxiety. "Do you have appointments set up?" Wanda asked her. She wasn't sure if she was overstepping, but she remembered how difficult everything had been with her own mother. Camilla nodded her head. "We have an appointment with a neurologist this week, and I have to take her in for more blood tests and her MRI. I went through all of this with my own mother," Wanda said to Camilla. "I'm happy to help with appointments, or driving, or even lending an extra ear. I'm pretty well versed in medical lingo at this point in my life." Camilla gave that fake smile again. "Thanks." Wanda put her hands together as silence grew between them. "I should get going, but please let us know what we can do to help." Wanda noticed a pad of paper sitting on the counter. She grabbed the pen and quickly jotted down her number with her name written neatly on top. "Please call, day or night," Wanda said, walking to the front door. "I will. Thanks again," Camilla said, but Wanda wondered if she would. Wanda walked down the front steps and looked out at the view. Sugar Beach lay just yards away, and then the endless blue blending into sky. Large white puffy clouds floated across the horizon, sitting on the water like sailboats crossing the waters. What a view, she thought to herself. What a shame. She thought next, when she saw Marie looking out the bedroom window as she got into her car. Had she been asleep? Or had Marie avoided her like the other times? As Wanda parked and walked up to Evelyn's house to meet the girls to walk, she heard Biddy's laugh through the open windows. "There she is," Biddy said as Wanda opened the door. "You want a protein shake?" Evelyn said, holding out a drink to Wanda with a straw stuck in it. Strawberry mint, with every antioxidant Evelyn's daughter Renee could find, Wanda presumed. "Thanks," Wanda said, but she didn't feel all that good. She took another sip as Evelyn watched her, like she did, looking for signs of Wanda's health. "Did you ladies hear about Marty's sister-in-law, Marie?" Evelyn looked out the window and nodded. "We saw the police there yesterday, but didn't hear why. We assumed she got confused again." Wanda nodded. "Her daughter just came to town." "My own Grammy died from Alzheimer's." Biddy set her glass onto the counter and sat on a stool. "It's a horrible disease." "Do you think it's that?" Evelyn asked. "Well, I don't know for sure, but if she's at church in her pajamas..." Wanda shrugged. Biddy frowned. "Marie's young." All three women nodded. "She's around our age, isn't she?" Biddy asked. Wanda nodded. "She just turned 67. "What's with all the long faces?" Charlie said, walking into the kitchen. Evelyn's husband held the newspaper in his hand. "We're talking about Marie from across the street." Evelyn sighed. "Looks like it's what we thought." "Did Evelyn tell you about the police yesterday?" Charlie asked them, going for the coffee maker. Biddy and Wanda nodded. "Such a shame," Biddy said. "And now she's alone? Divorced or widowed?" "Marty said his brother left for another woman years ago." Wanda hadn't pushed for a lot of details. "From what he said, it sounds pretty messy." "It's probably time she doesn't live alone," Evelyn said. Wanda rubbed the smooth surface of marble countertop, uncomfortable about saying such a thing out loud. One of the lowest points in her own life had been thinking about that moment for herself. "Didn't you say one of the daughters ran away?" Biddy asked. "Is that the family I'm thinking of?" Wanda suddenly felt embarrassed by her gossiping. Even though she knew her friends weren't going to gab, she had a new sense of loyalty for Camilla and her mother. They may not be her family, but they were her husband's, and Marty loved his sister-in-law, no matter how grumpy she was. "Her daughter Camilla is here helping out, and she's a doll," Wanda said, trying to change the subject. "I told her about the meal train." "Well, let's get going before the sun gets too hot," Biddy said, moving on. "It's been wicked this summer." Wanda checked the mirror before walking out. Her curls had come back, but the strawberry color was left to only a tinge, with mostly silver. She never got used to seeing it, and half the time she thought she was looking at her mother in the reflection. As the women walked out into the spring sunshine, Wanda inhaled deeply and fully. Life had thrown everything at her, and here she was, still standing, still grateful for what she had. Wanda had found that in the darkest of times, the light was just a little peephole that needed to be stretched out like a cartoon black hole. One had to work hard on gratitude. Maybe Wanda was here to help be the one to stretch out that peephole, to help show the light even in the darkest of times. Chapter 7. Cleaning usually calmed Camilla, and over the past few days it centered her and helped her focus on one problem at a time. But at that moment, her mind skipped back and forth, from everything in New York to her mother's situation, like a ping-pong ball. One second she went from wanting to strangle Dean for stealing her idea to the helpless fear of losing her mother forever. What if Marie came downstairs from her nap and didn't know who she was? What if she never remembered? How could Angelina not help? Camilla grinded at the oven's glass, picking at the stains with her fingernails. She thought about calling her father and telling him about the situation, whether Marie liked it or not. He would be helpful even from afar. She wished someone would tell her what she should do. Being the younger sister of Angelina had been hard enough, but after she'd run away, it was as if Camilla was the only surviving child, and a daily reminder of what her parents had lost. No longer would the shining star of their family be there. The beautiful and talented Angelina was gone, and all that was left had been Millie, the overly anxious, shy girl that no one thought more of than Angelina's little sister. "Are you making lunch?" Marie asked from behind Camilla. Camilla jumped and hid her head inside the oven. "Oh my goodness, you scared me." "Why are you in the oven?" Marie stood in her pajamas. She hadn't gotten dressed, and it was 11 in the morning. Camilla hardly remembered a day when she woke up before her mother was dressed and ready to go. Marie didn't like sitting around. That was the reason she didn't like movies. Too much sitting. She didn't even read. "Aunt Wanda stopped by," Camilla said. She closed the oven and moved back to the piles of food in front of the fridge. She threw out a ranch dressing that was 3 years past its expiration date. "Wanda?" Marie scrunched her eyebrows. "I don't know a Wanda." Camilla watched her mother's reaction. Her eyebrows wrinkled. She genuinely didn't know who she meant. "Well, she's married to your brother. She said they could take you to church." "I can take myself to church." Marie's face twisted, as if Camilla was being ridiculous. Camilla studied her mother, as her eyes shot around, avoiding hers. How confused was her mother? "He's been single his whole life. He doesn't have a wife," Marie said snappily. Very confused. Did Camilla play along, or point out the truth? "Doesn't she have cancer? You told me she had cancer." Camilla went the conversation route, something she'd read about online. Calmly try to engage them with details that might trigger a memory through conversation. Camilla suddenly felt slightly embarrassed by the way she had behaved in front of her new aunt. She acted like a child, throwing her phone after another aggravating conversation with Dean. She must have looked so stupid having a fit. "She asked if you wanted to go on a walk with her and her friends," Camilla said. "Who?" Marie asked. "Wanda." Camilla cocked her head. "Your brother's wife?" "Who's Wanda?" Marie's forehead creased. Camilla opened her mouth, aggravated, ready to remind Marie, when she looked at her mother. Her mother's eyes flickered back and forth as she whispered, "Wanda?" "Anyway, I thought maybe we should go for a walk. I haven't been to the beach yet," Camilla said, moving to another topic. "When did you get here again?" Marie asked. Camilla had only been in town a few days, and she already noticed the signs that her mother was having an episode of confusion. Her mother's hands wrung together, over and over, twisting around each other in sheer panic. Her eyes darted around, as if trying to locate something she had lost. Camilla could see the anxiety growing inside her mother as she waited for Camilla's response. "I got here a few days ago." Marie's eyes widened at this, and then flickered around again, as if she was looking for the memory. "I thought your father was in the city." Marie was much worse than she thought. "Mom." Camilla placed her hand on her mother's as they spun. "Dad doesn't live here anymore. He lives in London with Elise." Her mother frowned. the anxiety overpowered by a sadness Camilla had never seen before. "I think I should go lie down," Marie said, standing up right away and walking off toward the stairs, as Camilla stared after her. She left without saying another word, Camilla's heart racing as she tried to figure out what just happened. Camilla needed help. Maybe Marie would kill her, but Camilla needed to do something. She picked up the phone and dialed his number.
"Hey, kiddo,"
her dad said. "Hey, Dad." She walked to the staircase to make sure her mother wasn't at the top. She looked up and saw her mother's door closed.
"What do I owe the pleasure?" he asked.
Camilla could hear people talking in the background and the sounds of a restaurant. She looked at her watch and calculated what time it was in London. "Do you have time to talk?" she asked.
"Always have time for my baby,"
he said. He seemed in a good mood. "Where are you and Elise?" she asked, now nervous to talk about Marie. Her stepmother never seemed to like the idea that her husband had a wife and family when she'd met him.
"We're at Elise's parents in London," he said. "You should visit."
Did her father ask her to come, knowing full well she wouldn't? Or to make Elise less of an evil stepmother? She had no idea, but either way, she wouldn't go. "Sounds nice," she said. She'd never been to London or Rome or any of the wonderful places her father visited while living overseas with his new wife. "I need to talk about Mom," she said. Her father went silent. She could hear silverware clinking against plates and the murmurs of other patrons. Millie had called her father about her mother before, mostly to complain when Marie would tell her she was getting old and needed to settle down with a husband. He had usually been the voice of reason when it came to her mother. He would remind Camilla that everything Marie did, she did with the intention of love.
"What's going on now?" he finally said.
"She doesn't want me to tell you," Camilla spoke softly. "But she was found wandering again." He let out a loud exhale.
"I'm sorry, Pumpkin."
Tears sprung to her eyes. "It's not like the last time I told you about." Her voice wobbled. "It's clear she's confused more and more."
"That's not good,"
he said, low and quiet.
"What's she going to do now?"
"I don't know." Camilla looked back at the staircase. "I'm at the house now."
"Well, I'm glad she has you," he said.
Like a pan hitting the side of her face, his comment struck her. She had expected a bit more sympathy, or at least an offer of help. Did he not see the mockery of the situation? "She only has me," she reminded him. "I've begged Angelina to get over their differences and come out, but she won't. I'm setting up all these appointments, and Marie's hiding in her bedroom. I don't know what to do. I need help." He sighed heavily into the phone.
"Millie, I'm not her husband anymore. It's been 15 years.
Her jaw dropped. "Are you kidding me right now? You were married for over 30 years. She could feel her heart rate rising. She didn't want to fight, especially since she hardly even talked to her dad anymore. But she needed help. "Please, Dad. I need help." Another heavy sigh, and Elise in the background said, "We have to get going, Frank."
"I'll be there in a second,"
he said. But there was a muffle, as if he'd covered the mouthpiece with his hand.
"Listen, sweetheart. I will help as much as I can, but your mother and I got divorced for a reason. Besides, your mother doesn't want me involved."
"That's not true," Camilla said, but it was very much true. "I'm the one asking. I'm the one who needs help, Dad, not just Mom. Me. I have a mother who is losing her mind. She doesn't know what's going on. She can't be left alone, and I don't know what to do. You know how hard it is to talk to her. I got here a few days ago, and she keeps asking me when I came. She even asked where you were. Please—"
"Millie,"
he said, cutting her off.
"I'm sorry, kiddo. But I have my own family now.
Camilla felt the pain hit her again. I'm not your family?
No, of course not.
Camilla could hear him cover the mouthpiece.
That's not what I meant. But your mother is no longer my responsibility.
His voice deepened like it did when she was a teenager. This voice freaked Camilla out as a young girl. It made her say no to boys, drugs, and breaking the law. But she didn't give a rat's tush. I need to know her financial stuff and things like that. She used her own forceful voice, the one she used around men like Dean and Robbie. You'd know that kind of stuff.
I'm in London, Camilla.
You at least owe Mom that, she said. Just because you divorced her doesn't mean your family disappeared. She's still the mother of your children, and your children need your help. He cleared his throat.
Come on, Millie. This is different.
No, it's not. I need your help. I don't know what to do.
Then it's time to call your sister.
Camilla froze. Did her dad just pass this off to someone else? Thanks a lot, she said. A bit quieter than she would have been with her mother, she noted.
I'm sorry, kiddo, he said. But Marie doesn't want me there. I am positive she didn't ask you to call me about this.
So? She wouldn't deny the truth. She heard an audible huff on the other end, then silence. Finally, he said,
Schedule a second opinion in Boston today.
She straightened up.
Then start writing down everything, and I mean everything. Confusion, what she ate, when she got up, what she does, behavior, etc. Everything you notice. Take it to the doctor's appointment and explain everything, he said. Keep everything together in a folder that you take to every appointment.
Do you think I should hire someone to stay at the house? She asked. Find a live-in care person? Someone who specializes in this type of disease. She didn't know what to expect. She had read about patients with Alzheimer's living independently for years after their diagnosis, but to some, the disease progressed much faster.
That's up to you, Millie, he said. But that can be very expensive.
Social services said she can't be left alone, she said. Camilla couldn't leave New York. She had her career. Robbie was going to fire her if she didn't return within a certain time frame. She was sure of it.
Then yes.
His voice sounded somber, instead of his usual optimistic, don't worry, be happy mantra.
You should think about selling the beach house.
Camilla faced the beach house. She hadn't thought it would come down to that. Really? She didn't want to think of selling. The house extended from the original Fisherman's Cape out from both ends, with generations adding new additions and more rooms. 4 additions, including a garage, had been built before Frank and Marie inherited the summer home. Every year, Camilla would come running out on the last day of school to her family's packed minivan. Her mother and sister would be in the front seats, waiting for her to get out. Marie would hand over Camilla's sunglasses, and they'd take off for Martha's Vineyard for the whole summer. They spent every day together. Each day, morning until dark, at the beach, sunbathing, swimming, and playing. She learned everything about life on that beach with her mother and sister, or from floating in the waters by herself, contemplating it. They celebrated birthdays and anniversaries in that house. They had lunches and fancy clam bakes. She met her closest friends and her first boyfriend. I don't know if I should sell, she said. The land would be a gold mine. Real estate agents left their card on a regular basis. The old Cape had been close to nothing when her great-great-grandparents had bought it. Now it had to be worth a fortune, where it was located. I could fix it up and rent it out. Maybe make enough for a place for Mom to stay in New York.
Why hold on to it? He asked. It's got to be worth a few million at least. Take the money and find a residential where your mother can get the care she needs.
A residential? Camilla didn't know if he was serious or not. Isn't that a nursing home?
Yes, Camilla, it is.
His voice was somber, and it triggered a pain she hadn't felt since she heard they were getting divorced.
She can't stay in the beach house by herself.
She heard Elise in the background again saying that they needed to go. Camilla looked up at the second floor and saw her mother looking out the window. Camilla covered her eyes, blocking out the sun. Was her mother looking at her, or at the sea beyond her? Camilla turned around and noticed Wanda and her friends walking on the beach. The three women wore hats and flowy scarves that blew in the wind. The waves pounded the shore as the tide rolled out.
Look, kiddo, I gotta go,
her dad said on the line. Fine, she said, wishing Elise would just let her have her dad without the stupid fight for his attention.
Call your uncle about places where your mom could receive care,
he said, and hung up. Her attention stayed on the women as they stopped at the end of the beach. Camilla realized she hadn't been to the beach. She hadn't wanted to leave her mother. Could she leave long enough for a walk along the beach? Not if there was an emergency. A sinking sensation pulled at her as she looked at the beach from her mother's yard. She wouldn't be able to go back to work if she couldn't even leave her mother to go for a walk. She looked up at her mother, but she no longer stood in the window. Camilla went back inside and grabbed her laptop. She'd start by looking at what was available for care on Martha's Vineyard. She first searched the estimated price of in-home care services, but couldn't find anything other than ballpark numbers of hourly wages. There were agencies who helped find caregivers for families. Others were hired through the nursing homes. The real question was if Marie would let someone inside her home, much less stay and take care of her. She hardly liked people. Camilla filled out a few websites for more information and quotes for in-home care providers for the local area. She looked at the time. They had a half hour until they needed to leave for her mother's appointment. She walked upstairs and knocked on Marie's door. "Mom?" The door opened and Marie stood in her pajamas, her hair still flattened from sleep. "You haven't started getting ready?" Camilla asked. "I'm not going," Marie said. "I don't need to see a doctor. I'm fine." "No, Mom, we're going," Camilla said. She didn't want to be harsh, but she needed to lay it out. "The police don't want you left alone until you figure out what's going on. We have to prove you've seen someone." Marie's face whitened. "What do you mean, the police?" Camilla hated this part. Marie had no recollection of how bad the situation was, and fought every step of the way. "The police said you can't be left alone." "The police?" Marie looked like she didn't know what Camilla was talking about. "You have to see the doctor today," Camilla said, as calmly as she could, but as she watched Marie's eyes dart back and forth, her own anxiety rose. Marie looked up at Camilla. "I'm not going." Camilla swallowed, pushing the panic back down into her stomach as her mother's eyes widened. What if Marie refused to go? Camilla couldn't make a grown woman leave her house. What would she do then? Worse, her mother looked terrified as her hands wrung together over and over and over again. Marie dropped onto the bed, her forehead creased with worry lines. "Where's your father?" Marie asked. "What?" Camilla didn't know what to do. Marie was getting more and more agitated. "Is he in Boston?" Marie asked, her anxiety turning to anger. Camilla stared at her mother. "Mom, Dad's in London with Elise." Then, without warning, Marie's eyes watered, and Camilla instantly looked away. She didn't like seeing her mother cry. It brought back too many unhappy memories. Suddenly, Marie grabbed hold of Camilla's hand, hard, tight, almost to the point where it hurt. She faced Camilla, her eyes pleading with her. "I don't want to go alone." "I'm here, Mom." Camilla rubbed her mother's hands. "I'm here." Marie nodded but didn't say anything. Camilla first noticed her parents' marriage crack when Angelina left. Then it continued to splinter away with every decision of life after that. By the time her parents did divorce, they lived separate lives, hardly even roommates. She had been out of the house long after that. How long had Marie been sick? "Let's get you ready for the doctor." Camilla let go of her mother's hands. She stood up, hoping to carefully nudge her mother toward going upstairs to get ready. "Is the appointment today?" Marie asked. "Yes," Camilla said, so many red flags popping in her head. "Today?" Marie's eyebrows lifted, as if this was new information. "Yes, we have an appointment with a neurologist," Camilla said. Marie looked at the floor, then back at Camilla. "When did you arrive on the island?" Chapter 8. Julia stuffed all the beach stuff into the red wagon around her daughter Jessie, who munched on her cracker. She looked at the wagon, towels, toys, food. She felt like she was missing something. "Jojo, grab the sunscreen from the counter," she called out as her oldest son began to walk out the back door. He dropped his head back at the ask and moaned. "Do I have to?" "Yes." Julia breathed in and held her breath, holding back the urge to say something back to him. Jojo had been having a rougher morning than usual. "DJ's going to be at the beach," she said as Jojo reappeared from the kitchen and handed her the tube of lotion. "Oh, really?" His wrinkled nose showed his feelings. "I can't stand that kid." "Hey," she warned. She pointed her finger at him. "That's not nice." "He's not nice," Jojo said, diving fully into the subject. "He complains about everything, and all he wants us to do is measure the seafloor depth. He doesn't even like the beach or go in the water because he's afraid of sharks." "It's cool, all the stuff he knows," Julia said, trying to sound interested in DJ's strange obsession with the sea level. Unfortunately, her 9-year-old little surfer wanted to be in the water, not looking at the tiny screen of depth finders on the sand. "He's a show-off know-it-all," Jojo continued. "Do we have to play with him?" Jacob, her 7-year-old, asked. "Yes," she said. "Sit, Jessie." Her baby girl, who was no longer a baby but a wild and crazy 3-year-old toddler, stood in the wagon. Jessie bounced instead. "No!" Julia lowered her voice and pointed at the seat. "Sit down." "No!" Jessie continued to bounce, and even threw in dance moves as her big brothers made faces at her. Julia could feel herself about to lose it. The pressure to contain her mental stability with the simplest tasks, like going to the beach, was getting to her. Her husband, Jose, had been swamped with work. He and his brother's construction business had been booming over the past few years, which had been a blessing. But the truth was, with more work, the less she saw her husband. Business on the Vineyard was booming. Tear-downs, new builds, and renovations filled his schedule. Then, in his free time, he coached Little League and volunteered at the fire station. She barely saw her husband. And with 3 kids on her own, she was about to lose it. This past week had been particularly rough. They had been stuck at home with miserable colds, and they were all at each other's throats. Today would mark the first time they had seen other human beings for almost a week. Julia couldn't wait to get adult conversation, and she wouldn't let her kids ruin it. Her children seemed to be fighting every step of the way. "I don't want to play at the beach," Jojo complained. "It's beautiful," she said, lifting her hands up to the sky. She then swooped in and picked up Jessie into her arms. "You either sit or walk to the beach. Which one?" Her daughter pointed to the wagon. "No standing in your wagon, do you understand?" she asked her 3-year-old. Jessie put her finger in her mouth, contemplating. Goodness gracious, her daughter was a princess. "Do you understand?" she asked her daughter again. Jessie nodded begrudgingly and leaned over to the wagon. "George will be there," she said. Jessie clapped her little hands together at this news. Unlike her brothers, her little girl loved her friends at the beach. She loved kissing George on the head and hugging him so tightly that George got scared at times. Back in her wagon, Jessie grabbed her sippy cup and leaned back. "You ready?" she asked the boys, who were now punching each other on the arm for the red towel that belonged to both. "It's mine!" Jojo yelled at his little but bigger brother. "No, it's not, it's mine!" Jacob yelled back. "Mom!" Julia walked away, pulling the wagon down the street toward the public beach walkway she and her family used to get to Sugar Beach, where she would meet her sister-in-law and best friend, Renee. At this point, she'd leave them behind to fight it out. She was done. Days are long, years are short, she thought over and over, as the boys continued to fight all the way to the beach. "Stop hitting yourself," Jacob said, as he hit his older brother with a float. Jojo swung a beach noodle and hit Jacob against his head. "If you don't stop this instant, I'm going to make you take a nap with Jessie," Julia warned the boys. But the fighting continued as they argued who'd get into the water first, while they ran toward Renee, George, and DJ, who were sitting on a beach towel under an umbrella. Her pregnant friend looked as though she was ready to pop at any moment. "You look very uncomfortable," Julia said as she approached, pulling the wagon through the sand. "I feel like a beached whale." Renee held her belly. "I don't know how women did this back in the days without air conditioning." "No kidding." Julia didn't envy Renee in the least. Being pregnant with one had been hard. She couldn't imagine what it would be like with twins. "I brought clothes for you and George," Julia said, gesturing her head to a bag in the wagon as she picked up Jessie. George held up his sand shovel at her. "Oh, George, are you inviting Jessie to play in the sand with you?" Renee asked. Jessie swiped George's shovel out of his hands. Julia turned to Jessie, removed the shovel out of her little tight grip, and said, "You have to ask politely to use his toys." "Please," Jessie said, using one of her only words. Then, without waiting, Jessie used her second favorite word as she stole it out of his hand. "Mine." "Goodness gracious, Jessica Roy Perez." Julia took the shovel out of her daughter's hand and handed it back to George. "You can't take someone's toy. They must give it to you." Jessie's eyebrows burrowed. She didn't like that answer. "No." Julia's body tensed up. "Do we need to go back home?" "Yes," Jojo said, as DJ turned on his depth finder and showed him the newest updates. Jacob nodded in agreement. "We're not going home," Julia yelled out, scaring George. The toddler's bottom lip puckered out, and he burst into tears. "Oh, I'm sorry, George." As Julia looked at her 3 children, she realized she had become that mother, the one whose children ran the show, and all she did was yell. Her mother. "Go!" She pointed to the water. "Go figure out how deep things are out there." Jojo groaned as Jacob, who didn't seem to care one way or another, followed DJ, who enjoyed Julia's suggestion. "If we go to the tide pools over near the cliffs, we could measure the depth every 5 feet. DJ played with the depth finder machine in his hand, while a pair of binoculars dangled around his neck. "My Grammy Biddy said there might be seals out on the rocks." This made Jojo start running. "I want to see a seal." Jacob took off after him as DJ lagged behind. "Wait up!" DJ yelled, half running, half walking to catch up to the boys. "How long will Lila and Biddy be in Oklahoma?" Julia asked Renee. "A few weeks," Renee said. Their friends were settling the will of Biddy's late husband, Richard, and had just left for the airport. "I told Drake I could help watch DJ while they're gone." "If you need any help, let me know," Julia said. Her boys and DJ may not have a ton in common, but he was a nice enough boy. They'd get over themselves. Julia had first met Renee when Renee had moved to the island, and they'd instantly connected and became fast friends. When Renee had married Julia's husband's brother, Mateo, and they became sisters-in-law, Julia couldn't believe her luck. She'd never had a sister growing up, but Renee had turned out to be the greatest thing that had happened to her, besides meeting Jose and having the kids. Julia admired Renee. Owner of a successful bakery, she still figured out how to have a family, a happy marriage, and stay close with family and friends. On top of all that, she never ever seemed to complain about any of it. How did Renee manage it all and take other people's children on top of everything? "How do you do it?" Julia asked, as Jessie took the watering can out of George's pile. She didn't bother to tell Jessie to ask since George hadn't noticed. "I feel like I'm falling apart, and all I do is stay home. You run a bakery, you're pregnant with twins, and you babysit." "I have Drake as acting manager at the bakery," Renee said. Biddy's son, who had moved to the island last Christmas, had been working at the bakery as manager. "But you still bake and stuff," Julia pointed out. "That's because I like to," Renee said. "And DJ is super helpful. You should have him come to your house. He loves to clean." Julia would love to have someone clean her house. "Does he do floors?" Renee nodded. "Yes, and he vacuums, washes the dishes. He does everything but toilets." "I could easily do the toilets," Julia said. Renee laughed. "He likes to be moving around like his grandmother Biddy. He can't sit still." "Neither can my children. They act like maniacs most of the time." The women laughed, as Jessie furiously shoveled sand over her shoulder to dig a hole. "What did you feed her this morning?" Renee teased. "Maybe the third bowl of Cocoa Puffs was a bad idea," Julia joked. She had spent the morning fighting with them to eat oatmeal. Julia was so glad she could be real with Renee. So many of the Mommy and Me groups had women competing with who was better than the other, from gluten-free, sugar-free cookies to whose kid was better academically, athletically, or socially. Julia looked at Jessie, who faced the other way and squatted. "Jessie, do you need to use the bathroom?" she asked her 3-year-old. Jessie shook her head but squatted further into position. She was going to poop. "Don't you poop!" Julia warned her daughter. "Let's make it to the bathroom, young lady." She got up from the blanket. "I need a girls' night out." "What did you say?" Renee asked, as she dug into the sand with George. Julia shook her head. "It's nothing." She didn't need to repeat it. Renee most likely would pass out from exhaustion as soon as she got home. She deserved to relax after being pregnant with twins, while also taking care of a 3-year-old, not to mention babysitting DJ, running a bakery, and being the best friend and sister-in-law a girl could ask for. No, she wouldn't bother Renee with her minute problems. Julia was beyond blessed, and she knew it. She had a loving and wonderful husband who would move mountains to make her happy. She had 3 healthy, happy children that may drive her crazy at times, but she wouldn't change things for the world. She just missed being the old Julia once in a while, the one who only had to worry about herself. She missed slipping out after work and hanging out with her friends. She missed sitting at home and watching cheesy romance movies. She missed shopping leisurely, touching the fabrics, trying things on. She missed leaving the house without packing it with her, just to go to the grocery store. "Shoot!" Julia slapped her thighs. "I forgot to put more wipes in the bag." "You can run into the house," Renee said, pointing to her mother's house that sat in the valley of Seagrass, alongside Sugar Beach. "And she can use their bathroom." Julia picked up Jessie, who had decided she didn't want to leave the beach. She began kicking and wiggled to get out of Julia's hold. "I can watch the boys while you go inside," Renee said. "My parents are at the grocery store." "Are you sure?" Julia looked at her child, who now flapped to get out of her arms. Renee nodded, looking at the boys by the rocks. "Of course." Julia took off toward the house. "We'll be right back." She swooped Jessie up and ran down the wooden plank walkway that led to the house. The hollow sounds of her footsteps echoed out through the sand dunes, rustling up birds within its grasses. Once she reached the house, she slipped off her flip-flops and opened the French doors into the house. "Evelyn?" she called out, making sure they weren't there. She didn't want to startle anyone. "Charlie?" She heard nothing but the ice maker. After stepping inside, she took Jessie to the restroom and waited for her. When Jessie finished and washed her hands, Julia noticed a figure at the front of the walkway. She squinted as she looked through the window. She recognized the face. Millie DeLuca? Julia couldn't believe it. Millie DeLuca hadn't been back to the island in years. As long as she had lived on Cliffside Point, she hadn't seen her old friend from her childhood. Millie DeLuca! She couldn't help herself as she burst out of the house in excitement. She ran out of the house and down the porch steps to where Millie stood along the walkway. Jessie clung to Julia's neck but stayed quiet from curiosity. "Oh, my goodness!" Millie's arms flung out. "Julia!" The two friends embraced each other as soon as they could. They hadn't seen each other since Julia's wedding and had lost touch over the past few years. Was the last time she saw her when Jessie was born? "Is this Jessie?" Millie covered her mouth with her hand. "She's so big now." "What are you doing back?" Julia grabbed hold of Millie's arms. "I'm visiting my mom." Millie jabbed her thumb back at the house. "I just wanted to take a peek at the beach." Julia nodded, tipping her head to get a look at Jessie, suddenly acting shy. "I'm set up with my kids over by our spot. You should come hang out," Julia said. "Or at the very least, let's set up a time to catch up. I've been dying to get out of the house." Millie frowned. "Have you heard about my mom?" Julia looked at the house. "No, what?" "It looks like she might have Alzheimer's or dementia." Julia's heart fell. She hadn't heard Mrs. DeLuca wasn't doing well. "Oh, Millie, I'm sorry to hear that." Millie made a smile, but her eyes flooded up. "She's completely normal one minute, and the next she's totally confused." Julia thought back to the last time she saw Mrs. DeLuca. It had been a while before the end of the year. "I am so sorry to hear this," Julia said. "How can I help?" Millie shook her head and rubbed the back of her hand against her cheek, wiping away a loose tear. "Honestly, I don't even know what to do. I just got here on the island. I don't even know where to start." Julia didn't know what to say. She felt a bit guilty for living so close but not knowing Mrs. DeLuca needed help. "I should have been checking in." "Oh," Julia said. "I've been so stuck in mommy world that I didn't even know Marie was unwell." "I didn't know either," Millie said, looking back at the house. "She never told me things were wrong." "Oh, no, that's rough." Julia shook her head. Another big blow to the DeLuca family. The family had gone through enough for one lifetime. Now this? "What can I do?" "Mom!" A familiar little voice yelled out at her. Julia swung around to see Jojo holding on to his soaking little brother by the shirt. "We need you!" Jojo yelled across the street. "Oh, no," Julia said. She turned back to Millie, but she hesitated. She didn't want to leave her old friend crying. Millie waved her off as she sniffled. "Go, I'm fine. It looks like you're needed elsewhere." Julia scrunched her forehead, feeling guilty she was leaving Millie, who obviously was going through something, and to deal with the responsibilities of little human beings who were narcissistic all the time. "Call me and let's catch up. I'd love to get out of the house and have a glass of wine." "Yes, let's do that," Millie nodded. "Tell Jose I said hello." "I will," Julia said, running toward her wet child. By the time she reached the boys, she saw Renee holding George, with DJ also wet. They got into a little bit of a scuffle. Julia went red. "What?" By the time she had dragged the boys back to the house, she'd stopped yelling. They sat in their room without any electronics or television and missed lunch. "You're going to starve us?" Jojo yelled as she shut the door. "Maybe next time you want to use your fists instead of your words, you'll remember starving." She stomped down the stairs in her own fit. Renee swore DJ was just as at fault, but Julia wouldn't excuse them either way. They had the advantage of brothers. She knew that advantage, having 3 brothers herself. When the boys were up in their room and Jessie taking her nap, Julia thought about Millie. When they were kids, Julia was the 3rd member of their gang of 3. All 3 were inseparable during those summers. When her parents owned the cottage down the road, they'd always spend the whole summer together. When she fixed dinner, she couldn't help but think about Mrs. DeLuca and her diagnosis. What a shame to get such a horrible disease, but so young. She wasn't much older than Julia's own parents, who seemed vibrant and still very full of life. And Millie looked beside herself, and by herself. Julia wondered if Angelina knew. "I'm home," Jose said from the mudroom, slamming the door behind him. The sound of their father alerted the boys of their freedom, and her 2 sons came screeching into the kitchen to greet their dad. "Hey, Mom's first," Jose said, walking over to Julia and dipping her into a big kiss. "You look amazing." She looked down at her stain-covered apron. "That's only because I made your favorite dinner." It smells so good in here." Jose dropped her further down into a dip and kissed her again. "You know how much I love your mashed potatoes."
"I want kisses," Jessie cried out. "I want kisses."
Jose lifted Julia back up. She watched as her husband swept up their little girl into his arms. She never saw Jose happier than when he was with his children, especially when he walked into the house with his family there to greet him. She loved seeing it too, and always tried to give him a few minutes to take it in, before she laid out the rest of the night's plan and schedules for the next few days. But this was her hardest time of the day, the time where her patience was in the negative, and she was stretching as thin as she could. Not to mention, it seemed to be the only time they were all together to talk about things lately. "You have baseball with JoJo in 45 minutes, she said, reminding him. Jose raised his hand to give a high five to JoJo. "All right, we have practice tonight." "Then I'm taking Jacob to his practice, which is in an hour." She looked at the calendar to double-check the times. "His games were changed from morning to afternoon this Saturday." "Does that mean we're going to miss his game?" Jose said, figuring out the conflict. She nodded, secretly wishing her husband hadn't taken on the position as coach of her eldest son's team. If her son hadn't been so darn happy about having his dad for a coach, she would have asked Jose to skip volunteering. Yes, it was wonderful he wanted to do it. Many dads didn't offer help, and she certainly didn't know baseball well enough to do it herself. But it meant she was stuck with everything else. Drop-offs, pickups, games, snacks, finding the equipment, water bottles, watching Jessie, and keeping her rambunctious daughter occupied through t-ball games and practices. And she felt like a jerk complaining about it. Because Jose was wonderful. She had the greatest husband, who was the greatest dad, and would totally not volunteer if she had asked him. But she wanted to be the hero, too. No one hugged her like that when she washed and changed their sheets, or cleaned the tub, or helped them with their homework. Everything she had to do for the family was work no one appreciated. All Jose had to do was walk in the door. "Is dinner ready?" Jose asked. It was a legitimate question. She had dinner on the stove, the chicken was simmering in the sauce, the vegetables steaming on the stove, the salad was ready to go. But the comment broke her. "Am I just everyone's maid in this house?" she snapped, dropping the colander into the sink. Her tantrum was only starting, but by Jose's reaction, it looked like it might be epic. "All I did today was wait hand and foot on everyone. I cleaned up poop, sandy wet boys, a dirty house, fixed dinner, and you just waltz in here and ask when dinner's ready?" Jose didn't answer. He stood frozen as he held Jessie in his arms.
"Why so mad, Mommy?"
Jessie asked, in a voice that reminded Julia what a jerk she was being. But she couldn't stop herself. No one seemed to see her breaking right before their eyes. "Do you need help?" Jose asked. "No!" She marched to the pot of steaming vegetables and grabbed her oven mitts. Putting them on, she ignored Jose's question and continued with her tantrum. She turned the pot over and drained the water, dumping all the vegetables into the colander. Steam rose into her face, and she bit her lip, holding back her emotions. She was being ridiculous, but she couldn't help herself. "I'm fine."
Uh-oh,
Jose said under his breath. If she had stopped and gave pause, Julia would have asked for a hug. All she wanted at that moment was to be recognized, and she could have slowed down and explained that to Jose. He would have understood and given her that hug. But she didn't slow down. Instead, Julia went full throttle crazy. "Are you kidding me?" Her claws came out. She dropped the colander into the sink with half the vegetables dumping among the dirty dishes. She grabbed her phone. "Did you say uh-oh?" Jose had been married long enough to know never to answer a question. She headed to the back door. "Where are you going?" he asked as she turned the knob. "I'll be back for Jacob before you leave," she said, not directly answering his question, because she didn't know where she was going. She had less than a half hour to let off some steam. Her stride fast and strong, she pounded down the road on a mission, past her neighbors, her parents' old cottage set off in the hills, and the beach access. She kept thinking she was headed toward Evelyn's place, but she stopped in front of Mrs. DeLuca's instead. She hadn't really taken the time to look at how badly the old cottage's state had become. The gray clapboard had missing pieces and had lost its luster years ago. The window boxes that had once grown huge pink geraniums each summer now had moss and weeds. The side of the house had mold. The front side had been faded by the sun. All Mrs. DeLuca's gorgeous gardens were overgrown. The grass was burnt and patchy. The shrubs were too tall and covered most of the first-floor windows, hiding the front porch completely. It used to have the best view. She stood there without really thinking about Mrs. DeLuca's home, but her own. She was spinning without any end in sight. There was no break, no freedom, no support. And she felt alone. Jose was a great provider, but he worked all the time. When he didn't work, he met with subcontractors and others after work. He liked to go out with his brothers. He deserved to go out, too. It wasn't that she even cared that he was busy, but she just wanted more help at home. She didn't want to be the only one cooking, cleaning, and doing everything for the kids. She was grateful she stayed at home, but she had never intended to. She had wanted to keep working, but when they'd realized daycare would be almost as much as her paycheck, she decided to stay home with the kids. Stay-at-home mom. And she loved it. She did. She just wanted to have some of her needs met, as much as everyone else's. "Can I help you?" a voice asked from the porch. "Oh!" Julia jumped when she saw a figure stand from the chair in the shadows. "I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Mrs. DeLuca. How are you?" Julia waved at the older woman. Mrs. DeLuca yelled from the porch. "We don't want anything!" Julia held up her hand, shaking her head. "I'm not selling anything, Mrs. DeLuca. It's me, Julia Roy. Now Julia Perez. I was friends with your daughters." Mrs. DeLuca's eyes narrowed. "I don't know you." Mrs. DeLuca stood up abruptly, pushing back her rocking chair, and went straight inside. The curtain flickered, and Julia saw Mrs. DeLuca peeking behind it. Julia left before she made more of a scene. What was she doing standing at the end of Mrs. DeLuca's driveway anyway? She walked back home. By the time she reached her own driveway, she heard Jessie screaming. "There's Mommy!" cried out Jose. Jessie smooshed her face against the glass of the front door, tears streaming down, along with snot dripping from her nose. "I'm back," Julia said, walking up the steps, feeling stupid, still slightly overwhelmed, but suddenly grateful.
I'm sorry you didn't feel appreciated.
Jose placed his hand on her arm, looking into her eyes. She could tell he meant it, which made her feel even worse. What was she complaining about? She got to stay home in a beautiful house, raising her amazing family with the guy of her dreams. How many women would kill to be in her position? "I'm sorry I freaked out," she said, and fell into her husband's chest.
Don't be. I'm glad you told me, he said. Let's figure out some dinners I can make.
She thought about Camilla. As far as she knew, Camilla wasn't married or had children. Was Camilla happy without the husband and kids? Or did she wish to have a family like Julia? Chapter 9. Elias drove home exhausted. All he wanted to do was take a shower and go to bed, but he had promised to go to some clam bake with Debbie. He had no reason to go other than for her. None of the people at the clam bake were his friends. They were summer people who came to the island mostly on the weekends. Debbie had grown up as a summer person, coming to the island to stay at her parents' place, so Debbie would often get invited to those things. And in turn, he, the local guy, got to be the +1. The one who worked on their houses. The one they whispered about. The one who'd never really fit in. Even though he'd probably earned more money on his own than any of them had on their own, they looked at him as though he were nothing more than their gardener. Summer people. Debbie was a summer person, who had ended up staying. But she liked to point out that she wasn't originally an islander, only recently when she'd met Elias. They had met years ago as kids, running the beaches with friends, being idiots together. Then years later, he got a message that she would be in town and they should meet up for a drink. They'd been together ever since. 3 years didn't feel like a long time. But to many people, including his family, 3 years with a woman in her 30s meant you had to be serious. It wasn't like he didn't want to get married. He did. He wanted the wife and the family and everything else that came with it. But he also wanted to be able to enjoy all of it. With the way he was working, he barely had time for anything these days, including clam bakes at some guy's house he'd never been to. "You look miserable," Debbie said, as soon as she got in the truck. "That obvious?" He sighed, hoping this wouldn't start a fight. "I'm just tired." "You're always tired," she said. Looked like she was looking for one. "So, whose place are we going to?" he asked, changing the subject as he pulled out of her driveway. Technically not her driveway, but her parents' summer house driveway, where she stayed when she came to the island. One difference between Debbie and the summer trust fund babies was that she worked hard. As the head of HR at an international Fortune 500 company, she was the one who barely had time for him. Clam bakes, schmoozing, going to events, and networking to meet more clients was how Debbie usually got to socialize with anyone. She looked gorgeous, of course, a sophistication that came with money. He had remembered a snob, but as it turned out, she was funny, and he admired her hard-working attitude. Though with her trust fund from her granddaddy, she didn't technically have to work. She loved her career as much as he did. She lived on the mainland, but they would visit each other when they could, him going to the city, her coming to the island. They made it work. They had a lot in common. The love of Martha's Vineyard being one. At first, it was nothing serious. But as time moved on and the longer they stayed together, the more everyone else seemed to think it was serious and got into their business. Her father gave him a speech about dragging her along. His own family kept asking him when he was going to pop the question. And then, one day, while they were walking through town, Debbie pointed to a ring in a display. "I want you to buy that one," she said, pointing to the biggest and most expensive ring. So, he returned another day and bought it, and hid it away in a drawer at home. He loved her, she loved him. What was the problem? "Debbie!" a man's voice called out as they walked around the back of the house. The crowd smiled as Debbie walked around, Elias in the rear, but it wouldn't matter. No one cared if Elias made it or not. They weren't calling out his name. Debbie turned around suddenly. "Oh, I forgot my purse. Will you grab it?" Elias nodded and didn't need to be asked twice. He couldn't wait to get out of there. As he turned around, Debbie joined the crowd, hugging her friends from childhood. Debbie swore there wasn't a divide among him and the others, and if there was, she'd joke that she was the bridge. But even tethered to Debbie, he felt like a buoy among sailboats. He had to work hard for every penny he had, and it would never amount to the kind of money these people spent in just a weekend. They had summer homes and private jets and luxury yachts. Their families had letters behind their names. Elias wasn't broke, and to most he made a good living, but he didn't have the kind of wealth these people had inherited. The kind of money that had no end. The kind of power old money gave them. Elias didn't have any of that. "So, Debbie told us you're building a new brewery in town," Sebastian said when Elias returned with Debbie's purse. Elias wondered how much Debbie had exaggerated about it as well. "Yes, Dennis McCleary's new place." "That should be a good location," Sebastian said. Elias knew it would be a great location, because it wasn't people like Sebastian stopping there. It was your summer tourists, who saved all year to visit Martha's Vineyard for a week. The island's social structure had 3 major players: summer people, tourists, and locals, and very few in between. Elias was, and always would be, a local. Being a local brought a certain sense of pride. This was his island. He knew everything about the island and her beauty. Her secret coves and crevices, her best beaches, her hidden ones. The best views and the quietest spots. He knew it all. He explored every square inch of this island as a kid with his brothers. He knew it like the back of his hand. But he teetered, as Jose called it. He navigated a tightrope of being in with the summer people and Debbie, and being a local through his relationships with work, and with his family. He had to balance being local enough to a local, and not being too local to the summer people. But Sebastian talked to him like he was an idiot, as if his degree from Boston College meant nothing. All those years studying landscape design and everything that came with it. He had worked landscaping at 13. At 16, his brothers had picked up construction jobs around the neighborhood. During the summer months, he and his brothers had started their business while he was still in college. He had more than the 10,000 hours that defined him as an expert, not to mention the drive and support. Yet, to summer people, he was just a handyman. "I heard you remodel kitchens?" Sebastian asked. Elias almost corrected him, but didn't for Debbie's sake. "You thinking of remodeling your kitchen?" he asked instead. He looked around Sebastian's place, a gorgeous new colonial built after a teardown. Elias wasn't sure who the builder was, but probably someone contracting out from the mainland. There were only a few local builders around Martha's Vineyard, and not all were reliable like he and his brothers. Their love of building came from being broke, with parents who worked in the service industry, serving the island's summer people and tourists, trying to live the American dream. It was a hard life, but they had raised 6 kids, given them a home with love and food on the table. And because they couldn't afford a plumber or an electrician or a handyman, the boys and their father had learned together. The family home had become their workshop, the old rusted-out wood stove replaced with a tumbled stone fireplace. The cabinets were refinished, the floors torn out and replaced, and tiles put in the bathroom. For Christmas, they asked for tools, a wood saw, a drill, and a tile cutter. By the time Jose had graduated high school, the 3 brothers had built the family's deck, a shed, and a neighbor's boathouse. Jose had gone to school for construction management. Mateo had gone straight into building. Elias had gone to Boston College, more to play football and find girls than for landscape and engineering, but he had graduated magna cum laude, making Rosa Perez cry throughout the ceremony. Her baby had finally graduated, and might actually make a success out of himself. I'd like to remodel my basement, Sebastian said, gesturing his hand toward the bottom floor of his house.
And put in a wet bar.
Elias had just met with a client for a multi-million-dollar build, and this guy thought he could remodel his basement? Ah! He didn't know what to say. If this had been some stranger off the street, he'd laugh at the suggestion. But as Debbie's guest, did he just take the insult? Look like a wet dog as this jerk talked down to him? What are you thinking of doing? Sebastian grinned and placed his hand on Elias's back.
I was thinking a guy's room, you know, where I could invite my friends over for poker. Make it look like Vegas.
Elias hated a themed room.
Cool. Want to see it?
Sebastian asked. Elias could see through the windows at the bare studs and cement floor. It was a boxy room with a plywood staircase in the middle. Looks like a basement. Elias didn't want to be trapped in a cold cement room with this guy, but Debbie smiled from the wife group as Sebastian whisked him away. 45 minutes later, Elias finally stepped out from the cold basement and grabbed a cold piece of chicken and a few appetizers that were picked at.
Thanks for checking the space out, Sebastian said. Look, I know Debbie's dad is pushing for this prenup, but if you ever need someone to look over things before you decide on anything, give me a call.
Sebastian handed over a card with his name and 5 letters capitalized, signaling their importance. Sebastian Morse, J.D. ESQ. Thanks, Elias said, holding the card. He shook the card back at Sebastian.
Did you say prenup?
He turned to look for Debbie as Sebastian's attention moved to other guests, but he didn't see her.
Hey, Elias,
said a woman carrying a tray. Barbecues meant waitstaff to Sebastian and his friends. Elias turned around to see a friend from high school.
Well, if it isn't Hannah Miller.
The two hugged carefully as she held the tray.
What are you doing here?
Hannah asked. He looked out at the crowd of trust funds and generational wealth and answered,
I have no idea.
Hannah laughed, but jerked her head up at the deck as Debbie came out of the house with a group of wives.
Oh, right. Aren't you with that girl?
Debbie looked out over the deck, looking for him, and soon her eyes stopped right on him and narrowed.
She doesn't look happy you're talking to me,
Hannah said. He made a face as if she was wrong, but Hannah had hit the nail on its head. Debbie wouldn't like the fact he was standing off on the side with Hannah. Hannah didn't stick around, and Debbie's attention was soon taken back by the group of women she was standing with. He made his way through the crowd back to Debbie, who talked animatedly about the market. Debbie wanted a prenup?
Hey, Debbie,
he heard Sebastian say.
I think I may have let the cat out of the bag.
What do you mean? She asked with her group of wife friends.
I may have mentioned the prenup.
Sebastian's voice trailed off, and before Elias could turn around and not be spotted, one of Debbie's friends noticed him. He froze, making the group of women look over at him. Some of the women's faces dropped, but others smiled, even laughed at the awkwardness of the situation. He gave a nod, not sure what to do at this point, and kept moving through the crowd, pretending as if he hadn't heard what had been said. He continued around the house and straight to his truck. He'd take a few moments to calm himself down. What was Debbie doing telling all her friends about a prenup without talking to him first? How long had she and her family been discussing this? He knew Debbie had come from money, but she never had any of it. All her money, if there actually was money, had been tied up in trust funds and legal documents. She spent most of her monthly allowance on nothing important, like her nails and hair and clothes and stupid purses she couldn't fit anything in. He was the one in the relationship who made and spent the money. He paid for the restaurants and the expensive trips and all the other things that added up. She didn't spend a dime on Elias. Not that he wanted his girl to pay for a thing. He was proud to pay. But to think that he wanted to marry Debbie for her wealth was ridiculous. And he bet $1 million to 1 that the prenup wasn't her idea. Debbie didn't think he'd steal her money, but her parents would.
I'm so sorry,
Debbie said as soon as she reached the truck and opened the door. She got in and reached across the console for his hand.
I didn't mean for you to find out this way.
He could see she was upset, but was it because she got caught? He removed his hand from underneath hers and turned the engine. He turned up the heat. The sun's warmth had evaporated as dusk settled around them. I'm headed home, he said. Will you have a ride if you stay?
I meant to tell you myself,
she said, her eyes pleading with him.
It just came up in conversation. Don't be like this.
He looked out the windshield, straight ahead, for a long time, before he said, I should go. He put the truck into reverse, waiting for her to jump out or not. But then she looked at him.
Elias, I'm sorry you found out that way, but I need to protect my future, she said. We really don't know what's going to happen.
She spoke so matter-of-factly that he was certain she'd had conversations about it well before now. In Elias's future, he thought about other things, like finding the perfect house where they could grow a family, how he could set up a 401k, what he needed to do for their retirement. Not how he could keep his wealth away from his potential wife.
I mean, if we got married, I'd insist on having one.
She adjusted in her seat and moved away.
I don't even know why you're upset. You haven't exactly asked the question.
She crossed her arms in the seat. He stayed silent, knowing enough from having 3 older sisters when he'd lost an argument. Maybe it was time to ask the question. A prenup? He wondered if Jose had signed a prenup with Julia and her family. She had family money that had helped them secure a down payment on the house. But did she come from enough where she needed to protect herself for a possible divorce in the future? There had never been a divorce in his family, and he didn't want to start his marriage with the idea that there might be one. Will there be provisions in there about my money and business? He knew he may not be worth as much without his own trust fund, but he still had something. She looked at him, surprised. That's different. How is that different? He asked. He was certain she had to see how ridiculous the whole thing was. Do you really think I'd marry you for your money? There was a pause. A very clear and distinct pause. Before she answered with, No, I don't think you'd marry me for my money. But I don't know what might happen if things ended. What if things got ugly? Everything changed right then and there for Elias. He couldn't believe she thought he would be capable of purposely hurting her, to the point he'd take her money. He'd never think he was capable of something like that. How could she? I want nothing to do with the money your great-granddaddy earned off the backs of the less fortunate. She scowled. Oh, here we go. You want me to feel guilty for what I have? Elias shook his head. No. I just want you to realize I want nothing to do with your family's money. I would have signed that stupid prenup if you had asked me, but instead you tell your friends at a barbecue about it? I think we should shelve this conversation until you calm down, she said. Elias almost leaned across her to open the door, but he inhaled a long, concentrated breath through his nostrils. Why don't you just take me home? She said, pouting. He pulled out of the driveway, not saying another word. Instead, he fought in his head. She was shelving the conversation. He was done. When he drove down Cliffside Point, he slowed down right in front of the Cape. What do you think of a place like that? He asked, suddenly wanting to know the answer more than anything. He pulled to a complete stop, looking across her in the passenger seat, through the window to the house. I heard it might go up for sale. I hope they tear it down, Debbie said, hardly even looking at the house. Tear it down? He had seen the differences between them before, but never had they been so blatant. I'd bring it back to its original beauty. Just then, the porch lights turned on as a woman stood trying to see through the overgrown bushes what he was doing stopping in the middle of the road. "We should probably move forward," Debbie said, scrolling the blue screen on her phone and acting as if nothing major had happened between them. But something major had happened to him. As he dropped her off, he said goodnight and kissed her quickly on the lips. "Elias, you're being a baby about this," she complained, standing at the truck's door. "My parents are in the city. Come inside." Maybe he was being a baby, but he had no desire to go into her parents' summer home. "Not tonight. I'm tired." But Elias didn't sleep. Instead, he lay in bed thinking about the property, the dream home, and how he'd never have to sign Debbie's prenup. Because he now knew he could never marry her. Chapter 10. The second neurologist met with both Marie and Camilla and also ordered more tests and labs to rule out other conditions. "I'm sending you to the best," the doctor said to her mother. "Dr. Bernard will do some scans and run some more tests. He'll also want to interview close family and friends." Would Camilla be considered part of that category? Would she even be able to answer the questions? She didn't really know her mother anymore. At least not the Marie who sat in the doctor's office scowling. After setting up all the appointments, which would be another week out, Camilla and Marie left to go back to the house. They drove in silence, even up until Camilla pulled into the garage. "You doing okay?" Camilla finally asked, once she shut the engine off. Camilla had friends whose mothers took them shopping or hung out with them. Her mother had always been hardcore traditional, the perfect Catholic wife and mother. She constantly cooked and prayed and cleaned. Her entertainment had been playing cards, while other moms took their daughters to concerts. "I'm fine," Marie said. "I think I'm going to lie down and rest." Camilla nodded her head, wanting to say more, but not sure how to bring it up. As much as Angelina wanted to complain, Marie had been a wonderful mother, always taking care of the girls, always making food, cleaning up after them. She never sat around like the other mothers, gabbing about who was dating whom. She didn't get into the goings-on with her daughter's friends, who married whom, and what they did after college. Marie knew nothing about Camilla's life in the city, or about her job, or her friends. All her mother knew was she graduated with a communications degree from San Francisco State and worked in an office building in New York City. And Camilla knew less about her mother. "Do you have a plan?" Camilla didn't know what else to ask. She had read that many people needed to write a plan for the worst-case scenario. Marie shook her head. "Do you have a will?" Camilla hadn't even thought about a will until then. "I don't need you to worry about me." Marie plucked a piece of fuzz off her slacks. "I'll be just fine." "Mom," Camilla turned in her seat, "we need to come up with a plan." Marie's eyes shifted, and she faced the other way. "I can do everything myself. I don't need my daughter to write a plan. No, I'm fine." This was what she had feared. "Mom, you have to be prepared." "I had a plan with your father," she said, "but I lost it in the divorce." Camilla didn't know the ins and outs of her parents' divorce. She knew her mother got the beach house, but she didn't know what else. "I think we should call a lawyer and come up with a plan that you feel comfortable with," Camilla said, sounding foreign and not herself. Like an auto-response operator when a patient calls for information about their health while waiting on hold. Her mother wrung her hands together, over and over, as she stared out the car window. Camilla wished she could ask her mother if she was scared. But she didn't have enough guts, because she was nervous to see her mother, tough Sicilian Marie, scared. Camilla reached across the console and placed her hand on top of her mother's without saying a word, and just left it there. She waited for Marie to remove it, or at least remove hers, but she didn't. She kept her hand there for what felt like a long time, both of them staring out the windshield. Camilla wanted to tell her everything in her head, that they'd get through this together. She wouldn't leave until they knew what was going on, that she was scared too. But she didn't say anything. She didn't want to promise something she couldn't keep. What did her mother want for herself? And what could Camilla provide for her mother that was realistic? Angelina had been avoiding her calls, saying she'd call later, which she never did. Did Angelina think Camilla could just leave New York and her job? Did she not think her life and job were important too? But Angelina wouldn't know about Camilla's life, only as much as Marie would. Her sister and niece had never visited her in the city. Actually, Marie had visited more than Angelina, if she were counting, which she wasn't. But still, Angelina always said she didn't have the money. But she had the money to go on different vacations, like the beaches in Mexico, or rent a lodge in Yosemite with her daughter. So why did Camilla even want to save a beach house if they didn't even visit each other now? A pain sliced in her heart, because the house represented a time when life was happy, where she could dream and explore and wonder without a care in the world, where she felt safe with her family together. The house held the only real happy memories she had left. Marie may not have been the perfect mother, but she had tried her best, and to Camilla, that meant enough to forgive her faults. She dialed Angelina's number. "Have you made a reservation for flights yet?" "I'm not coming, Camilla," Angelina said. "I have to—" She didn't even let Angelina think of an excuse. "You need to come, Angelina. I need you." "I don't owe her anything." Angelina still fought this. "You know who you owe." She didn't want to always have to remind Angelina, but she was done with this game. "You owe me." She didn't say anything. Silence permeated, as both sisters stubbornly didn't back down. Finally, Angelina let out a long moan. "Let me talk to Penny tonight." Camilla immediately started going on websites as she hung up. She bought 2 open one-way tickets from San Francisco to Boston. She sent the information of the flights through text and email. Now her sister had no excuse. Marie had stayed in her room all night, but Camilla knew if she could get her mother to cook, it would relax her. Marie loved to cook. "Let's make something for dinner," Camilla said after she knocked on Marie's door. She thought about her favorite meal that her mother made. "We could make some homemade gnocchi and a nice salad." "I think I'm going to skip dinner tonight," Marie said through the door. "I need help. I haven't made gnocchi in years." Camilla thought about all those times she'd shadowed her mother in the kitchen, following behind her as she cooked for their father and sister. "I don't think so," Marie said. "Not tonight." Camilla hadn't cleaned her mother's room, but when she looked inside, the room was dark and had all the shades pulled down. It looked like a bomb had exploded. Clothes littered the floor, empty hangers lay on the carpet. Junk was piled everywhere. There was a funk looming in the air. "Then I'm cleaning this room," Camilla said, breathing through her mouth. "I'll meet you downstairs," her mother said, closing the door. Camilla went downstairs and out to the porch. It had been the heart of the house when she had been growing up, where she and Angelina congregated with their friends, where they would sit and play cards as a family, where her mother would read her books. They'd have dinner out there or watch the sunrise. She and Angelina had so many sleepovers on the porch. How many nights had she just stared up at the sky and listened to the waves roll onto shore? After a half hour, she checked on her mother, but she didn't answer the door. When she peeked inside, her mother was lying down under the covers. Camilla quietly closed the door behind her and headed downstairs. Her mother never came down. For the rest of the afternoon, Camilla worked on the copy edits Dean had assigned her. She tried focusing her anger on the fact she'd be the one in charge of delegating tasks to the team. If she had been in that pitch meeting, right? Robbie would have seen that she had been the one who came up with the idea, not Dean. He would have asked her to lead the team for the account when he realized Dean had no clue what he was talking about. Right? The more she thought about things, the more she had a feeling Robbie would have still given it to Dean anyway. She called Rebecca. "How's your mom?" Rebecca asked. Camilla didn't even know how to talk about it. She looked out at the water, annoyed her mother hid in her room. "She's okay," Camilla said. "How long are you going to stay?" Rebecca asked. In the past 10 years, Camilla had never taken more than a week's vacation at a time. A few sick days here and there, but almost never. She didn't like being out. She liked being at work. She had been nothing but a loyal worker bee for Robert and his marketing firm. Yet, none of it mattered. At least until next week. She heard Rebecca make a noise as though this was not good news. "What?" she asked. "It's just that Dean's already messing everything up," Rebecca said. "What do you mean?" Camilla rubbed her forehead. This was what she feared most. If she didn't get back, Dean would mess this whole project up, and she was sure she'd get her credit then. That's when he'd make sure to let everyone know it was her idea. "He's changing the whole slogan," Rebecca said. "What?" Camilla couldn't believe he'd do that. Not after approval. He wasn't that much of an idiot, was he? "You need to get to Anders and tell him to convince Dean not to change the slogan," she said. "I'll try calling him and talking to him." But Anders didn't answer, and neither did Dean. The next day, Marie was off, distant. When Marie finally came downstairs, she went right back upstairs to rest within an hour. Camilla couldn't work. Instead, she cleaned. She pulled out the drawers and organized. She threw out things that were stuffed inside drawers and cabinets, like old napkins and written scraps of paper from card games. She found a postcard from her grandmother who had died over 30 years ago, and a ton of TV guides. She made different piles, to throw out, to keep, to put back where they belong. She organized every item in every drawer, nook, and cranny. Decks of cards were all over the house. When she dusted the record player, she plugged it in, pulling out some of her favorites from when she was a little girl. Etta James, Diana Ross, and Madonna. At first, Camilla didn't see Marie until she stood in the room, a half smile on her face. "I haven't heard this album in a long time." Etta dragged out a low note, a minor key hit with such soul. It stung her eyes, seeing her mom standing with a genuine smile. "Grandpa listened to this stuff all the time," Marie said. Camilla smiled at the thought. "I just remember his big bushy eyebrows." Marie laughed. "He loved music, but he mostly loved jazz. So did you when we would come for the summers." Camilla could remember dancing with Angelina, pretending to be slow dancing. Marie walked to the cabinet, to the albums, and pulled out another one. "Play this next." "Dolly Parton?" The cover had Dolly's signature bleach blonde hair with the title, "Hello, I'm Dolly," in yellow font. "I loved her," Marie said. "I used to rat my hair and sing into a hairbrush. Grandpa almost lost his mind when I sang the lyrics in the car." Camilla laughed at the thought of her uptight Catholic grandfather. "You must have been glad he didn't have to know you got a divorce," Camilla said. Her grandparents had been very strict when it came to the church. It meant everything to them. "Yes," Marie said, pulling out a Lionel Richie album and setting it next to Madonna's. "He would have been very disappointed." Camilla bit the inside of her cheek as she contemplated asking more questions. Marie could be finicky answering. Sometimes she revealed herself, while most times she liked a strict boundary between parent and child. "Do you know that your father tried to take the beach house in the divorce?" Marie spoke calmly, but there was a bite to her words. Camilla stared at her mother, hoping she would stop what she was about to begin. She didn't want whatever she had to say to make things worse. "My grandparents' dream home," she said, her eyes tearing up. "He actually had the nerve to try to take that away from me." Camilla inhaled, unable to find the right thing to say. What could she say? She didn't want to know that side of her father. Her father had been her hero, but now he was a guy she couldn't trust. Marie had put all her faith in Frank DeLuca, all to be fooled in the end. Marie trusted Frank with their family decisions, their money, her money, everything in their life, only to be duped. "I can't change what he did," Camilla said. "I'm not my father." Marie's eyes narrowed as she slammed her hands on top of the dining room table. "He didn't even think about how the divorce would affect you." Camilla didn't want to hear it. "Mom, please stop. You know I don't want to talk about Dad." "Do you really think Elise would keep my parents' beach cottage for you?" Marie asked. "I don't have to wonder because she doesn't own the beach house. You do." But Camilla hadn't thought about Elise in the divorce before. Had Elise been around all along? "He would have sold it, just like the house in North Reading," she said, mumbling about how rotten Camilla's father had been. "He would have sold your inheritance." Camilla shook her head at her mother's dramatics. "He wouldn't have sold the house." "Your inheritance," Marie said, shaking her head. "This is your home." "If it were up to me, then I think we should consider selling this place," Camilla said, watching her mother frown at the possibility. "Get the money and find a smaller place." And like a Band-Aid, she said what she had been thinking inside. "Maybe an assisted living place where you have your own apartment, but also staff that can help support you." "You mean a nursing home?" Her eyes widened, then tore away from Camilla. "Why do we have to sell the house? Why don't you hold on to it? And when you start a family, you can use it like us." Camilla looked at the family dining room table and rubbed her hand against its surface. The sturdy oak had been the centerpiece for every dinner, every holiday, every celebration in their family. Stained and scratched and dented, so much had happened around that table. Cousins and friends, aunts and uncles, her grandparents, her father, and Angie. All had sat in one of the chairs, celebrated, mourned. The beach had been the magnet drawing them all together. "I've called a few places for in-home care." Camilla traced a line in the wood with her finger. "I don't know how lucky we're going to be, but maybe we can find help for the meantime." Marie sat down at the table, setting her hands down, and stretched out her fingers. She adjusted the ring on her middle finger, placing the diamond perfectly in the center. "I don't want to be a burden to you and Angelina," Marie said, looking in the other direction. "I can sell the house if you think that's best." "You're not a burden, Mom." Camilla wished she could speak normally with Marie, not pussyfoot around the truth. Be like the Camilla at work, direct and to the point. Well, until recently, when Robert Sr. was still CEO, when she owned her work, and would never have been so insecure to share her ideas with Dean. She would have represented it confidently, and Robert would have loved it. After Dean told her what Robbie had said about her being an outdated cat lady, she had become so obsessed about making a good impression for young and hip Robbie. She had asked for Dean's opinion, and like all men in her life, she shouldn't have trusted him. "Look, no one is selling anything." Camilla grabbed the calendar she had found in the drawer and opened it up to the current month. "We have a few appointments we need to go to before we make any decisions." Marie nodded, but her eyes showed a fear Camilla hadn't seen before. "And if we do think about selling?" Marie said. Camilla continued. "We can maybe talk with the real estate agent about our options. Maybe we could rent it out like an Airbnb for the tourists." Marie scoffed at the idea. "Rent?" Camilla looked around the dining room. "I mean, if we updated a few things like the kitchen appliances and maybe some new fixtures, we could get a good price for weekly rentals." Camilla looked at the outdated woodwork and floors. Marie stared at Camilla and said nothing for a long time. "I just think we need to be honest with ourselves." Camilla couldn't keep a house she had no intention of living in. "I loved coming here, but I don't think I can keep this place." Marie patted her thighs and stood up, ignoring what Camilla said. "I'm going to start dinner." Camilla opened her mouth to say something, but stopped herself. Her mother would always continue to ignore the problems sitting in front of them. "When are you going to apologize for everything to Angelina?" Camilla could hear her heart pumping in her ears. She had never been that direct with Marie. "Apologize for what?" Marie said. "Mom, come on." She didn't want to go through this every time. Marie kept walking into the kitchen. If Camilla closed her eyes, she could almost jump back in time to a little girl named Millie, who only wanted her mother's approval. Who was kidding whom? She still wanted her mother's approval. Camilla watched as her mother pulled out a tub of ricotta cheese and then the flour. She was making Camilla's childhood favorite, ricotta gnocchi. When Dolly finished her last song, Camilla switched the albums and put on Madonna. Lucky Star played in the background as she walked into the kitchen to help. They didn't speak, and instead took their positions as if Camilla had just come home from the beach and helped with supper. Camilla pulled out the can of peeled tomatoes and put it in the pot. Next, she cut an onion in half and placed both halves into the pot with a full stick of butter and put it on simmer. Marie rolled the gnocchi just like her mother and grandmother and great-grandmother had done, with a fork. Marie never broke from the technique or the recipe. By the time dinner was ready, they had played through Madonna, Lionel, and now Carole King. "Have you ever seen her show?" Marie put her hand on her chest. "It was the best I had ever seen. She wrote so many songs with so many different artists. I had no idea." "No, I haven't," Camilla said. And if Camilla hadn't been there to see Marie's episodes, she'd think everything was perfectly all right. Marie could talk lucidly about a current musical she saw, remember exactly how the night went. "We should see something in the city while I'm out here." "Yes, we should." Her mother smiled, but it faded fast. "Just, whatever we do, let's try to save this house for Penelope." Chapter 11. The first thing Wanda noticed when arriving at church was Marie DeLuca, sitting up front with her friends Nancy and Bob. The couple must have come back from Florida, which was a good thing for Marie, Wanda thought. But she hadn't taken up her offer to drive her, she also noted. She and Nancy had been friends for years, Marty had assured her. They had been what many on the island refer to as summer sisters. The two grew up coming to the island every summer with their families. She also noticed Camilla wasn't with them. But Wanda figured she deserved a bit of respite, considering her situation. Wanda craned her neck to see through the others in front of them, to see Marie. When the service ended and the congregation moved to coffee and cookies, Wanda noticed Marie didn't stay. Instead, Wanda watched Nancy and Bob walk Marie out to their car and leave. She didn't even say hello to Marty. Wanda could feel herself getting upset when she overheard Susan McCaffrey talk to some of the women about Marie showing up at the church in her pajamas. And Wanda's heart sunk. "Everyone was talking about it," Wanda said as they walked to the car. "They're concerned," Marty said. Curious, more like it. Concerned or not, Weren't they supposed to be good neighbors, free of judgment? What did they do to offer help?
Do you think we could stop by the store on the way home? Wanda asked Marty.
That afternoon, Marty helped Wanda make 2 different freezer meals, along with a few dozen of her famous peanut butter cookies, and drove her over to Marie's. She made Marty call before they left, but like always, Marie didn't answer. When they arrived at the house, she had Marty carry the meals with her to the door and knocked. "Hello?" Marie answered the door. Wanda smiled. "Hello, Marie." "Marty?" Marie ignored Wanda. "What are you doing here?" Marie's face twisted in confusion. Marty smiled.
"We come bearing food."
He held up the trays of lasagna and beef stroganoff. Wanda could see Camilla in the background walking toward the door. "We made a few easy meals," Wanda said, holding out the bag with the cookies. She opened it up to let Marie peek inside. "And a few treats." Marie's eyes narrowed. "I'm not going to buy anything." "Oh, no, we're not selling food. We're dropping off some casseroles." Wanda held out the cookies again. "We called you to let you know we were coming." Marie glared at Wanda. "You didn't call me." Wanda stood, uncomfortable for Marie's temperament.
"My wife spent all day cooking this for you,"
Marty said. He couldn't help himself, always standing up for her, but Wanda patted Marty's arm. "It's okay. Let's just go," Wanda said. "Mom!" Camilla said sharply as she came rushing to the door. She reached out for the cookies. "Thank you so much, Aunt Wanda. These smell incredible." Marie side-glanced at Wanda, then stepped aside, opening the door. "You can bring it to the kitchen." Marie walked Marty down the hall, and Camilla hung behind with Wanda, watching her mother leave. "Please excuse my mother. She's very tired and has had a rough afternoon." She gestured toward the bags. "This is really very nice of you. Thank you, Aunt Wanda." "You're welcome." Wanda gave a nod to the young woman, but she didn't follow her husband inside the house. Instead, she stayed by the door. "I left instructions taped to each of the containers," Wanda said. "Everything can be frozen and reheated." "Thank you so much." Camilla made a half-hearted smile, but her body revealed her pain. The young woman looked as though she was holding the weight of the world on her shoulders. Wanda gave her a real smile and held it. "I also left my number if you need anything." Marie's daughter stared at Wanda, and her eyes spoke so much. Wanda could feel the fear radiating out of this young woman's body. The fear of losing control, the fear of seeing a loved one go through the worst moments of their life, the fear of going through the worst of her own life, the fear of the end. Wanda never got over losing her mother to this disease. Bill had left her by then. Her father had died not even a year before. When her mother's health began to fail, Wanda didn't know how to hold on. She had survived her first round of cancer because she'd had her parents. She had wondered what she would do without her mother. Who would take care of her? She bet that was what Camilla was thinking right then. "And don't forget to join us girls on a walk at 9, but never on the dot, very casual, but every day," Wanda said. "It's a nice group of women from the area. You both should join us." Camilla nodded, but the fake smile returned just as Marty was back from the kitchen. Wanda was about to say something more when Camilla's attention went to her phone, and Wanda noticed messages flashing on the screen. Wanda backed up to the door, giving a quick wave, and said, "Call if you need anything." For the rest of the night, Wanda couldn't stop thinking about her mother, about Marie, and about Marty's niece, Camilla.
"Do you want to watch something?"
Marty asked as they took their usual spots in the family room. She shook her head. "No, I'm exhausted. I think I'll go lie down." Marty reached across the small table between them and squeezed her hand.
"You did a really nice thing for Marie and her daughter today."
She smiled, but something about it, the way the daughter just stood in the hallway, helpless, made Wanda want to do more.
Does your brother know?
Wanda asked. Marty shrugged.
I have no idea these days. Ever since he remarried, I hardly hear from him.
Marty pointed the remote at the television. That meant there was a story there.
What exactly happened with their daughter Angelina?
Wanda asked. She knew this was none of her business. Marty's loyalty ran deep with everyone in his family, including his sister-in-law. He set the remote down in his lap, watching for a minute, but then said,
My niece got pregnant at 17, and my brother and sister-in-law freaked out.
Rightly so,
Wanda said, thinking how a 17-year-old being pregnant would be a surprise to any parent.
I'm not sure exactly what transpired between her and Angie, but Angie ended up running off to California and never coming back,
Marty said.
What's in California?
Wanda asked. Marty shrugged.
She was always a bit of a spitfire, that one.
Wanda waited for the rest of the story, but he started flipping through the channels again.
And what about the father?
Wanda asked.
Frank,
Marty said.
No, the baby's father.
Was Wanda pushing it by asking these kinds of questions? Marty tilted his head, as if contemplating telling her.
I'm sorry. It's none of my beeswax,
she said, shaking her head. What was she thinking, meddling in others' business?
He's from a prominent Summer family,
Marty said.
Who?
Wanda still couldn't imagine ever running away from home. She'd never know what to do for herself.
They didn't want to help?
That I don't know. Frank and Marie never shared that with me. But they were wealthy enough to send the 17-year-old girl their son got pregnant off to California.
Marty shook his head.
She was hardly old enough to drive, and they paid her off.
What do you mean, paid her off?
She put her feet up on the couch, leaning on the armrest.
Well, that's what people were saying, at least,
Marty said.
I don't really know the story. Frank and Marie never told me anything.
Wanda had heard of girls getting pregnant in high school, secretly having the baby somewhere quiet and out of the spotlight, then coming home as if they were away at summer camp. What a horrible way to deal with the birth of your child. Hide it, pretend it didn't happen, that your whole life hadn't completely changed. How many of these girls had a choice? Wanda wondered how her parents would have reacted. Not well, that's for sure. She'd be one of those girls. Would she have run away?
I always felt a bit sorry for Marie,
Marty said.
As far as I know, Angie doesn't speak to her. I'm not sure if she talks to Frank, but it seems like a shame to lose such a special relationship. And Millie hardly comes to the island.
He looked over at Wanda.
I've neglected stopping by these past few years. It's hard enough she lost her husband and her daughter. Now she's losing her mind, too.
Let's at least try to help,
Wanda said, letting go of her own problems with Marie. She'd focus her help on the daughter.
I'll call Camilla and see if she needs anything.
Marty nodded as he stopped at the news channel.
And that's why I love you.
Chapter 12. Camilla held the phone in her hand. She needed to make the call. Otherwise, she should be on a ferry leaving the island and headed back to the city. She took in a deep breath, slowly exhaled, then opened the screen. A seagull cried out from above, and she didn't know what was worse, having her boss think she was hanging out on the beach, or having her mother overhear what she was about to say about her. She dialed his office number. "Camilla, hi," Stacy, Robbie's assistant, said. Camilla cringed. They'd been waiting for her call. "I have Robbie right here." The phone went to hold before she could change her mind. "Camilla," Robbie said in a high pitch. "How's your mom?" She expected an angry Robbie, not this upbeat Robbie. She took in another breath. "Honestly, not so well." "Oh, he said shortly, the happiness gone.
Look, Camilla, I don't want to do this, but we need you back in New York like yesterday.
Camilla stood on the porch, looking out at the blue waters beyond. How had she gotten to this point? I'm really sorry, Robbie, but I can't leave my mom. She heard him sniff a huff in the background. She still has more testing. I need to figure out living arrangements.
I'm sorry to hear that,
Robbie said, but the way he said it made her feel as though she'd be the one who'd be sorry in the end. She squeezed the phone in her hand as she pressed it against her ear. I may need to take some time.
Camilla, it's not going to be so easy to take time off.
The way he spoke sounded like a spoiled child. I'm really sorry, but I can't leave my mom right now.
I'm not really asking, Camilla.
Then he hung up. She called her human resources administrator right after. She wouldn't complain about the fact the staff was completely unprofessional, but instead request an FMLA leave. You'll have to get documentation from her doctors, Cindy from HR said. You won't be paid beyond your vacation days, but we will hold your job for up to 12 weeks. What about my sick days? Camilla hardly ever used the 10 days she was given each year. I'm sorry, but since you don't live with your mother... Cindy went on to explain the laws of New York employment as Camilla watched the surf roll along the sand. Seagulls stood in the small tidal pools. You'll have to pay into insurance if you want to keep being covered. However, you can pause your coverage. Camilla hadn't thought about insurance. She hardly had any savings. Would she have to dig into it, or cross her fingers that nothing major happened for the time she stayed on the island? When she hung up, her whole body felt drained. She sat on the porch couch and swung back and forth when she heard the screen door open. Marie came out onto the porch, showered and dressed. She sat down on the couch next to Camilla, not breaking the stride of the couch.
Millie, I know this is a lot, Marie said, but I do appreciate you coming here and helping me.
Camilla didn't say anything, because what was there to say? It was a lot. She had been put in a hard position, a place her own mother hadn't been placed in. She also wasn't going to beat around the bush. Things became suddenly very real and very muddled. She wanted to help her mother, but she had a life as well. I'll only stay if you call Angie and fix things between you two.
What? Call your sister?
You haven't even met your granddaughter, Camilla pointed out. Marie's lips pierced in anger. She didn't say anything but crossed her arms.
You know that's not my fault.
You have an amazing granddaughter who probably would love to come and visit for the summer, Camilla said.
Your sister hates me.
Marie looked out at the water, where the seagulls sat.
You can't even get her to come out.
Maybe she doesn't hate you, Camilla said. But she didn't know. The rule between the sisters was to never talk about their parents. Camilla loved her older sister Angelina. Almost everyone called her Angie, including their own family, but Camilla and Angelina called each other by their full names. Camilla thought Millie sounded babyish. Angelina didn't like Angie for a number of reasons, one being that she thought it sounded like a cheerleader, and she wanted to be taken seriously as an artist. When Angelina had run away, Camilla's heart broke. She didn't know where she was, if she was safe, if she'd be okay. After a few months, Angelina sent Camilla an email that she was in San Francisco and doing great. She painted landscapes for tourists and found a decent apartment. They wrote back and forth for months like that. Camilla didn't tell her parents anything. She didn't tell them about Angelina's new life, how she graduated with a GED before the baby came, how her niece was 8 pounds, 6 ounces, and named Penelope, but called Penny for short. After Angelina ran away, the family changed, though it had been falling apart for years. She'd just never seen it until then. And she couldn't unsee it. Like toothpaste out of its container, she couldn't put it back together. From then on, her parents lived separate lives, even moving into separate bedrooms. When Camilla was accepted into San Francisco State University, she left right after graduation. She didn't even spend her last summer on the island. During the week, she lived on campus. But on the weekends, she'd take the ferry across the bay to her sister's place, who became an art teacher in a fancy private school. Her baby niece would be in her arms from the time she got to their small little bungalow until she left. Those 4 years had been some of the best in her life. Her and Angelina and Penelope hanging out, watching Toy Story over and over again. Penelope would love to get to know you, and she can help. Camilla knew her niece had done well in school, even volunteered babysitting. She'd help with her grandmother. Apologize, and make things right so they come. Why do I have to apologize? I can only stay if they can help too. Camilla didn't want to sound selfish, but the past few days had shown how difficult it would be on her own, even with Wanda and Marty and the food chain. She couldn't even leave the porch to go to the beach, or for that walk if she wanted to. She couldn't leave her mother, knowing her state and what could happen. Would she be able to call 911 if she got into trouble? Camilla wasn't sure. Then we can all figure out what to do. Even if I were to apologize, she doesn't want to come back to the island, Marie said. What if they do? Camilla shrugged. The only thing she did know was time was running out. Do you really never want to fix things? The fact of the matter was, never could be soon if Marie didn't act fast. Okay, Marie rubbed her face. Would you call her for me? Camilla shook her head. No, you need to. Marie had not been innocent in all of that. She had been the fuse setting off a bomb. When Angelina confessed about her pregnancy to her parents, Angelina may have run away, but Marie had opened the door. When Camilla told Angelina of their parents' divorce, Angelina took their father's side. Who'd want to be married to that woman? She'd said. But Camilla had felt for her mother. How could her husband leave her too? In Angelina's story, Marie represented the villain, and in Marie's, she was the anti-hero. But to Camilla, it was all nonsense, and she was done with it. Camilla had stayed in the middle, forced to teeter on both sides of the fence. Camilla handed over her cell phone with Angelina's number on it. Call her. Marie took the phone, pressed the green call button, and waited as the phone rang on speaker. Camilla, if this is Mom again, I swear I'm going to flip out. It's Marie, their mother said. You've got to be kidding me, Angelina said. I'm sorry, Marie sputtered out. Now you're sorry? Angelina said on a laugh. Yes, Marie said. Camilla waited for her mother to become defensive. She always did when Angelina pushed her buttons. But Marie did something Camilla had never seen her do before. She became vulnerable. If I could redo one day of my life, it would be the day you told us about being pregnant. Marie closed her eyes. I would have reacted so differently. I would have opened my arms and my heart to this new wonder and welcomed it. Marie's voice cracked, and she stopped talking. She shook her head and sniffled. Camilla handed over the box of tissues. Marie pulled one out, dabbed her eyes, and then continued. I made so many mistakes in my life, but losing you has been the biggest. Marie put the tissue under her nose. The other line stayed silent. Come on, Angelina, Camilla chanted inside her head, waiting for her sister to answer. Marie shook her head, looking as though she was ready to hang up as the silence hung in the air. But just as Camilla was about to let her sister have it, Angelina said, "Okay, I'll be out with Penny in a few days." Chapter 13. Angelina picked Penny up after driver's education.
"I can't believe I failed it again," Penelope said as soon as she got into the car. "I'll never be able to get a job. I'll never go to college. I'll never move out."
"You're going to be fine." Angelina tapped the wheel with her thumbs. "You just need to calm down. You're freaking yourself out."
"Could you help me study?"
Penny leaned against the console and clasped her hands together in prayer style.
"Please, Mom. Please."
"Oh, Penny," Angelina started, but she knew she would. If Penelope wasn't the best kid in the whole world, she would have said no. She had a date with the beach. But when did Penelope ever beg her to hang out? She barely saw her daughter, even though she lived with her. In 2 years' time, Penny would be leaving for college, and she wanted to go far away, like her mother had. Angelina didn't want her daughter to go far away, especially her desired choice of the East Coast. Of course, her daughter would want to go to Boston. "So, guess what?" Angelina said.
"What?"
"You've been invited to spend the summer at your grandmother's cottage with Auntie Camilla," Angelina said.
"I've been invited?"
Penny's eyes narrowed. Her daughter was on to her already. "Yes, isn't that neat?" She tried to make her voice sound excited and boisterous. "You'll love the island."
"Your mother didn't invite you?"
Hurt flashed in Penny's eyes as she reached for her hand, and Angelina's heart warmed at her daughter's empathy. Her little psychologist really knew how to comfort someone. So unlike her. So unlike Marie. What would Angelina do without her daughter all summer? "No, they extended it to me, but they really just want you to come. I'll be fine here." Angelina didn't want to be selfish, but her mother was a level of toxic she couldn't handle. She would send her sweet little muffin Penelope to her sister because she'd bring nothing but happiness and sunshine. As much as Angelina resented her mother, she also believed Penny deserved to know her roots, even if they were brined in evil. Her daughter would thrive on the island, she had no doubt. Penny would love every second of living on the beach with Camilla. She would probably like Marie as well. Angelina almost, and that was a big almost, wanted to see her daughter's reaction to the place where she'd grown up, where she'd spent every summer of her life, where she'd learned how to become brave while taking on the currents of the Atlantic Ocean, where she'd learned to find joy in observing nature, and where she'd learned to fall in love with who she was, and not let anyone change that. She had loved spending her summers there, until she left. Camilla was right. The island had been magical. She always daydreamed of Martha's Vineyard and dreamt of it at night. The right thing to do would be to embrace this moment, take the opportunity to make amends. If her mother did have Alzheimer's, then maybe it was time to let go. Her mother had suffered enough. But something inside Angelina couldn't. One side of her felt as though this was what her mother deserved. She'd driven her family away, and now she would lose her mind alone. The other side of her said her mother had driven her family away, and now she was losing her mind. Then there was Camilla. Her little sister had always supported her. Every weekend, when Angelina was so exhausted from working at the daycare with preschoolers, her little sister would watch Penny while she studied for her teaching degree. All day and night, the two would play and read and sleep. Angelina couldn't have asked for a better sister at that point in her life. When she got pregnant at 17, her mother had cried hysterically. Her father had gotten up from the couch, gone upstairs, and locked himself in the bathroom for the whole night. The next few weeks, they hadn't spoken to her. Then, one night at dinner, they'd told her she either had to get married to the father or give up the baby for adoption. Angelina had left that night, out the window and off the porch's roof. She'd slept on a bench at the ferry port, then took the first trip back to the mainland, promising her unborn child in the early morning sunrise that she'd never tell her daughter how to live her life. She'd be there to support and love her through everything. She may not be old enough in her mother's mind to be a mother, but something in Angelina's mind said she could. She'd found a job at a daycare on a community college campus. She'd received free classes and free daycare and just enough for rent. On the weekends, she'd sold small landscapes, oil paintings of the bay and the surrounding landmarks of San Francisco. Tourists loved them and would pay a good price for an original. When she'd gotten her associates, she'd earned a scholarship for education at Berkeley. She could hardly remember those years. It'd taken everything she had to get through it. And with blood, sweat, and tears, years of working day and night as a single mom and full-time student with a full-time career, Angelina had graduated. The truth was, she did owe Camilla. Her sister was right. If she hadn't had Camilla around during that time, she wouldn't have been able to do everything. She wouldn't have been able to study without her watching Penny. She wouldn't have been able to take on the extra shifts to cover rent if Camilla hadn't stayed on the weekends. Angelina owed her sister a lot, and she never asked for anything. Until now.
"If you can't even stand your mother, why are you sending me?"
Penny said.
"Because you love Auntie Camilla,"
Angelina said, throwing on the blinker and taking a quick right into their neighborhood. Their 2-bedroom, 1-bath bungalow would probably disappoint Marie, who prided herself on her husband's accomplishments. "Besides, your grandmother will love you. It was me she didn't like."
"I'm not going."
Penny crossed her arms against her chest.
"Your mom sounds awful."
"I'll see Auntie Camilla at Christmas." Angelina knew her daughter was a bit protective of her, but she didn't expect this. Camilla was going to be so mad and bring up the whole other reason she couldn't go to the island. Because of him. He would most definitely be on the island.
"You'll love it there."
For a split second, Angelina reconsidered. Maybe it was time to grow up. Forgive and let go, right? Isn't that the way to a happy and full heart? Wouldn't that be the right thing to do for her daughter's sake? "I can't go back," Angelina said. "She hates me." Angelina would take a summer school gig. There were plenty of kids who needed to retake their English class.
"Then I'm not going,"
Penny said.
"Besides, I have my lifeguard job starting next week."
Angelina pulled up to the house and turned off the engine. She knew the obvious answer. "What if I go too?"
"Really?"
Penny looked up from her phone, excited.
"Could we check out Harvard?"
Angelina threw her head back against the headrest. "I guess your grandmother might have Alzheimer's."
"What?"
Penny's forehead wrinkled in concern. "I'm sorry." Angelina shrugged, feeling strange that she felt any feeling when it came to Marie. Before the call, she hadn't even thought about her mother in months. Once in a while, when she did something so innate like yawning, she'd be reminded of her mother, who would do the same kind of yawn. Or when she tapped her nails against the counter. Or when she got upset and could feel the worst thing to say on the tip of her tongue. When Camilla had told Angelina about their mother wandering around town at odd hours in her pajamas, she wasn't surprised she went to the church. Their mother lived by the church. Look where that gotten her. A harlot for a daughter and a divorce.
"What's so horrible about your mother anyway?"
Penny asked. What wasn't horrible, she thought to herself. She used to be very controlling. Penny thought about this for a moment.
I can't imagine being on my own at 17 and pregnant. That must have been hard to go through all by yourself. She must have been scared for you back then, with the stigma and stuff as a young woman being pregnant. Angelina sometimes wondered if Penny had more maturity than her, understanding how both sides would feel. Penny knew the story for the most part, even the part where Marie had wanted to get rid of her, but not enough to know the real hard details that Angelina wanted to forget. The result? No grandparents at the holidays or birthday parties. Penny didn't have the bleachers filled with family. She only had her mom, and her mom's friends. Penny wrapped her arms around Angelina. "I'm really lucky to have you as my mom," she said, holding on tight. Angelina's eyes filled with moisture. She squeezed her arms with her hands. "Come on now, I'm wearing mascara." The rest of the night, Penny hung around the kitchen while looking up information on the island and asking questions as Angelina cleaned up. "Does she live by the Kennedys?" she asked. "Or the Obamas?" "No," she said, but she had no idea where either family lived. "Is the house like right on the water, or is it far away?" Penny asked. Angelina showed her the house on Google Maps later in the evening. "There," she said, pointing to the rooftop from a satellite picture. It had been 16 years, but even from space, she could see the house wasn't being taken care of. Bushes that were once small and trimmed were now bushy and tall. The gardens looked overgrown, the roof in need of repair, and the yard looked like dirt. "It's really right on the ocean?" Penny leaned in to get a better look. "Yep, I even learned how to surf." Angelina never hit a wave without falling, but she did like to brag she'd tried. "Do you miss it?" Penny asked. Angelina nodded, and a lump lodged in her throat and kept her from talking. She did miss the island. So much of who she had been got stuck there after she left. The free spirit that would jump off the harbor bridge, or surf in the Atlantic, or just lie under the stars listening to the waves beat against the shore for hours. It felt like yesterday that she'd lived on the island, all the small coves and crevices still locked in her memory. But it also felt like a lifetime ago. When Penny went to her bedroom to study, Angelina's mind raced as she began a list for packing. No doubt this experience would be great for Penny. The island was magical. The ocean had healed so much for her throughout her childhood. Maybe it could heal their family. She did need to let go if her mother was sick. Not for Marie, but for Penny's sake. The truth was that she didn't want to face her mother, but she also didn't want to face Penelope's father. Camilla had been right. Chapter 14. Camilla cried when Angelina told her she and Penny were coming to Martha's Vineyard. Her mother and sister had held on to this ridiculous anger toward each other for too long. 17 years of missing out on a relationship. "What will you want Penelope to call you?" Camilla asked. "Grandma, I guess," Marie said. "We should take the dollhouse out." Camilla gave a sideways glance. "She's 16. "Oh, that's right." Maria folded her hands in her lap. The two sat together on the porch, their new ritual, which began after Marie started weeping at the news. Her emotions were uncontrollable. Instead, they took their coffee on the right side of the porch, where the boards were still safe. Over the past couple weeks, Marie had been tested with neurologists and her primary care doctor and had X-rays, MRI tests, and CT scans. She was poked and prodded and had so much blood drawn that Camilla worried whether they left enough in her. Some days Marie acted as if nothing were wrong, completely lucid. Other days, mostly at night, she became alarmingly confused. One night she got lost going to the bathroom, calling for her father.
Marie would often ask questions about her mother, who had been dead for almost 20 years. Or if they were going back to the city. Camilla was almost certain Marie was asking about her childhood home, not the house in North Reading. There was no doubt what the tests would say after staying these past few weeks. Marie's mind was deteriorating. Today, however, had been a good morning so far. Like always, Camilla saw Wanda's car come down Cliffside Point and into the neighbor's driveway. "Let's go for a walk," Camilla said. The day couldn't be more beautiful. "It'll be nice to go to the beach." She hadn't been able to convince her mother to leave the house, except for church. The woman who practically lived on the beach when she was a kid now didn't leave the porch. Marie looked out from the porch and pointed to a house across the street. "I think it was that house who called the police on me." Marie frowned, creasing the deep lines around her mouth, but her attention soon faded back to the view of the water. That's when Camilla saw the group of women walking, her Aunt Wanda at the back of the pack of 4. "Let's go for a walk," Camilla tried again. She wasn't going to sit on that porch any longer. Marie may have times of confusion, but she could still walk, and probably should walk. "We haven't left the house in days. Please, can we go for a walk?" Camilla really wanted to go. "Please?" Marie looked out, and Camilla noticed her mother's hands picking at each other, fear making her mother's eyes dart back and forth. Fresh air would do so much good. Camilla used Marie's old saying she had used on her and Angelina every time they'd tried to stay back from the beach and watch television or talk on the phone with their friends. She'd forced them to get out of the house. Marie nodded. "Okay, I'll go for a walk." It took about a half hour to get Marie ready for the walk. She found sunglasses and sunscreen and a hat for her mother. "You ready?" she asked as she opened the door. Marie walked out and waited for Camilla. They walked down to the path and crossed the street. Camilla led the walk down the wooden planked walkway, the hollow steps like a beat. The wind blew her hair in her face, and she tied it back into a ponytail. "It's so beautiful out," Camilla said as they reached the beach. The sun radiated warmth off the sand. Camilla looked out at the water, the blue sky blending in with the sparkling blue water of the Atlantic. Seagulls floated above the water, gliding in the wind. A few others were also walking on the beach. A gentle roar of the surf rolled to shore. Camilla saw Wanda and her friends still hadn't left, and just as Camilla looked, Wanda saw them. "Oh, no," she whispered under her breath. "Camilla!" Wanda waved from the walkway. "Marie, wait up!" Marie's eyes opened wide as the 4 women marched toward them down the beach, each of them in fluorescent colors and visors and sunglasses and fanny packs. "Good morning," Wanda said as the women came closer. She waved her arm, still practically running down the beach. "It's Aunt Wanda," Camilla reminded her mother. Then she waved back. "Good morning." "It's good to see you came." Wanda clapped her hands together in excitement. Marie shot Camilla a look. "Oh, we were just going on a walk ourselves," Camilla said. "Hello, I'm Biddy." The tall woman with the silver hair extended her hand first to Marie. "I don't think we've officially met." Marie shook her head. "No, we haven't." She then took Biddy's hand in hers. "Marie." The other women were named Evelyn and Sonia. "We walked to the lighthouse," Evelyn said, pointing to the end of Sugar Beach, where the old Greyhead lighthouse sat perched above the clay cliffs. "You should join us." Camilla hadn't been to the lighthouse in years. She couldn't even remember the last time she had. It was one of the many things she'd taken advantage of when she'd lived there. The poetic beauty of a lighthouse. "We'd love to join you," Camilla said. Marie shot another look at Camilla, and there was no mistaking the look she was giving her. This was the last thing Marie wanted to do. That sounds great, Camilla said, walking in front of her mother and with the other ladies. Come on! When was the last time you've gone? Marie's expression stayed the same, closed off, cold, concerned about the women. But she didn't fight it. Instead, Marie followed them, and Camilla drew back, but tethering between the two groups. The 4 women together, and then her mother. Now, Camilla, tell us where you came from, Biddy said. The tall woman had a southern drawl that Camilla couldn't place, but found endearing. New York City, Camilla answered. Bright lights, big city, Biddy answered. I love it there. I loved wandering the little neighborhoods you could find if you looked hard enough, the woman named Evelyn said. And the food. And what do you do in New York? The one with the fancy name said. She reminded Camilla of a Jacqueline Kennedy or an Audrey Hepburn. She couldn't remember her name, though. I work in marketing and advertising, Camilla answered in a simplified version. No one really understood her job when she explained that it wasn't about writing commercials, like most people thought, but more about the psychology of people. She analyzed how people would behave and how to get their attention for just a split second before the attention moved onto another product. That's what she did. She watched the market, social media, the streaming platforms, the trends, the duds. She watched how the world ticked, so that she could sell her clients' products. And she was good at it. I watched Mad Men, and it seemed awfully stressful, Biddy said. Camilla wished things had changed a great deal from the days of Mad Men, but being the only female assistant executive at the firm and seeing others climb the corporate ladder faster and higher made her wonder if they were still in the past century. Yes, it is, she said. Back in the beginning, she'd thrived on the intensity of it all. She didn't mind being at work all hours of the day and night. Where did she have to go? She had no family around. She had friends who were either in relationships or on the prowl for one, and Camilla wanted nothing to do with men. After her father had left, she didn't believe in the idea of marriage. How could she? For many years, her parents' marriage had seemed perfect. She hadn't seen any cracks, yet when Angelina got pregnant, everything had fallen apart. They'd stopped talking almost immediately after she left. Dinners were grab and go, if any of them ended up having dinner at all. The first summer after Angelina had left, Frank hadn't even come to the island. Instead of trying to work it out with his wife, her father ended up having an affair with a woman closer to her age than his. The divorce had gotten uglier by the days. Her parents had stopped communication altogether after they'd signed the final papers. They hadn't even sat near each other at her graduation. Angelina hadn't even come. I loved staying at home with my twins, the fancy woman said. But I always wished I had pursued a career in design of some kind. I loved setting the stage sort of thing, like running an art gallery, for example. I'd love to go out and find local artists, set up events to bring in customers. Sonia, you should attend the Spring Festival, Marie said from the back of the crowd. There's a lot of local artists that display their work. Sonia, Camilla thought. That was her name. Marie remembered her name. Camilla listened as her mother had a complete conversation about the festival. It usually runs 4th of July weekend, down at the harbor, Marie said, as the ladies listened on. It's only local artists from the island, but a lot of great stuff. That's a great idea, Wanda said, with so much enthusiasm, Camilla couldn't help but smile at her eagerness to please cranky Marie. Her red-headed aunt's enthusiasm was a bit over the top, and man did she like to talk. But Camilla thought she was kind and funny. She happily made herself the butt of the joke with her friends on the walk. The easy banter among the women felt refreshing from the silence in her home with Marie. By the time they reached the lighthouse, Camilla felt great. She needed this little bit of exercise and fresh air, and by the looks of her mother's rosy cheeks and smile, her mother did too. The 6 of them stood looking out from the bottom of the lighthouse at the water, all taking the moment for themselves. Wanda sat on the bench and looked up, closing her eyes to the sun. Biddy stretched and touched her toes. Evelyn pulled out a small notebook from her fanny pack and began writing something. Sonia leaned against the fence and took a picture. "Smile," she said, as she held up the phone for a selfie of all of them. The women all looked into the camera and smiled. "I can send you the picture to Marie's phone," Sonia said, typing into the phone. "Let me just send it to Marie." Marie's forehead creased, and Camilla noticed the change. The slight confusion building in her mother's stance. Her shoulders tightened, and her head slightly turned as if trying to see from a new angle. Her hands began to rub together. Marie was going to switch over to her new persona, the one that went to church in her pajamas, the one who was defensive and angry, the one who didn't know reality. "How do you have my number?" Marie asked, her voice sharp. Camilla's heart dropped. She didn't want to cause a scene, not with these women. She had been having such a nice time, for the first time in a long time. She needed this. All she had was this walk, and it was back to the dark, dingy house, full of things her mother no longer needed. "We met a few times at different charity events," Sonia said. She tilted her head at Marie and gave a half smile. "It was a long time ago. You probably don't remember." Marie's eyes flashed wide open at Sonia's comment. She turned to Camilla. "Millie, I'd like to go home now." Camilla was already prepared for this and nodded, not willing to argue, but hoping they could get out of there before her mother said anything else rude. "Thanks for the walk," Camilla said, smiling at the women, giving a wave as Marie took off from the lighthouse. Camilla ran to catch up as Marie pounded away. "Join us any time," Wanda said, standing up from the bench. "We also have pastries from my daughter's bakery afterward at my place," Evelyn yelled out. But Marie was long gone. Camilla jogged to catch up. "Wait, Mom!" "Let's go, Millie," Marie said, already going down the stairs back to the beach. "Those women were really nice," she said, once she reached Marie. "I don't understand why you had to leave so abruptly. You were rude." "Because they felt sorry for me," Marie said. "I don't need friends to feel sorry for me." "They understand what you're going through," Camilla said. "They feel sorry for you, too." Marie stared at Camilla, her eyes filling with water. "You think it's easy to be the one who must be babysat? I hear what you tell everyone." Camilla didn't answer. How could she? Her mother was right. Camilla stopped walking. "I want to go home," Marie said, turning back. "No, we're going on a walk." Camilla shook her head. "I can't go back there." "I'm sorry I'm that difficult for you." Moisture gathered in Marie's eyes. Camilla looked away, squeezing her fists. She listened to the waves crashing against the cliffs, drowning out her thoughts for just a split second. "Breathe," she thought. "Just breathe." "Did you ever think it might be depression?" Camilla asked. "What?" Marie didn't believe in depression or mental health. Marie didn't talk to therapists or counselors, certainly not about her family and her marriage. "You've trapped yourself in that house, hiding in garbage for years," Camilla said. "Don't you think that's unhealthy?" "I haven't been trapped." Her mother's eyebrows pierced together. Camilla couldn't pretend the signs only pointed to a disease of memory loss. Marie had been faltering for years before this diagnosis. The woman of Camilla's childhood, who believed in God, family, and her blessings, was gone. After Angelina had left, Marie became distant, sad, and didn't want to leave the house. "You've been cooped up, alone. No wonder you're sad." It made sense to Camilla after watching her mother go up to her room all day and lay down. She had done that 1 year of her life, the summer Angelina had left, the summer her parents had officially stopped talking, the summer she'd never left her room, and no one had noticed. "I'm not sad," Marie said. But Camilla wasn't going to be convinced. She was sure of it. "Exercise is the best way to keep your body healthy," Camilla said. "If you do any research, you'll see that walking is the best sort of exercise, along with the camaraderie of a group of friends. I think it's important that you have some of these things." "I don't know those women," she said. "Now you don't, but you could." Camilla was sure of this. "They seem really genuine." "Why bother?" Marie's chin wobbled as she wrapped her arms around her stomach. "I'm not going to be around much longer." Camilla wished she had done so many things differently. She wished she had gone to her parents instead of covering for Angelina. She wished she had told her parents when he'd kept coming around, sneaking her out and promising her the world. She wished she had screamed at both of her parents to act like adults and go after their pregnant, scared daughter. She wished she'd spoken up. "We're not sitting around that house all day," Camilla said. "We're going to leave and do things, walk with our neighbors and spend time on the beach. You're not dead, remember?" Marie's mouth shut with a snap, her lips immediately piercing together. Camilla had hit a big nerve, and her mother was about to blow. "How dare you say such a thing to me?" Marie said. Then she marched away back to the house. Camilla didn't chase her mother. Her words had offended her, but she wasn't going to apologize for it because the truth was, Marie hid in her room day and night. Camilla was convinced Marie's solitary lifestyle was contributing to her delusional state. Her phone buzzed with a new text, and she looked at it. It was a number she didn't recognize with a photo. "It's me, Wanda," it read. "Let us know if you need anything." In the picture, her mother smiled and looked happy. "You enjoyed those women," Camilla said, as Marie waited up for her to catch up. "What?" Marie asked. "You enjoyed the ladies," Camilla said again. Marie had even talked about Angelina and acknowledged her daughter and her talent, something she hadn't done in years. The first half of the walk had been good. Marie harumphed an inaudible recognition of something, which Camilla took as a good sign. She'd push another walk tomorrow. When they got home, Marie walked inside and into the house. Camilla could see her go toward the staircase, heading straight up to her room. Camilla sighed as she looked out at the water. How could she hide from the beauty literally outside her window? After washing the dishes from breakfast, Camilla sat on the front porch with a cup of coffee and her laptop. Dean may be ignoring her phone calls, but she could still work on her part of things. Slogan change or not, the campaign was good. She could make things work from the island and make the project a success. What good did it do sulking? If she helped Dean, maybe Robbie would see her work and see what a contribution she was to the company. Not just a byproduct of his father's old company, but a vibrant bridge for his father's values to his new vision. From across the street, she saw Wanda walking over to the house with a box in her hand. "Yoo-hoo! Camilla!" She had to hand it to this woman. She did not give up. And it made Camilla like her even more. Camilla waved. "Hi, Wanda." "I brought some pastries from Evelyn's," she said, stopping at the fence. Camilla winced at the no trespassing vibe her mother's house now gave off, as if they had a big sign that read, "Beware of dog." Back in the day, Marie had an open-door policy, where anyone, day or night, could come and visit and stay. People would come for dinner, stop by as they walked to the beach, come and spend their whole vacations there. They had extra blankets and beds for visitors. Every closet was full of pillows and sleeping bags. She hated now being the house where people felt they should stay outside the fence. What if Camilla pretended as though the old Marie was the one inside? Not the bitter one hiding in her bedroom, but the one who loved life, loved friends and family, and most of all loved celebrating it. Camilla stood and walked down the steps off the porch. "Can I offer a coffee with a pastry?" Wanda held up her hand. "I'm afraid I need to get going." She passed the box to Camilla, but held on to it as Camilla grabbed for it. "You know, I can call your uncle and let him know I'm staying for a bit." Camilla smiled as Wanda let go of the box and went around the fence entrance. The gate got stuck in the overgrown grass, but Wanda slipped through easily. "Please be careful and watch your step." Camilla gestured to the broken porch steps. "You can use the steps on the other side. Let me grab some plates and silverware. How do you take your coffee?" "Oh, I'd love just a water," Wanda said. Camilla went into the kitchen, grabbing 2 plates and a water. When she came back out on the porch, Wanda had taken off her visor and was running her fingers through her hair. The older woman's shiny silver curls had just a hint of what must have been red. Wanda reminded Camilla of a Barbra Streisand back in the day. "Thank you," Wanda said, as Camilla passed the water. "I should be the one thanking you." Camilla felt silly apologizing for her mother, but she didn't want this woman who had been nothing but nice to her and her family to think they were unappreciative of her kindness. "I'm sorry how my mom reacted to your friend." "Of all people, she'd understand," Wanda said. She sipped her water, and, of all times, the chatty woman was quiet. "She just sometimes says stuff before thinking about it," Camilla explained. "Seems like she's going through a lot." Wanda smiled and added nothing more. "I wish she wouldn't lose her temper so much," Camilla said. "Be patient with her," Wanda said, setting her glass onto the table. "It's hard, worrying about being ill every day." She remembered her aunt's own battle with cancer. Did she ask about her health, or did she let Wanda discuss it? "I'm sorry you're going through all that you are." Wanda smiled, pulling out a pastry from the box. "I find the best thing to do to forget about your problems is biting into a pastry." Wanda bit down, sinking her teeth deep into the flaky pastry dough. She closed her eyes as she chewed, humming in delight. Camilla laughed, pulling out a chocolate croissant with powdered sugar on top. "This looks delicious." "It is," Wanda said. "Evelyn's daughter makes all the pastries at the bakery in town. You should go down there and have coffee with the sweet. Plus, she's lovely." Camilla bit down and moaned. "Anyone who makes something this good has to be lovely." "We all take care of each other," Wanda said. And it struck Camilla how nice it must feel to know someone always had their back. Camilla missed feeling that. Silence grew again between the women as Camilla ate her pastry, feeling completely stupid eating in front of Wanda, who had suddenly become mute. "That was delicious," she said when she'd finished. Wanda shifted in her seat, stuffing her hands between her legs, and said, "Don't mind me sticking my nose where it doesn't belong. But do you need any help with things? Marie's very lucky to have you here." Camilla smiled, but suddenly her eyes filled with tears before she could stop them. "Oh, no, I've made you cry," Wanda said, grabbing her purse and pulling out a travel-sized tissue baggie and handing one over to her. Camilla feigned a laugh, but suddenly she was crying. She grabbed the tissue and dabbed the corners of her eyes. "This must be so hard on you." Wanda leaned over and patted Camilla on the knee. "You're doing great." Camilla didn't know what this relationship would be considered at this point in her life. Was this stranger really her aunt, just because she'd married her uncle? Or was this woman really concerned for her niece? I'm not sure what's the best step for her, Camilla confessed. Some days she's okay most of the time. It's just once in a while she gets confused. But not big confusion. More like normal stuff. Like misplaced keys, or she forgot what she was saying. Which makes me think she's okay. But then other days, like today, she's a completely different person. Does she have a living will? Wanda asked. Camilla shook her head, then blew her nose. She won't even talk about it. She should write one with you. Wanda dug into her purse. Here, take this. She's someone who could help. Camilla looked at the name. Lila Whitmore, attorney at law. She works in family law, wills and trusts and things like that, Wanda said. She's Sonia's daughter. Oh. Camilla looked at the name again. Thanks. One thing that's helpful is making a list of all the items of value and sentimental value. You'll need to decide who gets them, or if they need to be sold. Wanda crossed her legs. It'll make things a lot easier when it gets harder for your mother. Right, Camilla said. You wouldn't happen to know any contractors? Wanda dug in her purse again. You know what? I would. She handed Camilla another card. Perez Brothers, Commercial and Residential Construction. Is this Julia Perez's husband? She asked. Yes. Wanda slapped her hands on her thighs. You know Julia? Camilla nodded. We grew up playing here on this beach as kids. Oh, well, she's wonderful. Wanda sighed as she looked at her watch. I should get myself home. Thank you, Wanda, for the pastry, Camilla said, standing up. I'll see you tomorrow then? Wanda asked. Camilla burrowed her eyebrows. For what? Our walk, she said. Camilla looked inside the house. Yes, we'll see you there. Wanda clapped her hands together. Great. I'll see you at 9. Camilla went inside. She decided she wanted to make a healthier meal for dinner, something without a meatball or pasta. Mom, we're going to the store, she called up the stairs. Come on, get ready. Marie popped out from the bedroom and stood at the top of the steps. I don't feel like going shopping. Well, I'm in the mood for real food, so you're coming with me to make some decisions on what we can and cannot make for dinners. Camilla started making a list. Plus, we have Angelina and Penny coming. I was thinking we could buy some nude sheets. What for? Marie looked at Camilla like she had been the one who'd gone crazy. I have plenty of sheets here. From the 1950s, Camilla said. Let's make the rooms look nice with some new linens. Marie thought about it. Is Penny staying in the attic room? That wasn't even a question in Camilla's mind. Of course Penny would stay in the attic room. All the grandkids stayed in the attic room. The long room ran the whole length of the house, with 3 dormered windows with the best view of the water. It was hot, really hot in the summer, but it was the most magical place for a kid living by the ocean. She's going to love sleeping up there. And for the second time that day, she saw her mother smile. All right, let's go to the store, Marie said. Chapter 15. Elias hadn't talked to Debbie in days, not since their argument at the barbecue. Honestly, he needed a break, because he didn't understand her behavior at all, treating their relationship like gossip with her girlfriends. Now, looking back, he saw a lot of things he'd tolerated about Debbie. For one, she had a way of getting what she wanted without thinking about what he might want. He didn't care, but never once in their relationship had she asked what he liked. She wanted to go here, eat there, trip here, stay there. He always went along. He probably would have gone along with her plans for the wedding, her choice of a house, her ideas for decorating. He'd do whatever because that's how Elias rolled, simple and easygoing. But in hindsight, he just allowed her to take over. Another thing he wouldn't miss was her need for him to fit in with the summer people. She wanted him to become part of the group, be considered one of the guys, when he knew he'd never be accepted, no matter how cool he might appear to them. The divide was more than his address. That had been what he was thinking about when he drove to his brother's place to talk about McCleary's new brewery. As he drove down Cliffside, anticipating the Cape coming up on the left, he wondered what kind of house Debbie expected, if the Cape was a dump. He slowed down in front of it when he saw Wanda standing in the front yard, talking to a woman who looked much younger than Mrs. DeLuca. Was that the long-lost daughter? He wondered as he waved at the women. Wanda waved back, using both hands, signaling him to stop. "Elias!" Elias slowed down his truck in front of the house, rolling down his window. "Hello, Wanda. Do you need help with something?" "You're just the man I was talking about with my niece," Wanda said as she walked up to his truck. She placed her hand on his door. "Meet my niece, Camilla." Elias looked across the street. A very attractive woman stood on the other side of the Cape's fence. So, this is the daughter, he thought. "Camilla, this is the construction worker I was talking about," Wanda shouted back at her niece. "Good morning. Nice to meet you," Elias said, tipping his baseball cap with his hand. "I mentioned your name because she's thinking about fixing up a few things with the house," Wanda said, looking up at him from underneath her visor. He instantly got curious. "Are you thinking of renovating?" The woman looked back at the house. "I'm not exactly sure." If it hadn't been the Cape, or if the mysterious brunette hadn't given him that smile, he would have excused himself and given them a card of a friend of his. But he really did want to find out what the woman was planning to do with the old beach house. "Let me just park," he said. "I'll be a few minutes." He texted his brother and stuffed his phone into his back pocket. He walked over to meet the women in the front yard. As he went through the gate, he smiled at the gardens. Up close, he could see the different plants blooming behind the fence. Daisies, tall phlox, coneheads were in full bloom. Honeysuckle dangled up one of the porch's pillars and permeated its sugary scent. Bright red rhododendrons bloomed in big bulbs. Hydrangea bushes with a few blue flowers. But the rest of the flower beds were overgrown and overrun with weeds. It was like a secret garden that had been forgotten about. Moss covered all the pots, vines grew out of control, and half the plants were dead. Should she hire a landscaper, or would she be able to bring this back to decent shape herself? Wanda asked. "What's the backyard like?" he asked. "Worse," Camilla said, her hand covering her mouth. He nodded, looking around the place. The gardens had seen much better days, but with a little bit of TLC, she'd be able to revive it. "It's more cleaning up than anything. You could easily do most of the work yourself, save yourself some money. But it'll take some time." Camilla put her hands on her hips. "What about fixing the porch?" He looked at the porch, which stretched from one end of the house to the other. The selling point of the house, if anyone asked him. One end sagged at least 6 inches diagonally down from the other, along with a gaping hole. "I'd hire someone for the porch. Get a carpenter in here and put your money there." She looked at him and nodded. "Thanks so much for your opinion." "Do you know how much summer rentals go for around here?" Wanda asked. Ah, renting, he thought to himself. "Thousands per week, depending on the amount of space and rooms and location. Are you thinking of renting this place out?" Camilla frowned, looking at the house. "I'm not exactly sure what we're thinking right now. I was just talking to my aunt about the different options with a house like this." Wanda nodded. "Elias, I know you're busy,
But would you be able to take a look around?
Elias wasn't a real estate agent or an inspector, but he agreed for multiple reasons. One, Wanda's niece was very easy on the eyes, and he didn't mind sparing some time to offer his advice. Two, he was curious. He wanted to know what her plans were for the Cape. Was she going to rent it out? Would she sell? How much did she expect to get? Oh, he hoped she wanted to sell. "So what are you thinking?" he asked, looking at the front entrance. Like most capes, the staircase ran smack dab in the middle of the house, splitting the structure in two. The kitchen and dining room on one side, and the living room and sitting area on the other. Then each end extended to other rooms. "I thought if we rented it out, then we'd just do cosmetics. But if there are major issues, then maybe we would just sell? I'm really not sure." Wanda's niece bit her bottom lip as she looked around the outdated house. He leaned into the kitchen and noticed the outdated appliances and countertops. The place had good bones. Wide honey pine floors and trim, soft neutral colors, but boxy, not open like the new ones they build these days. "What's this room?" he asked, pointing to what looked like a greenhouse. "It's my mom's solarium," Camilla said, opening the French glass door to let him in. He stepped down 2 stairs and onto a tiled floor. All the walls, including the ceiling, were glass. The room wasn't large by any means, but big enough to house a table and 4 chairs and small tables filled with all different types of plants. "It's beautiful," he said, wanting to touch all the leaves in front of him. "Is that a pink princess?" "A what?" she asked. He let the edge of the leaf lightly brush his palm. "You are pretty." He noticed the beauty smiled. "You usually talk to plants?" "Yes, but especially this pretty philodendron." The expensive plant could easily go for a few $100s or more, being as big as it was. He'd never seen one that large. "It's the only thing my mother seems to remember to take care of." Camilla walked deeper into the room, and he followed her. He softly touched the leaves of an aloe plant. "How long has she had this?" He heard the trinkle of a water feature somewhere in the room, the smell of earth and moisture and air, so pure it was intoxicating. "This must be where you start your day," he said to the daughter, but she looked at him and shook her head. "No, I don't, actually," she said, then stepped out of the solarium and back into the main house. "Do you think I should tear it down? Or make it into a bedroom?" He glanced back inside the greenhouse, wishing his fairy godmother would appear at any minute and grant him his wish of owning this home. He was in love with her. "Does the house have a name?" he asked, looking for clues in the conservatory. She shook her head. "It doesn't have a name." "You have an 1836 date above your door and no name?" He shook his head. "You have to name it." She tipped her head at him almost inquisitively. "What would we name it?" "That's up to you and your family." He stepped back into the dining room and pointed to the wood beams running across the ceiling. "This is nice." She put her hands on her hips. "So what do you think? Should I fix it up a bit or just sell?" If she sold the house as is, the price would be much lower than similar homes on the market, maybe even low enough for him to afford. At first glance, the house appeared dilapidated, but to someone who knew what they were looking for, once inside, looking past the surface's flaws, the house was gorgeous, and on an even more impressive lot. Oh, his honesty would be the death of him. "I would fix her up," he said, running his finger against the wainscoting. He glanced at her, noticing her bite her bottom lip again. "But I'd never let her go." Chapter 16 Angelina and Penny stood with their luggage on the sidewalk at the arrivals of Boston's airport, waiting for the bus. Exhaust and gas fumes filled the air in the dirty concrete pickup lanes, and she remembered how much she hated this airport. Penny took a selfie in front of a Boston International Arrivals sign. Angelina pretended to be cool, but her whole body felt jittery as they waited for the bus to arrive. "Can you stay by me?" Angelina asked her daughter, who seemed to have found another better sign to pose in front of, which was more than 50 yards away. "Mom, we live in a city." Penny said this as if Angelina was a complete idiot. "1," she said in her head. 2. Penny continued to take multiple selfies. Rounding the bend, the bus pulled into the terminal right on time. The driver opened the door and began unloading the luggage underneath as the passengers filed out of the bus. Angelina stood in line as her daughter continued to stick her tongue out at her phone. It didn't take long for the driver to walk back to the bus, driving Angelina's nerves up as Penny continued to selfie. Just as she was about to remind Penny why they stood in line, her daughter noticed the bus and ran over. "Why didn't you tell me the bus was here?" Penny said, annoyed. Angelina smacked her mouth shut. If she said what she wanted to say to her teenage daughter, she was positive it would set off World War III and make the over-an-hour bus ride to Falmouth miserable. The plane ride had already been a disaster. 2 connecting flights, a problem with their seats, no snacks, and no time to buy food. To say they were hangry was an understatement. "I'm starving," Penny complained for the 500th time. "When we get to Falmouth. The ferryport usually has something we can grab to eat," she said, though she hadn't ridden the ferry for over 17 years. 17 years. Angelina never thought she'd make it back to the island. She'd imagined it. She'd come back a successful artist and be the one who bought the cute beach cottage. But never did she imagine being at Marie's again. She swore she'd never go back to the house, and in a few hours, she'd be standing at the doorstep. When the bus took off, Angelina wondered if this was the time to talk about the island, talk about the past, talk about him. "So, you excited?" Angelina asked Penny as she put her earbuds in. Penny nodded as she chewed her gum. "No response?" Angelina snipped and immediately winced. "Oh my God." "What?" Penny asked. "I sounded like Marie." Angelina had only been on the East Coast for less than an hour, and already she was turning into her mother. She was tiptoeing around a topic and losing her patience on her daughter, when it was her worries and anxiety that were the problem, not the child. She had pushed this conversation off long enough. "Do you want to ask me any questions about the island?" Angelina asked Penny. And by island, she meant Penny's father. Penny stuffed her hands under her legs, looking out the window, as if contemplating which question to ask. "Nah, I'm good," she said. "What?" Angelina didn't expect this. "You have no questions." Penny pulled out her phone and pressed play. "Nope." Angelina swiped her phone and pressed pause. "Mom," Penny said, "what are you doing?" "You have no questions about where you were conceived?" Angelina dragged out the words. What was she doing opening this can of worms? "Ew, Mom, gross. I don't want to hear about that stuff." Penny's face twisted like she'd stepped in slime. "I don't have questions." "Oh." Angelina sat dumbfounded. All this time, she thought going back to the island would stir a need in her daughter to find her father. In their house, father wasn't a word used. They didn't speak about him, because it had just always been Penny and her. Penny had asked about her father once in a while, but never more than just small, curious questions like, "Does my father have blue eyes too?" Or, "Does my father have big feet?" Penny never seemed to be bothered having only a mother. She didn't complain that she didn't have a dad that was a coach like her friends, or didn't have a daddy for the daddy-daughter dance. She also never asked deep questions like what he was like or where he was now. So Angelina thought this trip would open the floodgates for that kind of questioning. Penny was 16, almost an adult herself. She thought for sure she'd want to know about her father. But the bus ride continued, and Penny listened to her music, as Angelina continued to fret about the impending doom she faced. Her father had come to San Francisco after the divorce, called her, and met her at a small cafe. She hadn't brought Penny, instead leaving her with a coworker, so she could say exactly how she felt. But her father had cried the whole time, pleading with her to forgive him. One side of her hated the fact he'd waited until he was leaving Marie to ask for forgiveness. The other side felt sorry for him. But before the father-daughter relationship had even started, it had fizzled out. His new wife, Elise, didn't have any need to share her new husband, and didn't like the thought of being a grandmother. Angelina couldn't blame her stepmother, considering she was only 5 years her senior. A seagull cried out above her, which meant they were getting close to the island. She still couldn't believe she was standing on the ferry with her 16-year-old daughter, about to step on Martha's Vineyard. 16 years felt like a lifetime. Yet, as she took in the tangy scent of the sea, squeezing her eyes shut, she almost felt 16 herself. "Is that the harbor?" Penny asked, stretching out her arm at the tiny village called Eastport, the smallest of the ports from Falmouth, but to Angelina, the prettiest. "Do you see the white steeple?" she asked Penny, pointing at the white Congregational church that had been built in the 18th century. "Follow that to the right and through to the cliffs. Your grandmother's house is in those valleys beyond that." She could picture the 4 of them resting on the porch, watching the waves roll onto shore. "It's so beautiful," Penny said, and with a dramatic flair, thrusting her hand against her chest. "Don't forget Jaws was filmed here," Angelina said. "Darkness lies everywhere." Angelina looked at her phone. She should text him, warn him she was coming. It would be the polite thing to do. "Oh, hello, from 17 summers ago. Guess who? BTW, in town with Love Child. She's awesome." Then she'd leave a kissing heart emoji face, and all would be well. Or he might just want to meet her. Or he might not. And that's the crux of the situation. Angelina didn't know what she wanted. All she wanted was for Penny to be happy. Truly and honestly, that's all Angelina had ever wanted. She had always been honest with her daughter. She never lied to her, not even when it was hard and uncomfortable. She didn't get to have cute stories of storks and mommies and daddies. She had to tell the hard truth, that people don't fall in love like in the fairy tales. That parents think about their reputation over their children's feelings. That children should never make a mistake because they might not be forgiven. Had Marie forgiven Angelina now? If so, had she really forgiven her? Or did she just need help, and there was no one else? "Is that Auntie Camilla?" Penny asked. Covering her eyes with her hand from the glare of the sun, Angelina could see a small figure waving on the railing, and a stiff figure not moving next to her. The bile in her stomach rose to her throat. She wanted to change her mind. She could just stay on the ferry, return to the mainland, and get right back on a bus to the airport. "We don't have to do this, you know." What if she sees him? Would he recognize her? Of course he would. How could he forget the love of his life at the time? Or had his parents been correct in saying she was just a mistake? She looked over to Penny. She could see his azure eyes with those same dark eyelashes. She couldn't look at Penny without thinking of him. She even smiled like him, and did the same dang laugh, lifting up and down like an opera singer doing scales, completely outrageous and totally unique to just them. Yet Penny had never once met him. How strange to think the two people she had loved in her life had never met, yet were completely connected. Angelina expected Penny to flood her with questions the closer they got to the island, but Penny didn't even want to continue to talk about him.
I just think he's sort of irrelevant at this point in my life.
Penny looked up at the sky as seagulls floated past the boat.
I've come this far without a dad, and I'm doing okay.
Angelina thought so, but she always worried. You won't hurt my feelings. He's your dad. Aren't you just a little bit curious?
No.
Penny said it hard, quick, which made Angelina think that maybe her daughter did want to meet him. Are you sure? She asked.
Oh my God, Mom!
Penny threw up her hands, her phone part of her movements.
I told you I'm fine.
That means you're not fine, Angelina said. I know fine.
Why are you pushing this?
Penny asked. Angelina pulled back her hair that blew in her face, thinking. Was she pushing this? She had asked 1,000,000 times.
I just want me to be happy, Penny finished. I am. I have you, and my cranky soon-to-be grandmother, and Auntie Millie.
She'll kill you if you start calling her that, Angelina said, cringing since she knew they'd call her Angie. As the ferry pulled into the port, her sister and mother came into full view.
Is that your mother?
Penny asked. Angelina hadn't seen more than a few photographs taken at family gatherings put up on social media. But even from the ferry to the dock, Marie looked worn down and old. Her once striking brunette color had turned all gray. Deep creases down her cheeks and between her eyes made her constantly angry-looking. That's my mother. Angelina stared at the woman who at one time had frightened her more than death.
That's the Wicked Witch of the East?
Penny looked at the now frailer, smaller, and still very intimidating Marie.
She's not at all like I imagined.
Marie may have changed, but Angelina's anxiety felt exactly the same as it had 17 years ago. That feeling that everything about her was wrong, and she was going to hear about it. After disembarking, Angelina followed Penny, who punctured through the crowd to her aunt, who was waiting with arms open. Then, just as if she had only been away for a short time, her exuberant daughter, who had no boundaries or social graces, went straight into a huge hug with Marie. The shock of her gesture caught everyone, including Marie, off guard, and somehow eased the tension that had been building since San Francisco.
What do I call you?
Penny asked a shocked and stiffened Marie. Whatever you want to call me, Marie answered, adjusting her shirt after the hug. Marie shot Camilla a look, and unlike 17 years ago, she couldn't read Marie's expression. It didn't look like its usual disappointed frown. Instead, if she had to guess, Marie appeared nervous. Hi, Mom. Angelina held out her hand. It was the only gesture she could think would be polite yet respectful, without crossing her boundaries, because there was no way Angelina was going in for a hug. Her mother's eyes moistened. Welcome back. And that's when Marie DeLuca reached out her arms and hugged Angelina. Chapter 17. As Elias drove to his brother's, he made a stop at the DeLuca Cape with no name. It wasn't directly on the beach, but had direct access to the beach, with a classic wooden walkway running through the grass valleys and sand dunes. It may be across the street from the ocean, but the preserve gave the house an unobstructed view of Sugar Beach. The downside was it sat across the street, but the upside was that there was hardly any traffic anyway. Mostly there was foot traffic from the neighbors going to the beach. Even though he had 1,000,001 other things to do, he agreed to come back to the DeLuca house and give her a rough estimate of work that needed to be completed to bring the house to code if they rented it out. When he pulled into the driveway, he noticed a younger woman swinging on the porch. He kept Louisa in the car. His King Charles usually came to every job site and usually won his clients over for him. "Hello," he said. "I'm here to see Camilla DeLuca." He held his clipboard, which had his to-do list and a handwritten calendar. He liked using a clipboard on the site more than using his phone. For one, it made the customer happy seeing his detailed notes of what the customer was asking of him. The second reason was that it made him look more professional for some reason. People didn't seem to take the baby of the Perez brothers as seriously as the others, which drove him crazy. Third, he wanted something to look at other than the beautiful Camilla DeLuca. "Hi!" The young girl stood up from the swing and walked to the front door. "Is that your dog?" He looked back at Louisa, who already stood out the open window wiggling her whole body as the girl pointed at her. His little princess knew they were talking about her. He shook his head at his sassy little pup. "That's Louisa, and she loves attention," he said. "Can I pet her?" the girl asked. He wasn't great with ages, but if he had to guess, the girl was in high school. Should he make her ask her parents? "Sure, go ahead," he said. He walked back to the truck, put on Louisa's leash, and took her out to meet the young woman. "Hi, Louisa," the young woman said, raising her tone in a high, soft pitch. Louisa's whole body wiggled, from her head to the tip of her tail. She snorted as she sniffed the young woman's hand. "You are so cute," the young woman said, her pitch getting higher. "Oh my gosh, I love these kinds of dogs. It's a King Charles, right?" "She is." Elias crouched down a couple feet away, just to make sure Louisa was being polite. She almost always was a good girl, but she was still a puppy and tended to jump when meeting new people. Today, she was doing really well. "I'll go get my aunt," the girl said. "But can I watch Louisa on the porch while you talk with her?" He looked down at Louisa. "Do you want to hang out with—" "Oh, I'm Penny, Camilla's niece," she said, sticking out her hand straight in his face. "Well, hello, Penny. Nice to meet you," he said. "It looks like Louisa's into that idea." He handed the leash to Penny, who happily sat with Louisa in her lap. "Thanks," he said, waiting for the young lady to remember to grab her aunt. "I'll go get your aunt, then." He stood on the driveway and was about to text Ms. DeLuca that he'd arrived, but she came outside to meet him. And just like the last time he'd met Camilla DeLuca, his heart skipped a beat. This time, he was certain it had nothing to do with the house, and everything to do with the gorgeous woman standing in front of him holding out her hand. "Mr. Perez, thank you for coming again," Camilla said. He shook her hand. Another woman, a bit older, stood behind her. "This is my sister, Angelina." He noticed how similar the sisters looked. Both had long brown hair. Both had eyes that glowed aqua. Mermaid eyes was what his grandfather called his cousin with eyes that bright. "Let me take you inside," Camilla said. She walked him through the whole house in more detail than the day before. She was right about updates. The house looked as though no one had fixed a thing for decades. "So what can we do to get this place up to code and updated?" she asked. As he turned around in the out-of-date kitchen, putting Camilla's whole situation into perspective, with her mother's illness, Camilla living in New York City, and having a very limited budget, the truth was, She might not want to spend the money or the effort.
Have you thought about just putting it up for sale and taking offers? He asked. You'd probably find someone who's willing to pay a lot. But for the land more than anything.
He didn't want to say it, but the house may not be worth renovating if they were going to sell. Most folks didn't want to deal with an old house like this. A heavy sigh broke from her chest, and she nodded. She looked at her sister, who shrugged. She folded her arms against her chest. It's not my decision.
You'd get a great price, I'm sure,
Elias said, looking at the wood stove sitting on a brick surround. That he was positive about. There were plenty of rich people willing to buy it, but most properties like this were torn down. I'm leaning more toward renovating for rental, Camilla said. He groaned silently in his head. That's not what he wanted to hear. Rentals meant people in and out. The house would fall in even worse condition with the influx of people. Renters didn't care about the property, just their stay.
Well, you should probably replace the roof and the windows. Replace them with hurricane windows.
He wrote on his notepad, even though he didn't have anything to write. He didn't like seeing the reaction on the customers' faces when he explained the less glamorous items.
The plumbing looks good, and the electric. But if you really wanted to get some bang for your buck, you'd renovate the bathrooms, kitchen, and do some work on the landscaping. The curb appeal would do wonders for the price, even for renting.
You really think so? The sister asked. You'd spend time on the landscaping? This used to be the prettiest house on the block, he said, then immediately frowned.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude.
No, Camilla frowned as she shook her head. It used to be really pretty. She clasped her hands together. What would you start with if you had 3 months and my limited budget? When Ms. DeLuca had called the office, she'd told his assistant the budget, which could get her a new kitchen and a roof, but not much more. Jose and Mateo wanted to pass on the project, and didn't understand why he was intent on helping this woman, but Elias insisted it was because of Marty and Wanda, which, if they saw Ms. DeLuca, his brothers would immediately know he was full of it. It was her aqua eyes that got him into this mess. He thought about the time and the work involved with the budget. He'd make nothing off this job. He needed to be realistic. This would end up being a project he'd have to work on at night and on his own time. He really did need to pass.
Who's this?
A woman stood in her pajamas, her hair wild and sticking up. Her makeup was smeared around her eyes. Mom, this is Elias, Camilla said, walking to her mother. He's here to do some work on the house. The woman glared at him, narrowing her eyes as if he were there to steal her jewels. He wanted to hold up his hands to prove he wasn't up to anything, but she didn't stop watching him as he stood there. The sister even backed out of the kitchen and out onto the patio. Camilla clasped her hands together. Do you remember how I was telling you about fixing up the house? Mrs. DeLuca's eyes narrowed even more at him. He didn't know if he should stay or go at this point. The woman's neck and face became red and splotchy. Why is he here? She asked. Wanda had explained about Camilla's situation with her mother. He hadn't been around anyone with Alzheimer's, but in that moment, he recognized fear. Mrs. DeLuca was frightened by his presence. Just as she pointed her finger out, little paw steps clicked across the wooden floors. Around the corner came Louisa, running happily through the house.
Louisa,
he called out. Behind her was the young girl Penny, chasing Louisa and smiling with joy. "Did you see the puppy, Grandma?"
There's a dog in here,
Marie exclaimed, forgetting about Elias.
Get it out!
Penny immediately frowned. It's so cute. Its name is Louisa.
Get it out of here,
Marie snapped. Louisa interpreted the angry shouting from Mrs. DeLuca as happy welcomes. Louisa shook her body right up to Mrs. DeLuca, snorting a hello.
"Louisa, come!"
Elias snapped his fingers. But the puppy plopped down right on Mrs. DeLuca's feet and rolled over.
"Oh, Grandma, she likes you,"
Penny said. "Come, Louisa." Elias pointed to the kitchen floor. "Now!" Louisa looked to Elias as if she was saying to him, "You can't boss me around," and rolled over even more. Then, out of nowhere, Mrs. DeLuca laughed. "Do you see this dog, Teresa?" Marie said to Penny. Camilla went to her mother, putting on a smile that looked fake, even to him, and said, "Mom, that's your granddaughter, Penny." Elias looked at his dog, wishing he was anywhere but there. The shift in octaves in Camilla's voice sounded fake. The happy and personal woman had stiffened and talked differently, nervously. She talked to her mother like her mother was a child. Mrs. DeLuca's other daughter backed away from the situation completely, leaving Camilla to cope with their mother on her own. But Mrs. DeLuca didn't notice or care. Louisa had her. The older woman crouched down to his dog and began rubbing her exposed belly. "What's its name?" Mrs. DeLuca asked him. Elias shook his head at Louisa. "Her name is Louisa," he said, crouching down next to his dog. Louisa's tongue hung out as Mrs. DeLuca scratched her chest. "She's very sweet," Mrs. DeLuca said, and Elias noticed the shift in her mood. The older woman smiled for one, stopped yelling at him, and appeared completely calm. "How old is she?" Mrs. DeLuca asked. "She's about 9 months, and naughty," he said, but he treated her as well as his own mother. "She's got my heart, and she knows it." "I can see." Mrs. DeLuca laughed as Louisa stretched out even more.
"Isn't she the cutest, Grandma?"
Penny sat on the floor next to them. The smile on Mrs. DeLuca's face immediately turned to a frown. Mrs. DeLuca stopped petting and stood up. Her eyes went to Camilla. "When did you get here?" Elias kept his eyes on Louisa, but he could feel each of the women, from the niece to the grandmother, tense. "Would you like to sit on the porch, Mom?" Camilla asked. She turned to Elias. "Excuse us for a moment." The young girl looked up at him, taking over scratching Louisa's belly, and said, "My grandmother has Alzheimer's." "Oh," he said. "I'm sorry." He could hear Camilla coaxing her mother to the porch. He noticed the other daughter, Angelina, standing in the background, watching the whole interaction from afar. "Excuse me, Mr. Penny asked. "Perez," he said.
"Excuse me, Mr. Perez," the young woman asked. "Do you think I could bring your dog on the porch with me and my grandmother while you talk with my mom and aunt?"
He smiled at Louisa. She had a way with people, that was for sure. "Absolutely." He handed the leash back to Penny. "But I'd keep her out of the house from now on." The young woman smiled and pointed her finger at him.
"Will do."
By the time Penny and Louisa left, Camilla had come back into the kitchen. He noticed a new set of worry lines on the beautiful woman, and his heart pained at the thought of having his own mother go through something as terrible as Alzheimer's. "Can I get you something to drink, Mr. Perez?" Camilla asked, her energy different, as if she now needed this meeting over with. "No, thank you," he said. "Sorry about the dog." "No, she's sweet." Camilla peeked out the window to the porch, where her mother and Penny sat on each end of the swinging couch, with Louisa asleep in between them. "Do you still have time to discuss what you might suggest if we were to do a renovation?" He looked around the kitchen. The other sister wasn't there any longer. He wasn't sure if they'd have to wait, and if he should point that out, but Camilla seemed unaffected by the absence. "Inside the house, I'd start with the kitchen," he said, patting the Formica countertops with his palm. She looked around the room. "What would you do if this was your kitchen?" He hadn't been asked this before. Most of the time, the clients knew exactly what they wanted him to do. "Well, if you're looking to update, I'd start with the counter. Maybe paint the cabinets to a lighter color. They're a nice maple, but dark. Change the hardware. I'd strip the years of buildup and wax off these floors and revarnish. Repaint." She pointed to the French doors. "And the landscape? Do you know someone who could come out and help with that?" He looked out the doors that led to what must have been an herb garden and patio under a pergola with trunks of overgrown grapevines. It could be a nice place to drink coffee in the morning, but the vines were half dead and half broken. The pergola stood, but the paint peeled, and the patio tiles were covered in moss. He thought of the front and its overgrown garden. "I'd spend my money on the porch." To Elias, it was a no-brainer. The porch was the selling point of the house. "The cheapest thing you could do is paint, and you can do most of it yourself, like the doors and the shutters. The clapboard will look spruced up with freshly painted trim and shutters. The porch will be where your renters will want to sit. So I'd focus on the landscape out front." She looked around the gardens as if thinking about it for a moment. "How long will it take to do all that you're talking about?" He thought for a moment, then said, "Maybe 8 weeks, maybe 12, depending on my guys who help me out." "Could you work in a bathroom, if we budget?" Her forehead scrunched like someone did before finding out their score on a test. He didn't know much about Camilla's situation, but he felt for her. Obviously, she was dealing with a lot. But there was no way he could do the bathroom, the kitchen, roof, porch, and landscaping with her budget. If Elias was smart, he'd drop this job. "Absolutely." A smile broke across her face. "Oh, that's great. Okay, I say we start as soon as you can," she said, reaching out her hand. "When can you start? I'm only in town for the summer, depending on things." He took it and shook hard. "I can come by first thing tomorrow morning and start taking measurements. Then I'll send out some of my subs for estimates." He looked around the house, admiring how the original fisherman's cape had the classic charm that New England sea cottages held. Built-ins on each side of the stone fireplace, wide honey pine floors. "I'm glad to see you're not selling," he said. "This place has great bones." He cringed at his comment. He sounded like Bob Vila. Camilla looked around the kitchen and rubbed her thumb into her palm. "My mom doesn't want to sell at this point." He nodded. Then reality hit him. This woman needed someone to be real about the situation. If she was doing this remodeling for sentimental reasons, she'd lose money for sure. If they were even slightly thinking of selling, she'd be smart to keep her money in her pocket. "Look, if you're maybe going to sell down the road, you probably should have a real estate agent come through here and give you an estimate," he said truthfully. "Before you go putting money into something, make sure you know all your options." She nodded, as if thinking about it. "Maybe I'll do that." He stuffed his hands into his pockets, looking around the room. He should just encourage her to sell. Her mother did not appear well. She lived in New York. He'd heard from Wanda. What would she do with this sized beach house on Martha's Vineyard? "Maybe the sister will take it. But Phil said there was some weird history. He should pass on this job. Listen to his brothers." But the butterflies twirling around with excitement at the thought of restoring another house excited him. He should just grab Louisa and go. Because if he was truthful with Camilla, he needed to be truthful with himself. Those butterflies weren't just for the new project, but the pretty blue-eyed Camilla that came with the project. "But if we do decide to renovate, you could take this project on?" she asked. Red flags blew in the wind like the American flag on Grayhead Cliff's lighthouse. "Absolutely." Chapter 18. "Mom's worse than you made her out to be," Angelina said, pouring a large glass of wine for Camilla and a second large one for herself. Camilla finished drying the dishes before she took a long sip. "She's worse with commotion, change and stuff." "You mean me being here?" Angelina huffed into her wineglass. "It's not just you," Camilla said. "She's not used to people anymore." Camilla couldn't say it any other way. Marie didn't do well with anyone new in her environment, even close friends, and now her daughters. "When the contractor was here, I thought she was going to lose it," Angelina said. "She'll forget I'm here," Camilla said. "But then she's making my favorite dinner by memory." Camilla didn't understand anything about the disease. "Maybe that's why she gave me that hug," Angelina said. "She probably forgot about the child out of wedlock thing." Camilla hoped it wasn't going to be like this the whole summer. Angelina playing the victim, Marie being the big bad martyr. "She's lost it a few times in front of me." "Since you've been here?" Angelina looked surprised. Camilla nodded. "The other day, she freaked out on this woman. I honestly didn't know what to do. I was embarrassed. But she gets so confused and frightened and agitated. She's good with Penny." Angelina pointed her wineglass out at the porch, where Penny animatedly used her arms to explain a project she was working on for her bedroom. "Yeah." Camilla didn't say what she really thought. Penny looked like a 16-year-old Angelina. "She's hardly said a word to me," Angelina said. "You've hardly said a word to her," Camilla said back. "Are we going to do this all night?" "I'm sorry if I'm a little out of my element being back here." Angelina got off the stool and started walking around the kitchen. She opened a drawer and looked inside, shuffling papers and random items around, then shut it and opened another. "I feel like I'm 16 again, but there's a 16-year-old on my porch who's mine. And when Marie does talk to me, it's still as condescending as always." She slammed the drawer shut. At the port, when Marie had given Angelina a hug, Camilla thought her prayers had been answered. No one had started a fight. Marie had opened her arms, literally and figuratively, and the whole family had been together. But now, as Camilla watched her sister down another large gulp of Riesling, she suspected Angelina had been looking for a fight. "Tomorrow a real estate agent is coming by," Camilla said, changing the subject. She peeked out onto the porch at Marie, who was sitting with Penny, talking about wanting to attend Harvard and move to Boston. "Do you think we should sell?" Angelina sat on the stool at the counter. "I think that's up to you and Mom." "You're still her daughter." Camilla rolled her eyes. "She doesn't have a will anyway." "What will I do with the beach house on Martha's Vineyard?" Angelina shrugged. "I have a very happy life in California." "I did some research on the market last night." Camilla had seen other comparable real estate for sale, and the price was outrageous. She knew the house would go for a lot, but had no idea how much. "It's worth a lot. Enough to cover expenses for Mom." "Where is she going to go?" Angelina asked, her eyes widening suddenly, as if realizing something. "I don't have room." Camilla held back her first comment and said, "She doesn't want to sell. She wants to get in-home care if possible." Angelina thought about it. Can she afford something like in-home care? Could you take a mortgage out for something like that? "I've gotten different quotes. but it's finding someone who's willing to live on the island." Camilla sighed. "I still haven't really gone through all her finances, but from what I can tell, she doesn't have the money without selling the house." She set down her glass of wine and grabbed the bottle before filling up the glass almost to the brim. "I thought I'd look into places in New York or the surrounding areas, but then I feel guilty taking her away from her home." Angelina twisted her glass with her fingers. "She didn't feel guilty kicking me out of my home." Camilla let out a long breath, annoyed that after 16 years, Angelina hadn't changed, even after becoming a mother. "She's sick. Will you leave her alone?" Angelina immediately sat back in her chair, defensive. "Look, I didn't have to come here." "You're right, you didn't," Camilla said right back to her. She wasn't going to play this game. She wasn't little Millie, who had no choice but to do what everyone told her. "If helping your mother is this horrible, then go. I'll figure things out on my own." This only irritated Angelina more, and she slid her drink to the middle of the island. "She's the one who created her lonely world," Angelina pointed out. Camilla tried to pause, gain her corporate persona, and drive home a message. She didn't have to be there either. Camilla had the same mother and the same responsibilities as Angelina did. "She's our mother, Angelina. Is that how you want Penny to treat you if you get this disease?" "I would never treat Penny the way Marie treated me." Angelina pointed her index finger hard against the counter, her voice rising by the end of her sentence. Camilla checked out the window at Penny and Marie, who both sat on the couch, oblivious about the fight going on in the kitchen as they rocked back and forth. "She's our mother," Camilla said, and it was that simple. "And she needs our help." Camilla picked up her wine and left the kitchen, walking out to the porch. She dragged one of the rocking chairs over to Penny and Marie and sat down. "Look at the sunset," Penny said, pointing out to the west side of the house. "It's so pretty." Penny suddenly pulled out her phone, about to take a selfie, but then said, "Get in the picture, Grandma and Auntie Camilla." Marie's eyebrows wrinkled in confusion, and Camilla jumped up next to Marie and said, "Smile for the picture, Mom." Marie looked around for a camera, smiling like a kindergartner who did what she was told on picture day. "Wait, let's get Mom in the picture," Penny said. "Mom, we're taking a picture." Angelina didn't answer. Penny leaned over to look through the window. "Mom, come outside." "I'm coming," Angelina finally said. She walked out, pulling the chair next to Marie away and smiling for the picture. As Penny returned her attention to her phone, Camilla thought about her first nights on the island as a kid, staying up late on the porch, playing games, taking midnight strolls on the beach. She reached over to the side table and pulled out the deck of cards. She set the deck onto the coffee table in front of the couch, then grabbed the notepad. By the time she found a pencil, Marie had grabbed the deck and removed the cards from the box and started shuffling. "Has your mother ever taught you how to play spades?" Camilla asked. Penny shook her head. "You need 4 people," Angelina said. "We're only a 2-person family." Marie shuffled the cards, making a bridge against her knees and gathering them back into a pile like a card dealer. She started dealing out the cards. "I don't know the rules," Penny said, picking up the cards one by one as they came to her. "You can be on my team," Marie said to Penny. Camilla wrote down Penny and Grandma on one side of the paper, and Angelina and Camilla. Marie finished shuffling and expertly put her hand in order. "Do you see how I put all the suits together and the numbers lining up in order?" Penny showed Marie her hand, and the two started to whisper about their bids. "Now we have to guess which card will trump the others." Marie started moving the cards around in her hand. "But what if they don't?" Penny asked.
Then you don't get the book, which is like a point, Angelina said, shuffling her own hand in order.
Camilla didn't speak, just watched how Penny reacted to Marie, and how Marie reacted to Penny. They both seemed like they had known each other their whole lives.
How cute was that dog? Penny said to the group. Do you think Mr. Perez will bring it when he works on the house?
Angelina shook her head.
That depends on whether he comes back. What do you mean? Penny said. I thought he was working on the house.
Marie's head popped up.
Who's working on the house?
Camilla tried to change the subject.
I have at least 2. How many books do you have, Angelina? I want a dog like that when I get older, Penny said. I have 1, maybe 2,
Angelina said, looking back at her cards. Camilla wrote down their books.
Angie?
Marie said, looking at Penny. Penny smiled, shaking her head.
Nope, I'm your granddaughter Penny. I'm here to stay for the summer.
Marie's eyes flickered around, her hands tensing with the cards, signs Camilla now recognized when Marie became confused. Just as Camilla was about to de-escalate Marie's anxiety, Penny placed her hand on Marie's and rubbed it. And just like a switch turning off, Marie's grip immediately loosened, the cards now soft between her fingers. Marie took her other hand and patted Penny's.
I'm glad you came back,
Marie said to Penny, her eyes moistening as she kept Penny's hand on hers. Camilla snuck a look at Angelina, who looked on at her daughter and mother.
Are we going to the beach tomorrow?
Penny asked. Camilla almost started to explain how someone would have to stay home to be with Marie, when Marie started to speak.
We should make a picnic lunch,
Marie said to Penny.
And bring the big beach blanket. The water's going to be freezing,
Angelina said.
Remember when Mom used to do the polar plunge?
Camilla said, suddenly remembering it for the first time since it had happened.
Marie laughed. That was for charity. Do they still have the Harbor Winter Festival?
Angelina asked. Marie put down the first card and looked up at Angelina.
Do you still paint?
Angelina didn't answer at first, as if considering the stakes of talking with the enemy. Then Camilla noticed her sister notice her daughter watching her.
Yes, I still do. Mostly landscapes,
she answered, looking down at her cards. She then threw down a king of hearts. Marie pointed at a card in Penny's hand, and Penny threw it down. It was a perfect card to play. But Camilla won the book with a king.
Are you still at the farmer's market by the wharf?
Marie asked. The comment made Angelina look up from her cards.
You know about the farmer's market?
Marie collected the cards as Camilla wrote down the score. She handed the deck to Angelina, who now had to deal. Like Marie, Angelina shuffled the deck like a dealer, flipping through the cards, dealing them out quickly and with precision, as if she had spent every summer night of her childhood playing cards with her family. Camilla wondered when that happy family had stopped being happy. Marie and Penny ended up winning the game, and Marie took the paper and put it on the fridge, a DeLuca tradition. Penny stayed on the porch and sat on her phone.
Good night, girls,
Marie said to them as they cleaned up the game.
Good night,
they all said back. But Penny got up, stuffed her phone into her back pocket, and wrapped her arms around Marie.
I'm so glad we're here, Grandma,
Penny said, holding on to Marie tightly. Camilla expected Marie to freeze up or get upset, but Marie leaned into her granddaughter and said,
I'm glad you're here too.
Angelina didn't say anything, just stood back in the shadows, letting Marie forget about her. When it was Camilla's time to say goodnight, Angelina met her in the kitchen and grabbed her elbow.
I'm sorry you've been on your own with this, she said. I really came here for you, but you're right. I should also be here for Marie.
For Penny's sake. Thank you, Angelina. Camilla grabbed Angelina's hand and squeezed her sister. Thank you for coming and putting things aside. But I'm only here for the summer, Angelina said. After that, we have to go back to California. Camilla nodded, thinking about work and if she'd be looking for a new job when she returned to New York. Chapter 19. Elias drove by the house the next morning and noticed the car of the real estate agent he'd recommended parked in the driveway. He almost wished he made an offer right then and there. But for what? He didn't even have a girlfriend at this point. Or the money. He still hadn't spoken to Debbie since the barbecue, and didn't expect to at this point. He hadn't thought much of Debbie at all since then. It was almost as if the 3 years hadn't even happened. He pulled into Jose's and jumped out, walking to his brother's garage and up the staircase to his home office, when he was met by Julia, who sat at the desk doing some paperwork. So Jose said that you're going to renovate the DeLuca house, she said. Is Camilla going to fix up the place? He shrugged. I'm not sure. She has Lisa Ryland over there right now. Her mom's pretty sick, so I think she's trying to figure things out. It's so sad about Mrs. DeLuca, Julia said, shaking her head. Do you really think they'll sell? He shrugged, thinking about his own mother. He couldn't imagine having to make the decisions Camilla had to make. His large family would make sure his parents would be taken care of. He thought about how Camilla's sister had just hung back, letting her make the decisions. Camilla's sister and her daughter came back, so I think they're figuring things out, he said. Julia's eyes widened. Angie's back? Yep. I should go over there and say hello, Julia said, tapping her fingers against the computer's keyboard. Mommy! Screamed his nephew, Jojo. Jacob's annoying me! Then use your words and ask him to stop, Julia yelled back at him. She got up from the desk and went to the staircase, then waited at the top, listening. When she heard nothing, she went back to the DeLucas. Camilla's family has owned that house forever, like since her grandparents. I always loved that house. He almost told Julia about what Debbie had said about the house, but held back just in time. No need to discuss Debbie. Julia would only ask about her. Then he'd have to let everyone know they were right. They were terrible for each other. I used to be best friends with those girls, Julia said, as though remembering times with the sisters. We made up this club called the Activity Club and held meetings and had positions. I think I was secretary. Elias opened the file cabinet and pulled out the receipts from an earlier job to check the prices of appliances to estimate the costs, if he were to take on the DeLuca job. If there was a job. I'd love to remodel the whole thing, do a complete reno, he said, sitting down at Jose's desk. He took a photo of the receipts. Maybe even flip it. Julia sat up in her chair. Flip it? He nodded. A pet project. But I bet if you cleaned it up, do some real changes, open the place up, you'd get double for what she's going to get if they just sell. But you have to have the money in order to do that kind of work, Julia said. She did the numbers, so she knew Camilla's low budget. What if we bought it? He said suddenly. You know, the company buys it. Renovate it on our own time and sell it. Are you seriously thinking of flipping a house on top of everything else you're all doing? Julia said. I barely see my husband as is. Flipping what house? Jose said, coming up the steps with Jessie on his shoulders. Not that cape again. Jessie reached out her arms toward Julia. Mommy! She's looking for you, Jose said to Julia. Julia wiped off her glasses. Jose, I asked you to watch her so I could file some of the paperwork without her. But she won't stop fussing, Jose complained. Julia looked to Jose, to Jessie, to Elias. her face turning a deeper shade of red as they stood there.
Okay, I'll watch her.
Jose picked up Jessie, who was standing in between Julia's legs, holding up her arms to be picked up, and swept her up in his arms.
Let's go back downstairs.
Jessie immediately stiffened her body, straightening her limbs out, making it difficult to grab hold of her.
Come on, let's go play a game with Uncle Elias,
Jose said, having difficulty pulling his daughter's grip from his wife's pant leg.
Do you want a piggyback ride?
Elias asked. Jessie's arms went to Elias.
Oh, I see how it goes,
Jose said, happily handing his daughter off. They walked down the steps to the garage, leaving Julia alone in the office.
Are you talking about flipping the DeLuca house?
Jose asked. Elias wasn't sure if Julia was in earshot or not, but he didn't want to make his sister-in-law more upset, so he shrugged.
I wasn't really serious. It's just, I went through it yesterday, and man, it's got some great features you can't find in the new places. I bet someone would easily take it for double the price if it was just fixed up a bit. The roof's gotta go,
Jose said, opening the door to the house.
Not to mention the yard's a disaster.
It definitely needs work, Elias said.
But I'm telling you, it's a gold mine.
He could see the flicker in Jose's eyes.
Find out what you can from Lisa.
Elias nodded.
Your wife will kill you.
You are absolutely right. Jose pointed his finger at him.
Speaking of which, I told her I'd pack the beach bag.
Jose went to the kitchen, leaving Elias with his niece.
Mommy?
Jessie asked Elias. He shook his head.
She needs to work. Can you play with Uncle Elias?
Are you going to the beach?
Jacob asked, with Jojo waiting for his answer behind him.
Please come to the beach with us, Jojo begged. You could show us that cove Mom won't let us go to.
Elias smiled, thinking about being a kid and playing in all the different coves and tidal pools. Julia held a much tighter leash on her kids than his parents had. They were too busy working all the time to keep track of all their kids. By the time Elias grew up into his teens, there were practically no rules as the baby in the family. His parents were so dang tired they were glad if he showed up for dinner, which he did every night. They always showed up for family.
You know what? Why don't I take you guys to the beach today? He said.
Woohoo! The boys cheered and raised their arms up in the air. Jessie copied her brothers and did the same thing.
Let's get ready, he said.
When Julia heard his suggestion of taking the kids to the beach himself, she practically cried.
Oh my God, thank you so much, Elias.
She hugged him for at least a minute.
You have no idea how much I appreciate it.
He laughed at her joy. Make yourself an iced tea and grab yourself a good book. Her eyes shot open.
I'm going to watch my show. I haven't been able to stay awake long enough to watch anything.
You deserve it, Elias said, as she made up 4 lunches faster than he'd ever seen a human being move.
Can Louisa stay here?
Absolutely, she said, handing off the cooler filled with juice boxes, cheese sticks, and assorted sandwiches.
Here you go. I wrote their names on the sandwich baggies.
Julia pointed to each one.
PB&J for the boys on wheat with no crusts. Ham and cheese for Jessie on white. Apples for Jessie and Jacob. There are grapes for Jojo, but make sure he doesn't choke.
Elias wanted to remind Julia he saw his niece and nephews almost daily, but he let her instruct him anyway.
Every 90 minutes, they need to reapply sunscreen.
She pointed at Jojo.
Do you hear me, Jojo?
Yes, Mom.
Jojo groaned, acting as if he had ants in his pants.
Can we go?
Julia looked to Elias.
Are you sure?
Elias had worked on construction sites since he was 16. Did hard manual labor almost every day of his life.
I'll be just fine.
Julia shook her head, laughing.
Well, my phone's going to be off, so good luck. She made kissing noises. Come, Louisa. She patted him on the back and laughed all the way back up the office steps as he left, pulling Jessie in the red flyer wagon. By the time he reached the beach, the boys had started hitting each other. Jessie was trying to stand and getting angry he wasn't letting her, and he already needed a break. He crossed over the wooden plank public walkway to the beach, through the sand dunes and seagrass. The boys started running toward the water, holding their new boogie boards in their hands. Don't go in until we're all ready. Elias jogged, pulling Jessie, trying to keep up. Hold on, Jessie. His niece grabbed hold of the wooden sides. Colorful umbrellas dotted Sugar Beach, with people lounging underneath. This is where the beautiful people hang out while the rest of the world works, he thought. He dredged the wagon through the sand as the boys laid out the blanket. Mom always sits here, Jojo said, pulling off his shirt and dropping it onto the beach blanket. Elias pulled out their own umbrella and set it up as he checked out the surf. The water appeared calm, hardly any wind, and the tide was slowly moving out. But he respected the Atlantic Ocean enough to know calm didn't mean safe. Where's your life vest? He asked. Jojo and Jacob both made faces. We don't want to wear the baby vests, Jojo complained. Do you want a boogie board while we're here? Elias asked. I have 3 people to watch, and wearing those would make me feel much more comfortable if you're swimming in the water. Jojo huffed as Jacob grabbed his vest and put it on. Stay right in front of me, Elias explained as he cranked open the umbrella. The tide will drag you down the beach, so every time you take a wave in, you need to find me. The boys nodded and took off, with life vests on, and ran into the water. Elias laughed as Jacob stumbled, then tripped and fell into the waves. He set up Jessie on the edge of the blanket, next to the bag of sand toys. Do you want to get some buckets of water? He asked her. She nodded and pointed her finger at the water. I want water. Good job using your words, he said, using Julia's catchphrases he heard her use. Come on, little lady, let's go. He held out his hand and helped Jessie to her feet. She grabbed a watering can, and he grabbed the big cement bucket to fill with water. When they collected their water and turned around to head back to their space, that's when he saw her. She walked with her sister, but he noticed her niece and mother already set up on the beach. She lifted her hand and waved at him, and he waved back. Jessie sprinted ahead toward their setup, spilling most of the water she had collected in her watering can, and poured the remaining water on the sand by her spot. He set down the bucket and looked over to Camilla and her family. They had set up about 100 feet away, further from the water and closer to their house. He wondered if he should go over there and say hello. Would it be polite? Or would he come across as salesy, as if he were being kind for business? He didn't want to come across as pushy, but he was dying to know what the real estate agent said. He'd have to text Lisa and see what she'd listed at, as is. He tried hard not to look over at them, but every once in a while, he'd sneak a look at the beauty, who now stood in a bathing suit. He had to turn his back on the scene while keeping an eye on his nephews. He focused on building a sandcastle with Jessie, who seemed determined to destroy everything he'd built. Hey, a voice suddenly said from behind him. He turned around to see Camilla standing there. He covered his eyes, blocking the sun, and stood up. Hey, how's it going? Good, she said. She looked even more radiant under the morning sun. I took your advice and called that real estate agent. He nodded. Oh, good. Lisa's great. She smiled. The wind blew her hair gently across her face. He had an urge to reach out and brush it behind her ear. Whoa, he needed to get a grip. How'd it go? He asked. Great, she said, not divulging any more details.
She looked down at Jessie. "Who's this?" He couldn't help but laugh as his niece smashed his latest try on a castle, crumbling the sand between her fingers. "This is my niece, Jessica, but we call her Jessie." Camilla knelt to Jessie's eye level and waved at her. "Hi, Jessie." Jessie smiled but continued to squeeze sand between her fingers. "And those crazy kids are my nephews." He pointed out at the water. "They're the two who are boogie boarding." Just as he said that, Jojo caught a wave and crashed into the water. Jacob, who watched the whole thing, bent down in laughter at his brother's hilarious fall. She laughed as Jojo picked himself and the board up and ran back into the water with Jacob running after him. "Are those Julia's kids?" Camilla asked. He had forgotten the connection. "Yes. Julia just told me you two were childhood friends." She nodded. "My sister and I used to hang out here with her every summer." He wondered if they had ever crossed paths as a kid. She must be around the same age if she'd been hanging around Julia as a kid. "Jose's my older brother," he said. She pointed at him. "I was at the wedding." "No way," he said. So they had crossed paths. He let out a laugh, and she smiled back, wide this time, and his heart skipped a beat. "I'm glad I ran into you, because I think the route we're going to take is to sell the house after all." Her forehead wrinkled. "I'm sorry if I wasted your time, but you were a huge help." No, he said. "I'm glad I could help." Would it be rude to ask the price? He noticed her smile had faded. "This must be hard for your family." He gestured toward the group sitting together in a shaded spot on the beach. Camilla nodded. "My mom doesn't really want to sell it, but I don't know how we could keep it." He glanced over at her family. The niece's attention was on her phone. The grandmother sat on the other side of her, in a low beach chair with a blanket covering her. Camilla's sister sat in a chair on the other side of her daughter, who stared out at the water. The niece sat up and pointed at them. She got up and started running over. "Do you have Louisa?" she asked. He shook his head. "No dogs on the beach in the summer." Penny hardly heard his answer because she dropped down to her knees in front of Jessie. "Hi!" Jessie tilted her head and pointed at the crushed sandcastle. "Did you make that sandcastle?" Penny asked his niece, in the kindest and gentlest voice. Jessie immediately fell in love, holding out her hand to Penny, who took it in hers. She pulled Penny to the bucket of water. "Do you want me to fill the bucket up with water?" Penny asked. "Oh, we just got water," he said. But when he looked at the bucket he had filled only a moment ago, it was completely empty. He looked at his niece. "Where did the water go?" She shrugged. Camilla let out a laugh, and his stomach did some sort of somersault. It sounded like a melody to a symphony, and something started happening inside him. He wanted to hear more of it. The longer he stood there, tongue-twisted, sweating, and acting like an idiot, the more insecure he felt. And Camilla DeLuca was another summer person. Hadn't he learned his lesson with Debbie? He'd always be the handyman. "Do you mind if I bring her to the water?" Penny asked, as Jessie pulled Penny's hand toward the water. "Not at all." He crouched down in front of his niece and pointed to Penny. "Penny is in charge, and you have to hold her hand the whole time." Jessie looked to Penny, then back to him and nodded. "Be a good listener," he said. "No swimming." She tumbled off down the beach, yanking Penny's hand toward the water. "Don't worry. Penny's great at taking care of little people," Camilla said, staying beside him as the two nieces reached the water. He couldn't figure out how to stand. His arms felt out of place without pockets. Back in high school, he'd do something stupid with a football, and he'd have no trouble with the girls. Now he couldn't even talk to a beautiful woman. The longer he stood not saying anything, the more of a fool he felt next to her. Her niece and Jessie were already back, and not a word had been spoken between the two. "You guys did great," Camilla said. Penny pretended Jessie carried most of the weight of the water bucket. Jessie wiped her forehead, exaggerating being tired from the excursion, and everyone laughed. "Do you mind if I help build the castle with Jessie?" Penny asked. Was this kid for real? He had the newest Jack Reacher novel in his bag. "No, please. She's enjoying playing with you," he said. "I should head back to my mom," Camilla said, jabbing her thumb toward her mother, who was staring straight at the water. The same exact pose as the sister. The both of them were almost exact silhouettes of each other. Then he heard a cry. It was Jacob. He screamed out, not in a "my brother's a pain" kind of cry, but in a sharp "I'm in pain" kind of cry. "Do you mind watching Jessie?" he asked urgently, looking at the water. He already started running toward where he saw Jojo. "He fell on his arm!" Jojo cried. There, in the water, Jacob held his arm against his stomach. Elias jumped in and swept him up, carrying him out of the water. "You okay?" he asked his nephew, who cried, but had already calmed down in his arms. "My arm really hurts," he said, clutching his arm. "Can you move it?" Elias asked. Jacob concentrated, then winced in pain. "No." Elias groaned. Of course, this had to happen on his watch. "Okay, let's get you to Mom." By the time he reached the blanket, all the women, including Camilla's mother and sister, had all of his things packed up and ready to go. "Let us help you get back to the house," they said. He called Julia and explained everything on the phone as Penny lifted Jessie into the wagon, telling her to sit on her bottom, and began to pull it toward the road. The blanket, toys, and umbrella had been packed up and put away. Jojo grabbed the beach bag and followed the women down the wooden walkway, while Elias held Jacob in his arms. Jacob's arm had turned 3 different shades of colors by the time they reached Julia in the minivan. "Angelina!" Julia jumped out of the van and hugged Angelina. The two screamed in delight. "Oh my God, it's been so long!" Mrs. DeLuca's forehead creased. "Julia?" Julia turned and hugged Mrs. DeLuca. "It's good to see you again, Marie." The older woman smiled as her daughter embraced Julia again. "You look amazing," Angelina said to Julia. "Please, let's save the small talk." Julia rolled her eyes, hitting her thighs with her hands. "After 3 kids, I have no idea what I look like anymore. My body is not my own." Angelina laughed. "Meet my daughter." Penny waved, holding Jessie in her arms. Julia's face melted. "Oh, this is Penny?" Julia embraced her next. Elias opened the sliding door to the minivan, put Jacob in his seat, and strapped him in. The women continued catching up with each other as Jacob sat in the seat. Mom, are we going to the hospital?" Jacob asked. "Oops." Julia quickly hugged Camilla. "It's so good to see you guys." "I could watch the kids if you want," Penny said to Julia. "I love babysitting." Julia's hand reached out toward Penny. "Are you free now?" Penny smiled wide. "Yes." "Are you firing me?" Elias said, realizing he was being released from babysitting duty. "My kid's broken in the back seat," Julia said, getting back into the minivan. She gave her number to all the women. "I'll let you know what the wait is like for the emergency room, but Elias can show you around the house." Penny smiled at her promotion to head babysitter. "We'll have so much fun." Elias stood as the women all stared at him. "I didn't mean to break him." "We know," Angelina said, laughing at him. "Why don't I go with Penny and help you get these guys home?" Jojo pointed to the house at the end of the street. A 3-story new building, but Jose and Julia had incorporated traditional New England lines into the architecture. Camilla stayed behind. Thanks again for all your time yesterday." He nodded, lagging back as the rest walked ahead. He wondered if he would be meddling if he asked about the price. Would a few touch-ups get her a better price? Did she have someone helping her out with thinking the whole thing through? "Did Lisa suggest any renovations before selling?" he asked, hoping he wasn't crossing a line. She shook her head. "She said it would most likely be torn down. It's an acre lot, so it's more about the land than the house." An acre of land along Sugar Beach. It must be the largest lot on Cliffside Point. No way would the modest-sized cape stay. "The thought of it being torn down breaks my heart," she said. "Is the house listed as a historical building?" The original structure had to be over 100 or more years at least. "No," she said. "I don't think it's listed." She'd lose money if it were the case. Less people willing to take on a structure that old, and even less willing to deal with the rules and regulations with a historically listed house in New England. "I know this sounds stupid, but I feel like I'm losing a part of my family by selling it. And it's so much worse knowing it will be destroyed if I do." She sighed heavily as she looked back at her house. Her eyes spoke the pain, her words didn't. "And my mother has no clue what I'm about to do." Marie walked back to their spot and sat down in her chair. Camilla smiled, then gave a quick wave. "I should go." He wanted to reach out, tell her everything would be okay. But would it? Her mother was sick, and they were losing their family's home. It didn't seem like it would be okay. "I'm really sorry," he said. "If there's anything I can do to help." She smiled. "Thanks." He jogged back to Jose and Julia's and found Penny playing with the kids in the playroom while Angelina unpacked the cooler. "I can do all that," Elias said. "Really, you guys can go back to the beach, and I'll watch the kids. I'm really a good uncle." "I'm sure you are," Angelina smiled at him. "But Penny loves playing with little kids. She says it's because she's an only child. She'd be happy to play with them while they're at the emergency room. You're welcome to keep her." He listened to Jojo explain his newest Lego set he'd just built, while Jessie sat on Penny's lap. The young woman was a natural with kids. He looked at his watch. He did have a few things he could catch up on while she played with them. Jose would be home soon, hopefully. "I mean, if she doesn't mind, I could catch up on some emails while she plays with them," he said. Angelina waved at him. "It's good to see you again." She poked her head over in the playroom at Penny. "Let me know if you need anything. Bye, everyone." "Bye," the kids all chorused together. Elias looked at the three happily playing in their own world. When Jose arrived at home with Jacob in a cast, he peeked into the happily playing kids and asked, "Who's that?" "She's the daughter of Julia's friend," Elias said. "The one with the mother who's sick." Jose's eyes opened wide. "Oh, that's Sebastian's kid." Elias's eyes widened. "What?" Jose nodded at Penny, who was out of earshot, and spoke in a low voice. "That's Sebastian's kid. He got Angelina pregnant when they were in high school." Elias couldn't believe it. Sebastian had a kid? "Do people know?" Jose shook his head. "Nope. Julia knew because she was best friends with Angelina, but nobody else knows. I don't even know if the kid knows." "Then why did you tell me?" Elias whisper shouted. "I don't want to know a secret." "Sorry." Jose shook his head. "I just forgot about it and suddenly remembered. It was such a big thing when it all happened. It was when I first started dating Julia back in high school. He wasn't such a jerk back then." Now, Sebastian had a fiancée, an expensive house, and plans to finish his basement. Elias wondered if Debbie knew about the daughter. If she did,
She had never revealed anything to him. Does he know his love child is in town? I doubt it, Jose said. The way Julia tells the story, his parents basically paid Angie to get out of town and stay gone. This is the first time she's been back in years. That's crazy, Elias said, feeling sad for the woman and daughter. How could someone just pay off a person like that? You can't say anything. Julia would kill me, Jose said to him.
The brothers looked on at Jacob showing off his cast to Penny and his siblings.
I won't say anything,
Elias said.
I just can't believe it.
I know, Jose said.
That's Sebastian's kid.
Elias nodded.
And she's so cool.
Jose laughed out loud.
Seriously, I hope he finds out she's here playing with my kids.
Where's Julia? Elias asked.
She made me drop her off at Mrs. DeLuca's, he said. She wanted to thank them for taking care of Jacob.
Elias shook his head.
He was just fine with me. Well, I mean, he did break his wrist while you were watching him,
Jose teased. He would never hear the end of this. When he got into the truck, his phone buzzed with a text from Julia. Thanks for watching the boys. She sent it along with a kissing face heart emoji. I found a babysitter for the summer. For the summer? He thought to himself. That meant Camilla might be staying around for the summer. He really hoped she would. Chapter 20. Wanda knocked on the door, standing in front of Marty, holding a lemon bundt cake. She had heard it was Marie's favorite recipe. She hadn't met Marty's niece Angelina and her daughter yet, so she had been delighted Camilla had invited them over to the house for dessert. You didn't have to bring anything, Camilla said as she answered the door. Wanda handed the cake over to her. It's your grandmother's recipe. Camilla smiled. My mom's favorite. Wanda nodded. I followed the instructions exactly. Camilla gestured her head toward the back of the house. Everyone's in the kitchen. Wanda couldn't believe the transformation in just a few weeks. The house that had been messy, dark, and cluttered felt open, warm, and inviting. All the drapes looked clean and pulled back, the windows so clear she couldn't even tell there was glass. The shelves organized and dusted. Furniture had been moved around and rearranged.
It looks great in here, Marty said. You got rid of all those dark shelves along the wall.
Camilla nodded. I started packing up some of my dad's stuff, and things no one wants. That's when Wanda noticed the boxes in the corner. Are you selling? Camilla didn't have time to answer as they rounded the corner. There in the kitchen stood Marie and what Wanda assumed was her daughter and granddaughter. They all looked the same, standing in a row behind the counter, one generation to the next. Hello, Marie, Wanda said, walking around the counter and hugging her sister-in-law. She could feel her tense under her arms. She let go and moved right on to her daughter. You must be Angie. Angelina, the woman said, holding out her hand. Nice to meet you. This is my daughter, Penny. Or should I call you Penelope? Wanda asked, smiling at the young woman. Penny's fine, Penny said, shaking Wanda's hand. As Marty hugged his niece and great-niece, Wanda looked around the kitchen. Another huge transformation since the last time they had been at the house. Before, every surface had been covered with mail, magazines, coupons, papers, old utensils, condiment packets, and more junk. Now the kitchen looked tidy and efficient. A place she'd want to stay and cook.
Did you say you might be selling?
Marty asked the exact same thing she'd thought. We're thinking about what's best for Mom, Camilla said. Wanda looked to Marie, who didn't appear to be listening, but she wondered if she was. The day she had gotten upset with Wanda, she had mentioned being treated like a child, and as they talked about their plans to sell her beach house and pack up her things, Wanda felt sorry for her sister-in-law, because they were doing exactly that.
"How do you feel about moving?" she asked Marie.
Marie looked up from the counter, her eyes tired, sad, but she gave Wanda a half-smile.
"As long as I'm by the girls, I'll be fine."
Wanda felt her sincerity, and as they said a small blessing before they ate dessert together, she said a small prayer that Marie was able to spend as much time as possible healthy with her daughters and granddaughter. What a shame she'd wasted so much time being stuck. As cruel as the disease was, sometimes it took a crisis to see clearly. It brought her daughters and her granddaughter back together.
"I'd just like a family to move in," Marie said. "I'd hate to see this place be torn down."
"We should move here," Penny said from the other side of the table.
"Like, live on the island."
"And where would I work?" Angelina said, cutting into the bundt cake. She dished out slices for everyone while putting a scoop of vanilla ice cream on the side.
"They have schools on the island, you know," her daughter said.
"What about painting?" Wanda said, thinking about the farmer's market they had gone to that morning.
"There's a great market for that here."
"A market for landscape paintings?" Angelina looked doubtful. "I hardly sell enough in San Francisco. Besides, the people coming to Martha's Vineyard buy real art. Expensive art."
"You have real art," Camilla said. "You sold everything at your art show last spring," Penny said.
"But that was years of work," Angelina said. "And it wasn't enough to live on."
"Why rush and sell?"
Wanda said, planting the seed.
"Why not take the summer and figure things out?"
Marty lifted his eyebrow. He knew what she was doing.
"You have to stay at least for the 4th, Marty said. "Don't you remember the parade and fireworks?"
Wanda smiled at the thought of walking down with everyone to the parade. She liked the idea of having a big family barbecue and having them all over. She imagined Marty at the grill while she entertained. Maybe she'd even get to know Marie before it was too late.
"I have to try to get back to New York," Camilla said, looking down at the broken phone. "Soon."
Wanda could see the stress in Camilla's clenched grip on the small device. She hadn't stopped spinning it since they'd sat down at the table, even with her slice of bundt cake.
"This is good,"
Marie said, pointing her fork at the cake.
"Did Mom make this?"
She looked at Marty, and the room fell quiet.
"My wife, Wanda, made it."
Marie's eyes widened with happiness.
"You're married?"
She looked around the room, passing over Wanda as she scanned the people at the table. Marty placed his hand on Wanda's, which rested in her lap.
"I followed your mother's recipe exactly,"
Wanda said, squeezing his hand back.
"Our mother was always a fabulous cook,"
Marie said to Wanda. And for the first time, Marie talked to Wanda, told her about her mother and a few little stories about living on the island and meeting Frank. Penny asked a few questions, and Marty's nieces joined in on the storytelling.
"Do you remember when Dad bought that Boston whaler?" Camilla asked.
"I was going to kill him that night,"
Marie said, shaking her head at the memory.
"He thought he could park it in the yard next to my rose bushes."
"And he never used it," Marty said. "I ended up buying it off him the next year."
Marie nodded.
"He used the money to buy that dang car that's still in the garage." "You still have his old Corvette?" Angelina asked.
Marie nodded.
"I don't know why I never sold it."
"Does it still work?"
Marty asked. Marie shrugged.
"It hasn't moved since Frank lived here."
Conversation continued for another good hour before Marty and Wanda began to say goodnight. And just like the house, Marie had changed. She seemed confused at times, yes, But the anxiety, the agitation, and the anger seemed more at bay. She didn't jump down Marty's throat or ignore Wanda. She didn't get upset about them coming over, but invited them into her home. Marie even talked, really talked, to Wanda. When they got into the car, Wanda turned to Marty.
"Oh, I forgot to remind them about walking in the morning."
You want me to run back in?
Marty asked, grabbing the handle of the car and pulling it open. Wanda leaned over and stopped him, then kissed him.
What's that for?
He asked. "I just love you," Wanda said, patting his thigh.
Well, I love you too,
Marty said. "I think I'll just text them," she said, pulling out her phone. She'd start a group text with the whole family. Her family. She plugged all their names in. Marie first, then Angelina, Camilla, and Penny, and wrote, "Join us on our walk tomorrow morning," adding the time and place to meet them. Then she sent the picture from the last walk Camilla and Marie had joined them. "It's supposed to be beautiful." As Marty drove back to their house, Wanda felt that little stretching feeling she got since she'd arrived at Martha's Vineyard. That feeling where she had too many blessings, and everything was about to burst. "Tonight was nice," she said, asking for reassurance.
Tonight was nice,
Marty agreed. She had enjoyed herself very much. "Marie is very lucky to have such wonderful daughters." Wanda had wished for years to have a daughter, or a son. When she and her ex-husband Bill had first started trying to have a family, they'd sit up at night going through names. But as the years had gone by, and no children came, Bill didn't like to fantasize about baby Jensen. He'd preferred to not talk about it. Not see a doctor, not see if he was the issue, not figure out if there were other options. He wanted to never mention having a family again. When Wanda's parents had died and Bill had divorced her, she spent Christmas by herself. No tree, no dinner, nothing. It had been like every other day. Wanda cried all day. Now, she had a family. "Let's have a party for the 4th, Wanda said. "We'll invite everyone to meet your nieces and Penny." Marty smiled.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Chapter 21. Rebecca hadn't replied to any of Camilla's texts all morning, which meant one of two things. She was either told not to, or something was wrong. Or worst case scenario, both. Camilla went through her emails on her phone as she sat on the beach in between her mother and her sister. Dean hadn't called her back since the day before, and she was certain the whole campaign's communication had been blocked from her. She no longer received emails about work completion or shared files. She even tried to open up the drive she'd set up for the project, and had been removed. What was Dean up to? If Robert was still head of the company, she'd go straight to him about Dean's behavior, but now she felt like a frumpy old spinster tattling on a coworker. And Dean knew she wouldn't go to Robbie. If she did, he would spin it. He would end up the savior, and she would appear the cranky, out-of-touch worker bee taking a vacation. 2 days of no communication meant she might as well pack her bags now. Advertising had been a fulfilling career, but like in Mad Men, completely cutthroat. She competed with everyone in her building, even her allies like Rebecca, and she never trusted any of them. The whole incident with Dean proved everyone was out for each other. Rebecca could have been out for her position, and now with her gone could easily swing right into her old spot. Robbie would probably encourage it. Dean definitely would. Her mother brought a book to read, but took a nap on her lounge chair. One positive since the arrival of Angelina and Penny was that Marie got out of the house. She did anything if Penny suggested it. They usually hit the beach by mid-morning, set up their lounge chairs, and sat. "Hello," a woman's voice said.
Mind if we join you? Julia and her children all came over to their spot, Penny bouncing behind with Jessie in her arms. Not at all. Angelina cleaned off Penny's chair. Take a seat. Oh, it's Julia, Marie said, opening her eyes. When did you all get here? Just now, Julia answered, and Camilla wondered if Marie meant the beach or the island, if she was here in the present moment or lost in the past. Jojo ran straight into the water as Jessie and Penny grabbed a bucket and walked down to a shallow tide pool. Julia dropped all her stuff onto the ground and pointed to the chair, turning her attention to Jacob, who looked miserable with a cast on his arm. Do you want to sit with us? Jacob shook his head. I'll just stand in the water up to my ankles. Do not go in any further, Julia warned him. He nodded. I won't. I'm telling you, if you go into the water, you'll have to get another cast, and we'll be in the doctor's office all day again. She eyed him. Okay, I won't. Sheesh. He walked away without another word. Julia's eyes widened, and she looked at the ladies. I'm so grateful to have Penny here to help. Angelina laughed. I get it. She's so good with Jessie, Julia said, looking at Penny and Jessie sitting in the shallow water and splashing their hands against its surface. Angelina, she's wonderful. Good job, Mama. Camilla noticed tears shot up in Angelina's eyes. She wiped them with her palm. Julia leaned over and rubbed her on the shoulder. It's just nice to hear, you know, Angelina said, sniffling and laughing. I didn't have anyone, you know, to help me. Camilla's stomach felt like a weight had been dropped on it. What was Angelina doing? She didn't want to fight, but Angelina had had her. How many college students hung out with toddlers instead of hitting the parties? No one, except for her. I guess all those weekends babysitting wasn't helpful, Camilla said, before she could help it. Angelina tipped her head. I didn't mean that. But you were only around for a few years. Then you left for New York. The big advertising firms are in New York. I had to move. You could have taught anywhere, Camilla pointed out. But you chose to stay in California. We had already set up our life there. Angelina said it as though Camilla was being the unreasonable one. Marie didn't pay any attention to the girls. Instead, she read her book, but Camilla could tell she was listening. Her mother frequently would stay out of their fights as kids, letting them figure them out on their own. She hardly ever got involved. But she'd listen in to know what was going on, and give her opinion when the sisters no longer fought but separated, swearing they'd never talk to each other again. The only other person that understands you completely is your sister, Marie told her once. No one else, not even your husband, understands you like she will. Camilla picked up her phone and looked at her texts, ignoring her sister, ignoring the awkward tension hanging between them. I can't believe I'm sitting here with the DeLuca girls. Julia clapped her hands together. I feel like I'm a teenager again. Marie looked up at this. Remember when you girls would have lemonade stands at the end of the driveway? We only charged 25 cents, Julia said, shaking her head. We should have charged $1. My kids charged $2 at our driveway. Where do you live now? Marie asked. Julia's eyebrows flickered up at the comment. I live down the street, at the end of Cliffside. You do? Marie slapped her chest with her hand. Do the girls know you've moved? Camilla didn't even bother to answer, knowing the afternoon confusion was setting in. Marie took a nap around this time. We love living in the neighborhood, Julia said. It's a shame you couldn't buy our little place, Marie said, looking out at the water. I'd love to see another family grow there. A pang hit Camilla. So many memories would be lost, but worse, so many hopes and dreams ending.
She had always hoped to bring her own family there, spend the summers with her parents, or at least her mother, have her children play on the beach, learn the beauty of being in touch with nature. She wanted to learn gardening with her mother, and the recipes of the family. She had even dreamt of a wedding on the beach and a reception under the stars in her mother's garden.
I can't believe you've come back and are selling the house, Julia sighed. How can I convince Penny to stay here for her senior year?
Angelina laughed. She's having a nice time with the kids.
How much will Lisa list it for?
5, Angelina said. $5 million. It would be enough money to help with her mother's care and new residence. It would be great to have that much money on hand for emergency situations. Renting it out would be profitable during the summer, but only after years, and the renovations, like the roof, appliances, and new bathrooms, would drain her finances. She'd run the numbers over and over. It didn't make sense to keep it. "Such a shame," Marie said to Julia. "I told them it could be theirs." "We have jobs," Camilla said back at her. Marie scoffed at the comment. "I took care of you and your sister. That was my job." "Well, looks like you failed with me," Angelina said sarcastically. Marie looked at Penny. "Looks like I did pretty well with you. Look how wonderful your daughter turned out." The 3 women looked at Penny, and silence fell between them as Marie went back to her book. Julia smiled at Angelina, but she only frowned, which irritated Camilla. It had been a perfect opening to heal from their past, but Angelina wanted to keep picking fights. "Don't you think that's nice, Angelina?" Camilla said. "What Mom said?" Angelina looked at Camilla, and she narrowed her eyes. But someone else's eyes were on all of them. Penny watched with Jessie on her lap from the tidal pool, listening. Angelina nodded. "Yes, I do. I think it's really nice to hear. Wish I heard it more." And Camilla threw her head back, looking up at the sky. "You're right," Marie said, placing the book on her stomach. "I should have told you that you were a great daughter sooner, but I thought you girls knew how much I loved you." Camilla turned to her mother, unable to believe she was admitting fault again. "Mom, you were a good mother." "A very controlling mother," Angelina said. "I prayed every night after you left, for you and Penny," Marie said. "I prayed every night." Angelina didn't say anything.
"Well, I always wished I'd finally get to meet my family,"
Penny said, who picked Jessie up and brought her to the blanket next to Julia. Thank God for her niece. Julia turned to look for the boys and jumped up. "He's in the water!" Up to his waist stood Jacob, holding his broken wrist and its cast up in the air as waves slapped against his chest. "Get out of that water this instant!" she yelled as she ran toward the beach. The women laughed at Jacob's expression of sheer terror as his mother came at him. He ran out of the water fast. And for the first time, a little feeling of jealousy washed through Camilla as Julia came back, exhausted from parenting, and the rest of them telling stories of being mothers. Marie, Angelina, and Julia sat around for the next 20 minutes, sharing war stories of raising their children. That's when Robbie's number flashed across her screen. "I better take this," she said, jumping up from her lounge chair. The women were laughing about poop and diapers when she left, and didn't even notice her absence. "Hello, Robbie," she said, trying to sound strong, confident, make her voice not shake like her hands. "Glad I'm able to finally catch you," he said. He sounded annoyed. The word finally triggered her. What did he mean by that? Finally. "I'm sorry, have you tried to contact me?" He scoffed. "Your team has said you've been MIA. I thought we had an agreement you'd stay on the account." She was about to answer his question and tell him that she had been blocked from the shared drive and hadn't received an email in days. But he kept talking, not waiting for her response.
I think this isn't going to work if Dean's pulling all the weight, and you're...
A group of seagulls called out from above her, flying around the tourists who'd left out their snacks.
On vacation?
He stopped talking, as if disgusted by her, as if he found the clue that proved her deceit.
Listen, Robbie, you have it all wrong, she said. I'm happy to continue to work. I've been trying to get a hold of the team, but no one's returning my calls or replying to my emails. I've even been removed from access to the shared drive.
Why haven't you come to me about this? He asked. The question made so much sense in the scheme of things.
Dean stole this whole idea from me.
On the other end of the line, she heard Robbie exhale like he was listening to a child give a lame excuse as to why they didn't have their homework done.
I think when you're done on your vacation, you should start looking for a new job, he said.
Her body froze.
Robbie, please.
But the line went dead. Chapter 22.
Let's go out,
Angelina said, slapping the countertop as she sat at the island.
We'll invite Julia. Go down to that bar by the harbor and get drunk.
Camilla sat on the kitchen island stool and blew her nose, shaking her head.
We can't leave Mom alone.
Penny's here, Angelina said, nodding at her daughter, who sat with Marie on the porch.
She can stay with Marie.
I don't want to see people,
Camilla said through hiccups.
I just want to go to my room and cry alone.
Angelina's heart broke for Camilla. The perfect student, the perfect employee as far as she saw. And now she was perfectly fired.
He can't just fire you, Angelina said. He has to have a reason to fire you and prove you weren't performing. This isn't a unionized corporation, she said. Private businesses can fire whomever, whenever they please.
Camilla rubbed her hands against her cheeks, wiping away the tears.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Angelina leaned across the island, grabbing Camilla's hand. Don't worry. We'll help. Camilla looked up, her face fiery red. She stared at her for an uncomfortable second and said,
Since when?
Angelina wasn't expecting that kind of answer, or this kind of outburst from Camilla of all people, but especially not directed at her.
Excuse me? You just watched me wash the dishes, Camilla said. You never help unless I beg you.
That's not true, Angelina said.
I would have helped you.
Camilla threw out her hands.
You don't get to pick and choose who you want to help and who you want to love. You're just like Dad.
Angelina's mouth opened.
Take that back.
Frank DeLuca had been a good father, but on his time. Parenting had been left up to Marie. He got involved on his time. He'd frequently stayed in North Reading at their house on the weekends, instead of coming to the island and seeing them. His excuse being he wanted time to himself to relax, after having the week to himself while working in the city.
I don't know why you're attacking me.
Angelina didn't know where all this anger had come from.
You never did anything on your own. I always had to help you when you were younger, always. Until you never helped me again.
Camilla shot back. Leftover tears clung to her eyelashes.
You just left me to deal with everything all by myself after you left.
It felt like a rock dropped in Angelina's stomach. Yes, she had left Camilla with the aftermath. But she'd had no one. No one at Penelope's birth. No one to help her at first. No one to move her into a place. No one to help her find a place.
I know it was hard for you, but I had to leave my whole life behind, Angelina said. Do you know how scared I was?
Camilla's tears still fell down her cheek.
I don't even know why I'm crying. I don't mean to bring everything up and make this all about me. But I've just felt abandoned. And despite what she did to you, Marie is the only person I've been able to count on in my life. And now I don't even have her anymore.
You have us, Angelina said. You will always have Penny and me. Camilla looked to Angelina.
Where's she going to go now that I have no income?
The reality of the job loss hadn't hit until now. Would they still move Marie to New York if Camilla didn't have a job?
I can barely afford my place now, with a good-paying job.
Camilla grabbed another tissue and blew her nose.
I'm like an old dog in advertising now. No one's going to want to hire me now that I've been fired.
You're in your 30s. You're still very young. Angelina didn't know if Camilla was exaggerating or if her sister was really in some trouble. New York is a big city. There's got to be plenty of jobs. Camilla cried into her tissue, her shoulders heaving up and down. Angelina's heart broke as she tried comforting her sister. She did feel sad about Marie, too. She didn't want her mother to suffer. She did love Marie, deep down. She had always wanted the praise Marie gave her today. You have us. I promise.
You have a life, remember? Camilla said. And a daughter.
You guys can come to California, Angelina said. You could sell your place and live with us until you figure things out.
And Mom?
Camilla asked. Angelina didn't know what she was doing, but she had always taken care of Camilla, even if she said she hadn't. We could look for a place where Mom can be close.
Really?
Camilla asked, blowing her nose. Seriously, we can help, Angelina said. She would try to let go, try to move on, and try to forget all the hurtful things Marie had said to her. She looked at Camilla. How about that bar? Camilla blew hard into the tissue.
That actually sounds great.
They didn't bother to clean up. Angelina quickly changed from her beachwear to a summer dress, applied a bit of mascara, and brushed out her messy bun. Camilla didn't even bother with brushing her hair, leaving it up in a bird's nest on top of her head. Penny and Marie didn't seem to mind they had planned an adventure out. Julia pulled up in the minivan in less than an hour after their text, and the three Summer sisters were off.
I'm so glad you texted me,
Julia said, pulling out of the driveway. I've been wanting a night out so badly. Angelina strapped in her seatbelt in the back seat, and for a split second, she felt like a kid again, driving down Cliffside Point, passing all the same landmarks that had been there since she was a kid. Did Jose mind that we stole you tonight? Camilla asked. Not at all, Julia said. He's just happy he can watch his game without me making him do chores around the house. As Julia and Camilla talked up front, Angelina stared out the window, remembering every house and building, but noticing the slightest changes. Paint colors, new additions, a new store, missing stores. Wasn't there a gift shop there? Angelina asked as they parked in front of a building she remembered buying postcards at to write to friends back home. Julia nodded. Yes, it used to be called Porter's Gift Shop. What's going in there? Camilla asked, getting out of the van. Angelina looked in the building, remembering a time when she was little. She had taken a ribbon for presents and put it in her pocket. She must have been 4 or 5, young enough to be stupid, but old enough to know better. As soon as she stuffed it into her pocket, Marie had grabbed her arm and pulled it out. Right then and there, Marie had pointed her finger in Angelina's face and said, I didn't raise a thief. Angelina's heart had raced inside her chest, and she remembered wishing her father had been there, which meant he had been on the island at that time. I'm sorry, she'd said. Why did you do it? Marie had asked. Angelina hadn't known why, Besides that it looked pretty and she had wanted it. And she knew Marie wouldn't get it for her. Even at that young age, she knew it sounded bratty, so she'd lied.
I wanted to make you a present.
She'd made her voice sound younger and babyish. She'd looked up at her mother. And that was when she'd known that this kind of behavior, the kind that could get her out of trouble with her father, didn't work on Marie. Marie's face had twisted. "Put it back!" She had handed the ribbon to Angelina. "Don't you ever steal again!" Angelina never did steal again, but that moment would define her relationship with her mother for the next decade, and until she left. Always fighting, always pushing each other's buttons, always trying to get the upper hand. Angelina would do something stupid and impulsive, and Marie would react. Angelina never reacted with Penny. Luckily for her, Penny had been a dream child. But when the tough days came, she consciously worked at talking to Penny, not at her. If she had been Marie, catching her steal something, she would have talked to her about stealing. Who it hurt, why it mattered for her integrity. She wouldn't have shamed and yelled at her in front of a group of tourists. Angelina had once read a proverb about parenting, and she had almost sent it to Marie. It said, if the child is met with anger when they make mistakes, it doesn't teach them to not make mistakes. It teaches them to hide them. All Angelina did was hide who she was from Marie. At church, she sat straight and proper. She got good grades and had family dinner. But out of Marie's sight, she broke every rule she could. Julia walked up to the front door of the bar and opened it. "After you!" Angelina's stomach twisted, thinking about her past. She quickly scanned the room. Would he be here? Did Sebastian go to the bar on a Thursday night? According to his social media, Sebastian had been living the upper-class high life. Beach house on Martha's Vineyard, boating on the weekends, city life on the weekdays, a golf membership, and a gorgeous fiancé. "Want something?" Camilla asked her. Angelina nodded. "Get me something strong." After ordering at the bar, the three women, each with a margarita, took a table on the back deck, looking out at the harbor. For Thursday night, the bar had a large crowd, mostly tourists on vacation. And just like when they were kids, the Summer sisters fell into a rhythm of conversation, asking about everything over the years, telling stories, sharing gossip about others they knew. Drinks flowed, and before Angelina knew it, she felt a little tipsy. "How's California?" Julia asked. "Do you like it there?" Angelina nodded. "It's been great for Penny. She loves her school and her friends." "Are you dating anyone?" Julia asked. Instead of answering, Angelina poked her straw into the ice of her empty drink, then looked up, making a face. "Sorry, am I being too nosy?" Julia said, reaching across the table and grabbing her arm. "I totally didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable." Angelina shook her head. "It's not that. It's that I haven't really been able to date until recently. I never really could find a good sitter, and I couldn't just invite guys over to the house with Penny." She shrugged. Then she groaned, because she still hadn't learned anything about telling the truth from that time she stole. She'd rather hide and run away from trouble than admit her mistakes. "That's not true," she admitted. Camilla looked up at her now. "I didn't want to date," Angelina said. "I haven't really dated anyone. Ever." She couldn't believe she was admitting this. She worried that Penny would think she was a freak. She didn't date for many reasons, but mostly because no one ever asked her out. She either gave off serious leave-me-alone vibes, or she had just lost her touch since becoming a mother. Not that she wanted a relationship anyway. The whole dating thing freaked her out. Plus, she didn't think it could be possible to fall in love with anyone. Not after having her heart broken by Sebastian all those years ago. She still hadn't gotten over that one.
What about you, Camilla?
Julia asked, sipping more of her margarita. Camilla shook her head.
I don't have time for dating. I'm sort of married to my job.
Or, at least, I was. Camilla looked down at her drink.
No talk of work, Angelina said. Besides, your boss sounds like a complete jerk.
I know, but Camilla froze mid-sentence, staring behind Angelina. Don't turn around. Angelina immediately turned around, and that's when she saw him, Sebastian. He walked into the bar with a beautiful woman standing beside him. His hand rested on the small of her back. Angelina whipped back around before he saw her and got down off the stool.
We need to go, like now.
She threw a couple 20s on the table and quickly made her way through the crowd and out the emergency exit. She didn't even look back to see if Camilla and Julia would follow her.
Angie, wait up,
Julia called out. Camilla ran behind her.
Did he see us?
Angelina asked as they got closer. She kept speed-walking toward the minivan. Camilla shook her head.
No, I don't think so. Did you tell Sebastian you're in town?
Julia asked. Her eyes widened.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's none of my business. I haven't had drinks in a really long time.
He looks exactly the same, Camilla said. Angelina rolled her eyes. But Sebastian did look exactly the same. Same defined looks that only someone with a lot of money had. A perfectly trimmed haircut. And fit. He wore the classic Martha's Vineyard summer look among the summer people. A tailored button-up, rolled at the sleeves, a pair of khaki shorts and boat shoes. Nothing had changed a bit. Angelina rubbed her forehead with her hand.
I didn't tell him we were here.
Julia held up her phone.
Jose sent his brother to come and get us.
Elias? Camilla asked.
Oh, we should have just gotten an Uber.
Elias volunteered, Julia said. He lives close anyway. Angelina's heart pounded in her chest as she looked back at the bar, waiting to see if Sebastian would come out the door to follow her. Would he come to find her if he had seen her? Would he have come to her and said hello? Or would he hide, just like she did? Are you okay? Camilla asked Angelina. And without knowing, tears fell down her cheeks. She didn't even know she was crying until it happened. That's when the pain in her chest stabbed deeper than ever before. And she curled over, sobbing. She remembered both Camilla and Julia wrapping their arms around her. She kind of remembered calming down as Elias picked them up and took them back to the house. She didn't remember singing in the kitchen with Penny or going to bed. All she remembered was seeing Sebastian's hand on the small of the other woman's back, and all the pain and hurt she'd held in for 16 years, exploding inside. Chapter 23. Elias and Louisa drove down to the harbor and saw the three women standing on the sidewalk, waving as he came closer. He couldn't help but notice how amazing Camilla looked as she jumped into the front seat.
Thank you so much for picking us up,
Julia said, leaning over from the back seat to kiss him on the cheek. Angelina sniffled.
Thanks for the ride.
Elias could smell the booze the second the doors shut.
You ladies have a good time tonight?
Yes, we had a great time, Camilla said. She leaned on the console where Louisa sat buckled and petted her.
Hello, Miss Louisa.
Louisa licked her nose.
Everybody buckled in?
He asked, looking in the rear view at his very inebriated sister-in-law and her friends.
Yep,
Julia shouted out.
Let's rock and roll.
We're going home, Camilla reminded her.
Oh, I don't want the night to be over yet,
Julia whined. But when he looked in the rear view, Angelina's face was puffy and red, and he bet she wanted the night to be over.
Any music preferences?
He asked, turning on the radio as he pulled onto the main road. An old country song began playing on the radio, Julia started hitting Camilla on the shoulder. "Oh my God, it's our song!" Camilla swung around in her seat to face the back, and they all started singing at the top of their lungs, "Islands in the Stream," slurring some of the words, filling in words they forgot. As Camilla leaned between the seats, Elias inhaled the sweet, fruity scent of her shampoo, and he caught himself in the rear view. What was that? Camilla returned to her seat, still singing, and every once in a while she would catch his eye as he drove. Was she checking him out? Or was he reading into this? "So, have you always lived on the island?" Camilla asked, leaning on the console toward him. He smiled. She was flirting. "Born and raised. I loved coming here during the summers, but I loved it more in the winter time," Camilla said. "Angelina, do you remember when we came for Christmases here?" Angelina nodded, but her attention stayed on the song with Julia. "I loved how peaceful it all felt," she said. "It wasn't packed with tourists. It's very quiet." He liked the winter best on the island as well. "Especially Sugar Beach. Sometimes during the winter, Louisa and I are the only ones on the whole beach." Camilla looked out the windshield longingly, as if imagining the beach to herself. "Do you love living here?" she asked. He had never thought of leaving, only going to college, but always with the intention of returning. Sure, it was the island, but it was much more than just the island. "My whole family's here, so I would never leave." It was that simple to him. His parents, his siblings, and their families, his nieces and nephews. There was no way he could ever leave. "Someday I hope to raise my own family here." She smiled at him. "It's a great place to raise a kid, I think." "I hope if you do sell, whoever buys your mom's place keeps it as a family home," he said. "I'd love to see it go back to its original glory." She stared at him for a long time, and his stomach wouldn't stop with the loop-de-loops. Something about this woman threw him off balance. She was mesmerizing in a way the beauty of a sunset captured one's attention. The more you looked, the more beauty you found. And all the spinning and racing of his heart threw him completely off his game. So, instead of having a normal conversation like a reasonable adult, he drove in silence for the rest of the 10-minute ride. It may have been 10 minutes, but the women went through all of the human emotions while on that drive. They cried, then sang, then laughed, then got angry. When he pulled into the driveway, Angelina jumped out and threw up in the bush. "Thanks for the ride," Camilla said, as Julia got out and grabbed Angelina's hair. "We owe you." "Any time," he said. And for a split second, they locked eyes. He swore they locked. But as he drove home, he doubted himself. Maybe it was more of an inquisitive look, like, "Why are you staring at me?" Did he stare at her? When was the last time he'd asked someone out? And why was he falling for someone he couldn't be with anyway? She lives and works in New York. She told him all about putting the house up on the market, so it would make no sense to ask her out. None whatsoever. So Elias waved goodbye and fell asleep thinking about her, and then woke up from dreaming about her. He was in trouble. The next morning, as he and Jose walked through the McCleary place, Jose said, "Let's just say Julia hasn't been that happy in a very, very long time. Not since her birthday has she been that happy. Whatever happened at the beach yesterday needs to keep happening." "Don't you think it was the shots of tequila?" "No, it's Penny." Jose patted him on the back. "Julia made a warm meal last night." Jose held up his hands. "Not that I expect Julia to cook for us, but we've had cereal for the past few weeks. Maybe a Pop-Tart here and there. But last night, she made this thing called a Mississippi pot roast. And
And it was delicious.
And you think it's because of Penny? Elias felt it was the tequila. He almost asked advice about Camilla, but thought he better not. Jose would tell Julia, who'd in turn talk to the sisters.
What's going on between you and Debbie?
Jose asked. Elias looked up, surprised to hear the name.
Nothing. Why? Julia said you were flirting with one of her friends last night.
Jose said.
Please tell me it isn't Penny's mother.
I wasn't flirting, Elias said, but he thought back to the ride back from the bar.
Why can't I flirt with Camilla? Because I want Penny to stick around and not get harassed by my baby brother, he said, smiling. No, but seriously, what's going on with you and Debbie?
We stopped talking. Elias realized he hadn't really told anyone.
We got into this big fight, and, well, I just decided I didn't have the energy to keep proving myself with her and her family and friends.
Jose lifted his eyebrows.
Well, what was the fight about?
Elias almost didn't want to say anything, knowing this would also trigger Jose, who went through his own troubles with dating a summer girl.
She told Sebastian and all her friends about a prenup her dad wanted me to sign if we got married. But she hadn't told me. Wow, Jose said. That's not right. I haven't even asked her.
Elias found this the icing on the cake. She did this all out of a hypothetical engagement.
There's always been this invisible divide between me and her, and me and her friends, and me and her family. I would have even signed it if it had been about me and her, but it was never just about me and her.
He had gone back and forth being upset about this. It looked bad from her perspective. A guy she had dated for 3 years blew up because she wanted him to sign a prenuptial agreement to protect her assets she'd had before they were married. But to him, the fact she'd told everyone else besides him said everything about her. When he left McCleary's, he volunteered to drop off some paperwork back at Jose's place. He didn't need to drop off the paperwork, but swinging by his brother's office above his garage meant he'd have to drive by Camilla's cape. When he drove by and saw her standing in the front yard with a large pair of head shears, wearing gardening gloves and a very big hat, he pulled into the driveway without thinking about it. She looked up when he put the truck into park and dropped the blades onto the dirt that had been grass at one time. She walked over to his truck. He jumped out and smiled immediately, mostly from nerves, but because of how radiant she looked, like a Rembrandt painting, a natural, consistent beauty that only came around once in a lifetime. Would he be foolish to ask her out? He might not have this opportunity again.
"Hi, Elias," she said. "Hey, Camilla."
He took in a breath, but when he went to ask her to dinner, he noticed her big, puffy red eyes. She looked as though she had been crying. A lot. Then he saw the large debris scattered around the yard. Branches, piles of weeds, and other junk in small mounds.
"And hello, Louisa."
Camilla leaned into the truck to Louisa, who wiggled uncontrollably in the front seat.
"What are you guys doing here?"
She put Louisa's face in her hands and kissed the top of her head. Louisa suddenly fell onto her back and exposed her belly.
"We saw you with a pair of shears and had to know what you were doing," he said, smiling at his dog as she lifted her hind leg up for Camilla to scratch.
Camilla took the hint and scratched lower on Louisa's belly, but looked at the lawn.
"I've decided to make this place pretty again."
He couldn't help but smile, but when he looked at Camilla, she was frowning.
"That's a great idea."
He looked around the yard. The garden beds were mostly perennials, overgrown with weeds from not being taken care of, but they weren't dead. The hydrangeas were another story.
"So, you're not selling?"
"I don't know what I'm doing," she said, looking at the piles of weeds. She made a half smile,
but he could see that it was forced. I don't know why I'm even bothering. He put his hands on his hips. Because it'd be awfully sad leaving her in this condition. She looked at him as if she couldn't believe he'd said that. Yes, that's exactly how I feel. He held up a finger. I'll be right back. He ran to his truck with Louisa and put her in the back seat, and she curled up right away. She knew the drill. He kissed her on the head and grabbed his tool belt. He may be in his business casual, a button-down and khakis, but he didn't want to have to run home in case he missed this opportunity with Camilla. He went to the back of the truck and opened his workbench and pulled out a pair of gloves and a steel spade. Be a good girl, he said to Louisa as he walked past her. She snored so loud in the back that she didn't even hear him. Camilla shook her head as soon as she saw him putting on his tool belt. Oh no, I didn't mean to drag you into this mess. Elias propped the spade on the ground and leaned against the shovel. I love this kind of thing. She smiled. What kind of thing? Dirty, hard manual labor? Yes, he said, then laughed. What I love most about a project like this is that the results will be so intense. You've already got the foundation. Now you just have to give it some love and watch it come back to life. Am I on the right track? She asked, pointing to the rose bushes. He nodded. Yeah. You want to cut them back and get rid of all the dead branches. He pointed to some of the dead black stalks. Did you need something? Camilla asked. What? He asked, not sure what she referred to. For stopping by, she asked. Did you need something? He tried to imagine the cool, confident kid with a football between his hands. He smiled, hesitating to answer. Did he just go for it and ask her out? Well, I guess I just wanted to say hello. The cool kid fumbled the ball, but a smile grew immediately across her face, and she no longer had tears in her eyes. Hello. As silence grew between them, he went in for a quick recovery. My sister-in-law loves Penny helping out. She's great, right? Camilla said. She's been really helpful for Julia. Elias laughed at his brother's happiness. But I think Julia's glad she gets to see you and your sister again. Elias hadn't seen his sister-in-law that relaxed, ever. Julie was a great mom who devoted every minute of her day to her family. But those 3 kids were a handful, and she never complained. She deserved a night out for herself with her friends. What are you going to do with that? She asked, gesturing her head at the shovel. He pointed his shovel to what he believed were black-eyed Susans. Some of the flowers have overgrown the other plants. They need to be pulled out and split. Don't you have stuff you need to do? She asked. He nodded, then drove the spade straight into the dirt. But this is so much more fun. Look at your mom's dirt. She wrinkled her eyebrows. Her dirt? He knelt to the ground, picked up the black soil, then let the dirt fall out of his fingers, along with shiny earthworms. She's got good soil in her gardens. Not so much the yard, she said, kicking the dry patch of dirt with her shoes. He felt relieved that he'd chickened out asking her to dinner. By the redness around her eyes, it looked like she had been crying for a while. Gardening to me is like therapy, he said. I can fix all my problems slicing the earth. She smiled, but her chest heaved and shuddered in a breath. You okay? He asked, hoping he didn't overstep. She picked up the head shears and walked back over to the rose bushes, with the softest pink petals and the brightest yellow center. I lost my job yesterday, she said as she started to hack away. And I felt like cutting stuff. He stopped what he was doing, sticking the spade into the dirt. I'm sorry. That's rough. He had never been fired, being one of the owners of his own company. But his parents, being seasonal workers, frequently lost their jobs, not knowing when work would come again. "And I have no idea what to do now," she said, pretending a laugh. But he saw the pain. It was raw and real, and it made his heart tear inside, seeing her like that. "Do I sell this place, or sell my apartment in New York?" He could see her blink back tears. She laughed, but it only broke his heart. How much could one person take? He handed her the spade. "Here." She looked at the shovel. "You want to switch?" "It feels really good to dig in this kind of dirt," he said. "It's a strange and satisfying feeling when the blade goes through the dirt like a cake." She stared at the shovel, and he was pretty sure he'd just made a complete idiot of himself. But then she smiled. She took the shovel, pointed the tip of the spade in the soft dirt around the group of dead phlox, and stomped her foot on it. The shovel sunk straight into the soil. "Oh, that does feel satisfying," she said. The smile grew across her face. She pulled the shovel out and pounded it into the dirt again. He got on his knees next to the phlox and pulled the plant out of the earth. "When it's half dead like this, I like to shake out the dirt from the roots and carefully brush out the dead stuff." He used his fingers to brush underneath its roots and broke off the brittle, dried pieces. "Place it back and put more dirt on top of the plant. Then water the heck out of it." From the sliding glass door of the kitchen, Penny stepped out onto the porch. "Is Louisa with you?" "Hello, Mr. Perez," Angelina said from behind her, walking out onto the porch. "May I see your dog?" "Hello, Mr. Perez," Penny repeated. "Do you think I could play with your dog?" "She's asleep in the truck, but all the windows are open, so feel free to grab her," he said. Louisa loved this kind of day. 70s, a breeze, and sunny. "Just keep her on her leash." "I will." Penny ran off the porch toward the truck. Camilla shoved the shovel into the earth again. "I like this," she said, smiling at him. He liked seeing her smiling, and for the rest of the afternoon, as Penny played with Louisa, he and Camilla worked on the gardens. He tackled the rose hedging along the driveway, as Camilla dug up the perennial garden. They tried to decipher which was a weed and which was perennial. "Those look like echinacea, or a coneflower," he said, looking at where her shovel was pointed. "So keep?" she asked, wiping her face with the back of her hand, smearing dirt on her cheek. "Keep." Camilla dug it out and placed the plant into a plastic bag to be planted later. "I'm going to water this real quick." She ran to the other side of the yard, when an older voice from the porch said, "Do I know you?" Elias turned around to see Mrs. DeLuca facing him, her eyebrows burrowed in suspicion. He shook his head, not sure how to explain his presence without Camilla being there. "I'm a friend of Camilla's." "Are you the landscaper?" she asked. Did he just say yes to make things easier? But the older woman walked down off the porch. "Be careful, Grandma," Penny said, but he wished Penny would encourage Mrs. DeLuca to stay with her and Louisa, because he didn't know what to say to this woman. But she came closer. "My father found one sprig in the yard one time when I was a little girl," she said, pointing to the rose hedges along the driveway. Most of the thorny bushes looked brittle and burnt. No one had trimmed them in years, he'd guessed. Hardly any flowers, even though early summer was prime blooming season for these sea roses. Elias knew how the beach rose, or Rosa rugosa, could be a nuisance, since they grew like weeds. But if cared for, they could be the most rewarding. It must be something else when they're all in bloom. Indeed. Marie smiled, closing her eyes and inhaling. I used to love sitting on the porch when they were all in bloom. She clasped her hands together over her heart. I'd love to see them come back alive again. I bet a good trim will bring them back, he said, reassuring her. Do you know what you're doing? Marie asked. Mom, Camilla said, coming around the corner. Elias is my friend. He's helping me. Do you know what you're doing? Marie asked Camilla. But even after Camilla reassured her mother, Marie continued to watch over them, like a supervisor. She'd point out branches or take in large breaths when he cut big pieces off. She didn't argue or complain, but he could feel her anxiety as she watched everything he did. What about the cherry tree? Marie asked. Her eyes widened with fright. You're not going to touch the cherry tree, are you? He looked at the tree that stood almost 2 stories tall. It stood close to the side of the house, its branches touching the roof of the porch. It should come down. It had begun to split at the base of the tree. It would be dangerous in a few years. I bet it's beautiful in spring, he said. My mother planted it when I was a little girl, Marie said. She shot her finger at him, pointing at his chest. I don't want anyone to cut it down. Do you hear me? He nodded and put his hand on his heart. I won't touch it. Marie stared at him, narrowing her eyes, then turned to Camilla. Don't let him cut too much back. Mom, he's here helping me, Camilla said, and she blew out a long, exasperated breath when Marie moved to the porch and sat on the couch with Penny and a sleepy Louisa. Camilla walked over to where he stood. I'm so sorry about that, Camilla said, watching her mother and niece. She doesn't know how she comes across when she speaks to people anymore. He waved her apology away. He had been treated worse by people who had no excuse. His age, his occupation, and his name all made people assume he couldn't possibly be an owner of a successful construction business. No worries. She turned back to the garden along the fence. I think I might just quit. There's no point. He looked at their progress. Over a few hours, they barely made a dent. But the dent they did manage to clean up, with the dead and junk cleaned out, looked great. But it would take weeks, if not months, before it would be finished. If she sold, the gray clapboard home's chances of survival were bleak, and the gardens would be the first to go if anyone moved here. Most people didn't want so many gardens to take care of. Everything needed pruning and splitting, then removed and cleaned out, tilled and replanted. It would take a few years to return to its full potential. But what potential it had! He handed over the shovel and grabbed the head shears for himself. You won't regret it, I promise you. And he started cutting the rose bushes again, as Camilla stood there with the shovel in her hands, watching him cutting back the bushes, and he pretended he didn't notice her staring. Then after a few minutes, he heard steel slicing through the earth. Chapter 24. If Julia had known what a mother's helper could do for her life, she would have hired someone years ago. Just over the past few days, her life had changed exponentially for the better. Each morning Penny arrived, Julia could immediately feel her anxiety lessen and her patience grow. Just by having an extra set of hands to help her take care of the things that piled up was a godsend. Penny would arrive after breakfast, and while Julia cleaned up and did stuff around the house, Penny would play with the kids. Yesterday, she was able to run to the grocery store in less than an hour, clean the whole downstairs, organize the pantry, and cook dinner, while also spending the afternoon with the kids at the beach. Just like the summers of Julia's childhood, she met the DeLucas in the same spot on Sugar Beach each afternoon, in front of the walkway of their house. Penny had even met other girls around her age, and hung around them, swimming and walking the beach. Today, Julia also included Renee and George, and planned a picnic lunch for everyone. Small finger sandwiches, chips, and homemade cookies. If she didn't have Penny, doing something as simple as a picnic lunch would have been too stressful. Now, she not only had everything made and prepared, but the kids were sunscreened and ready to go by the time they had to leave. And they left on time.
"So how can I convince you to stay here forever?" she said to Angelina. "Penny's changed my life already."
Angelina looked over her shoulder at Camilla and Marie, who were still setting up their spots. "Marie had a really rough night last night." Julia's heart dropped. Her own mother had moved to Florida when her parents divorced. She worried about the day she'd get a call that something was wrong. To get a call that Marie was lost and confused and found by the police must have been so frightening. "I'm so sorry." "Camilla's the one who's doing everything, as always," Angelina said. "Of course she is." Julia smiled, remembering when they were kids. "Do you remember when she convinced us she needed to be president, vice president, and treasurer of our club?" "Of course I do. I had to tell her no because you were too scared," Angelina said. "She was scary back then," Julia said, and laughed at the fight that ensued when Angelina told Camilla she needed to step it down a notch. "How did the little sister get so bossy?" Angelina said, and the women laughed at the memory. Then, as if she remembered something, she said, "So, guess who spent the whole afternoon and into the night landscaping with Camilla?" Julia shook her head. "Who?" "Your brother-in-law," Angelina said. "Elias." Julia looked over at Camilla, who was busy setting up Marie on the beach, not paying any attention to them gossiping about her. Julia had noticed something spark between the two of them the night they went out. "I told you they were flirting." "He swung by to say hello last night." Angelina lifted her eyebrows. "Is he seeing anyone?" Julia groaned. Back in the day, Elias had tons of girlfriends, like a revolving door, but he had been with Debbie for a few years. "He has a horrible girlfriend." Julia thought about Debbie, who by all accounts had been nice and semi-friendly over the years, but she never got the sense that Debbie liked her all that much. Debbie had always had this air of entitlement, and she didn't like hanging around the kids, which was a huge red flag to Julia. Who didn't like her children? "Well, I should let Camilla know so she doesn't get her hopes up, because they plan to work on the yard again tonight." "Really? He's helping her with the yard again?" Julia leaned forward. She could hear Jose telling her to stay out of it in her mind, but she didn't care. They'd be adorable together. "You know, Elias is the greatest, and I'm not just saying that because he's Jose's brother, but he's a really great guy. I know he wouldn't try to hurt someone on purpose. Maybe he and Debbie are fizzling out." "Are you talking about me again?" Camilla asked, as she sat down on her beach chair, suddenly much closer to their conversation than Julia thought. "He just helped me with the yard. It wasn't like he asked me out or anything. Besides, I think he just felt sorry for me." Angelina turned to Camilla. "He was giving you the look all night long." "He was being friendly, Angelina." Camilla shook her head. "Please stop." "Well, apparently he has a girlfriend anyway," Angelina said, shrugging. Julia thought over the past few weeks. She hadn't seen Debbie in a while, or heard Jose grumbling about her. Her husband thought his brother's girlfriend was a bit too controlling. She almost mentioned how Debbie was good friends with Sebastian and his fiancée, but after seeing Angelina's reaction last night when he walked into the bar, she decided against it and ended up changing the conversation. When Renee and George showed up, just like Julia had suspected, Renee and the DeLuca sisters immediately got along, and conversation flowed. "The bookstore is a bakery now?" Angelina asked. "But it's still a bookstore?" "Yup," Renee said, after explaining the connection between her mother and Charlie, the bookstore's owner. "We combined it into Books and Bread." "And it's doing amazing," Julia said, boosting up her sister-in-law. Renee tended to downplay her success, but Julia's best friend was fierce. "Yes and no," Renee said. She looked at Camilla. "You know, I've been thinking of hiring someone to do a marketing plan for me. I know I probably can't afford someone like you, but do you think I should hire someone? I've seen mostly organic growth so far, passers-by and regular locals. But I could let people know about us in Falmouth or Edgartown or Oak Bluffs. I don't have a huge budget." "That's a great idea," Camilla said. Julia also loved the idea. Maybe she could convince the DeLucas sisters to stick around, keep the house, and live down the street from her. "But you don't have to do this." Camilla tipped her head at Julia and Angelina. "I'm fine. I'll find another job." Renee looked at Julia as if she were confused by Camilla's reaction. "I didn't tell her," Julia said to Camilla. "Well, you should probably know, before you take any of my advice, I was just recently fired from my advertising job," Camilla said. "Because she took time off to help our mom," Angelina said. "And her jerk boss is this young kid with a daddy complex," Julia added. Renee frowned at Camilla. "I'm sorry to hear that." Camilla played with the sand, drawing circles with her finger. "It's fine, really. I'll be fine." "I was seriously thinking of hiring someone to help us with advertising," Renee said. "I thought about putting an ad on the ferry's bathroom stall doors, but I feel like that's not where I want people to think about my pastries." "No, that wouldn't be good," Camilla said, and smiled. Julia cringed at the image of a man sitting on the toilet, staring at an advertisement for books and bread. "Our sales are good, but not growing with the summer tourists," Renee said. "I can grab the tourists getting off the ferry, but business should be tripling this time of year, but I'm only doing slightly better than usual. I'd love to help you, but as a friend." Camilla opened her phone. "Why don't we meet for lunch and discuss some ideas?" "It'll have to be soon," Renee said, rubbing her belly. "These guys aren't waiting for very long." "You're having twins?" Penny asked from where she sat playing with Jessie and George. "I'd love to babysit." "You're hired," Renee said with a laugh. "You free tonight?" "Yep," Penny said. Renee looked surprised. "I was kidding. But if you could come tonight, that would actually be amazing. I could get the baby room finally finished." Penny looked at Angelina. "Can I babysit?" "Of course you can," Angelina said, and smiled at her daughter. After a while, Penny's friends came running up to her. "Hey, Penny, want to come with us to the lighthouse?" Penny looked at Angelina. "Yes, but you have to be safe. And take your phone," Angelina said, waving at Penny's new friends. "Be careful, girls." "We will," Penny yelled back as she took off with the girls. "Remember being them?" Julia said, watching as the girls ran down the beach without a care in the world. "She's happy here," Marie said from her chair. Julia hadn't realized Marie was listening, since she hadn't said a word. Angelina looked at her daughter as she ran carefree along the beach, laughing with her new friends. "She does." "Does she have nice friends back home?" Camilla asked. Angelina paused before answering. "Yes. But it's just different living in a city." Julia wondered if different meant good. If it had been 20 years ago, she'd have asked every question she had. She'd want to know everything that had happened to Angelina since the day she left home to now. Had she dated? Did she have a good group of friends? Did she like her job? Had Sebastian kept in touch? All of the kinds of questions best friends asked. But over the years, they called less and less. And soon, life took over. And it went longer and longer since they talked. Julia wished she could have that kind of friendship with them again. where she didn't have to worry about being herself, or the consequences of saying something stupid, or being judged, or compared. She just wanted real friends. Ones that didn't care if she had a breakdown about dinner or needed to get out of the house and complain about dirty diapers. She missed these friends who knew her before she was a wife and a mom, when she was just Julia. "I love your friends," Renee said at one point, while they sat on the beach talking endlessly. "I do too," Julia said, wishing for the day to never end. But before she knew it, the sun started to fade, and they packed up their stuff and headed back to their houses. "So good to meet you," Renee said, heading back to her mother's house where she'd parked. "You too," Angelina said. "Are you sure you want to help me out with marketing?" Renee asked Camilla. "Absolutely," Camilla said. "I'd love to see what I can do to help." Julia's heart broke as she left the beach that afternoon. The day had been completely amazing. Of course, her best friends from her childhood would get along great with her best friend from adulthood. She could just picture Friendsgiving with all of them and their families hanging out. She missed having a tight group. Not that she didn't love the friends she had, but Angelina and Camilla knew her inside and out back then, better than any other person, besides Jose. "You want me to come tomorrow morning?" Penny asked Julia as she hugged Jessie goodbye. She then fist-bumped the boys. "Yes, please," Julia said. "Great, see you then," Penny called out as she ran back to her friends. When Julia arrived home, she climbed the steps to the house, with Jessie zonked out on her shoulder. "Someone had fun at the beach today," Jose said, opening the door for her. Julia stopped at the threshold. She smelled something. "What's that smell?" she asked. "I made dinner," he said. She peeked into the kitchen. Pots and pans covered the stove. A red sauce was splattered on the backsplash. But there on the table, with candles lit and flowers sitting in a vase, was dinner. She turned to her husband. "Did you cook?" He nodded. "I got my mom's chicken recipe you like." Her eyes lit up. "The one with the rice and beans?" "That's the one," he said. He leaned over and kissed her, wrapping his arms around her tightly. "I'm sorry if you don't feel appreciated." She brushed his 5 o'clock shadow with her thumb. Her handsome husband continued to make her feel like the luckiest woman in the world. "I know you do. I just need to hear it sometimes, a little bit more." "You're amazing," he said, and kissed her again. "I love you, Mr. Perez," she said, pulling his chin back toward her. "I love you, Mrs. Perez," he said. And just like the first time he'd kissed her, her heart raced inside her chest as she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back. Chapter 25. Angelina snuck out of the house when Camilla's friend, Elias, stopped by to help garden. Camilla turned all zen while she cut and hacked and chopped things in the yard. Penny loved it because Elias brought Louisa, the adorable, sleepy King Charles that laid in Penny's lap while she and Marie pet her and sipped lemonade. Angelina loved it because she could slip out and nobody even noticed. When she walked into Thompson's hardware store, Ryan recognized her right away. "Well, hello, stranger," he said as she came in. They embraced just like old times, his tall, lanky arms engulfing her short and petite stature. "What's going on, DeLuca?" he asked. She looked at the man she hadn't seen in a decade and a half. He had aged, even started losing hair, but wore the same fantastic smile he always had. "It's good to see you, Ryan," she said. "Why didn't you call?" he asked. "Is Penny with you?" Ryan had been the only friend who had continuously kept in touch, besides Julia. He took his godfather status seriously. He talked to Penny regularly, called, sent cards, birthday and Christmas gifts. "She's with my mother, back at the house," she said. He crossed his arms. "Yeah, I heard about the morning at the church." She didn't know why she forgot, but she never could believe how fast news spread on the island. "How are your parents?" she asked, changing the subject. "Good, good." Then, out of the blue, he said, "I'm getting married." She tried smiling, hoping her devastation didn't show through. The good one finally got away, the one who offered his own hand in marriage when Sebastian hadn't. "Congratulations," she said. "I can't believe you're back." His smile looked the same, but she noticed heavy lines on his forehead. "Tell me you're around for the summer." "I am," she said. "Great," he said. "I'll have Andrea set up a dinner to welcome you back to the island." "Great," she lied. "Have you talked to Sebastian?" he asked. The only person other than Julia who could ask that question so freely. "No." She almost told him about seeing him at the bar the other night, but decided against it. She didn't want to look like she was dodging him, even though she was dodging him. "I don't think I need to tell him. Penny doesn't seem to have any interest in seeing him." "But the right thing to do is to tell him his daughter's on the same island," he said. He was also the only other person who could tell Angelina how it was. No holds barred. "He had 16 years to find the time to visit," she said. "Why would this relationship be on her? She had done all the raising of his child, whether she took his parents' money or not. No one had held a gun to his head. No one had told him to never speak to them, never call, never do anything other than send guilt money. No, she owed Sebastian nothing." "What makes you finally stop by after being in town for a couple weeks?" he asked. "I'm looking for some acrylics and other painting supplies," she said. "Some wood for frames." "Do you need canvas?" he asked, as if it were 16 years ago, still remembering her method. She shook her head. "I actually found a bunch tucked under my bed from back in the day." "Angelina DeLuca's back on the island." He smiled at her. "I can't wait to see Sebastian's reaction." She made a face. "He's not even going to find out." She shook her head at the idea. Who even knew she was here? Ryan raised his eyebrow. "So when are you coming for dinner with Penny?" "I'm here helping with my mom, so maybe you and your fiancé could come to us," she said. He nodded. "That sounds nice." He then waved her down the middle aisle of the store. "We still have all the painting supplies back here." And just like it was when she was a teenager, spending her afternoons flirting with the cute boy at the hardware store, she stepped to the back of the store and saw all the different colors of paint bottles. Mrs. Thompson still carried all the brands she loved, even the same kind of paintbrushes. "I can't believe you still carry all this stuff," she said. "My mom always thought you'd come back someday," he said. She had heard of Mrs. Thompson's passing months after it happened. Camilla had told her from someone who had told her. She called Ryan right away, but she had always felt guilty she'd missed her funeral. Mrs. Thompson had been the only adult who really believed in her, not just saying nice things to pacify her, but giving real feedback. The hardware store owner had sold more watercolor paintings at the local art fairs back in the day than anyone else. But never enough to make a living, especially not with kids. "So, dinner soon," he said, pointing at her as a customer came into the store. "Dinner, yes." She pointed back at him with a paintbrush. "Hey," she said, as Ryan took off to check on a customer. He stopped and turned around. "Yeah?" "It's really good to see you again," she said. "I'm glad you've found someone who has made you happy." Timing was everything. As she scooped up every color and paintbrush she could find, her phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out and froze as she saw the name. Sebastian texted. "When were you going to tell me you were in town?" Angelina looked up, checking around her. Who had seen her? Who'd told Sebastian she was back? Should she respond? Light-heartedly like his? "Oh, hey, yes, let's try to catch up." Or did she text him the question she always wanted to know? Did he still love her? She put her phone away without responding and brought everything to the counter. Ryan helped bring all her supplies, including the lumber, out to her mother's station wagon. "Call and let's do dinner," he said. "You'll love Andrea." "I'm sure I will," she said. Complicated didn't even touch her relationship with Ryan, the local boy who'd chased her, while she chased the uncatchable Sebastian. How clearly everything seemed in hindsight. If she could turn back time, would she have said yes to prom with Ryan instead of Sebastian? No, she said inside her head. "Hope to see you soon, Angie," he said with a smile. She smiled back. "You too, Ryan." When she returned from the hardware store, Marie stood behind Elias, pointing at shrubs and plants while he worked. "You should give him a break, Ma," Angelina said, leaving all the paints and brushes in a canvas beach bag and a towel covering it up. "Where are you headed?" Marie asked. Angelina didn't want to tell anyone she considered selling at the farmer's market. Not yet. She had looked into getting a booth, but the price was steep, and she had to be approved by the board, which meant she had to show her work, and she didn't have any artwork on the island. She also had to be a resident. So she snuck out to the garage and used her father's tool bench to put together a quick frame, covered it with the canvas she'd found under her bed, and set up a tiny studio next to the Corvette. What was she thinking? She didn't sell paintings. She sold cheesy tourist landscapes that people found at garage sales. The next afternoon, when she went out to paint on the beach, Marie asked her point blank what she was doing. "What's inside the bag?" Marie asked. Angelina looked down at the large beach bag with her paints and brushes and canvas, along with her portable easel she'd bought back in the day. "I was going to go and—" She didn't know why she wanted to keep it a secret. Why did she always think about hiding herself from her family instead of just being who she was? Why was she so afraid to be herself in front of Marie? "I got some paints and thought about painting Sugar Beach." "You should do a sunset," Penny suggested, sitting on the floor of the porch, playing a game of solitaire. "Like a panorama from the lighthouses to the village." Camilla nodded. "Remember that painting you did for Dad's birthday?" "It was the only thing he took with him," Marie said from the swinging couch. "He didn't even take that dang Corvette. But he took that painting." "Really?" Angelina asked. She hadn't gone into his office to even see. Marie nodded, then turned to Elias, who was back. "Are you going to cut the cherry tree?" He shook his head, answering this exact question at least a dozen times since he'd arrived. "Nope, it's beautiful." Marie nodded, clasping her hands together. She liked that answer. Angelina snuck off to the beach, while Elias and Camilla chopped away at the shrubs. The rest of the afternoon, she painted a blue sky landscape of seagulls floating in the wind and sailboats drifting along the horizon. Later, when the sun began to set, she'd paint another, her favorite scene on Martha's Vineyard, the light glowing off the rusty clay cliffs as it fell beyond the horizon of the Vineyard Sound. She set up not far from the house, close enough she could see her crazy family from her peripheral, and close enough to the ocean to drown out all the sounds. She closed her eyes as she let inspiration take over. Usually, all it took was the pulse of the ocean. She listened to the wave's rhythm, studying its beat as it pounded the shore, and began brushing the paint strokes with the ocean. For the first time in a long time, Angelina felt as though something had taken over her, and the painting just came out. She could only describe this feeling as magic. She only returned to the house after the dusk darkened the sky and dotted with stars twinkling off the water. She stopped in the deserted street, the waves pounding in the background, watching from afar as her family sat on the porch, laughing and talking. The scene so familiar, it was as if she were watching herself 16 years ago instead of Penny. "Hey, where have you been?" Camilla asked, as Angelina walked up the steps to the porch. Penny was laughing from something Marie had said. "Grandma is so funny," Penny said with a giggle. Angelina had to do a double take at the scene. Marie smiled and looked up at Angelina. "Did you enjoy yourself, Teresa?" It had been the second time her mother had referred to her as Aunt Teresa. Her mother's sister, that had died in a car accident when she was just 20 years old. Angelina went to correct Marie, when Penny, who was still laughing, rested her head on Marie's shoulder. The act had been so casual, yet so profound. Marie didn't flinch or get worried about who sat next to her. She became relieved with her granddaughter's touch. "Want to play cribbage?" Penny asked Marie. Marie didn't have to be asked a second time. She opened the top to the trunk that sat on the porch as a coffee table. Angelina had forgotten that was where they stored all their games. Monopoly, Yahtzee, Uno, and any other card game her mother could get her hands on. As she watched her mother deal out the cards and set up the board, talking to Penny as if she were her sister Teresa at 16, she suddenly saw it. How similar her daughter was to her mother. And again, how happy both looked together. Camilla stood dressed in pajamas and held a cup of empty wine in her hands. "Want one?" she asked, holding out her glass. Angelina shook her head. She didn't want to cloud her head or dull her creative energy as she painted. "How'd it go, painting?" Camilla asked. If someone had asked her what happiness felt like a month ago, she would have told them summer at home, alone, painting. Or spending time with Penny doing anything together. But now she wasn't sure if she'd want to go back to being alone. Maybe happiness was seeing her daughter surrounded by women who loved her, being completely herself, and free to be. Or being around people who cared if she had been able to paint or not, or Camilla taking care of them all. Or was it seeing friends regularly, or being by the ocean and breathing in the crisp air? Or was it being with her family? Was that what made her so happy right now? Penny began to giggle again as Marie said something about being a woman that resonated with her daughter. Angelina remembered that Marie. The one who made her feel special. The one who'd stayed up all night when she was sick. The one who'd woken her each morning. The one who'd waited for her at the bus stop every day. The one who'd made Angelina giggle on the front porch. Maybe it wasn't about her happiness, but Penny's. And anyone with eyes could see, Penny was happier here. Chapter 26. Camilla had seen pictures of the bakery, but she had been blown away at its charm when she walked into Books and Bread. The old dingy bookstore that crammed way too many books inside of it now looked like a chic French patisserie. The smell of fresh bread blended with the sweet scent of confectioner's sugar and recently brewed coffee hit her first. It wouldn't be hard getting people to come to this establishment. Renee just needed a bigger net to catch more customers because everything she was doing was exactly right. Sometimes local businesses saved money on the space, but not Books and Bread. Its space had the feel of a high-end bakery, but a relaxed atmosphere of a neighborhood meetup spot. Soft jazz played in the background, while people sat and talked over a coffee and scone. The walls around the store had shelves of books, inviting customers to peruse. The cramped feeling of before was gone, and now felt large and airy with lots of light. Camilla had stayed up all night researching Renee's bakery and its background. She looked up the books they carried and the history of the business. When she sat down with them, both seemed eager to see what she had to show them. "Please don't feel like you have to use any of these marketing ideas," Camilla said in the back office around the table. She opened her computer and began her presentation. She made a slideshow of her ideas and even got her mother's printer to work long enough to print out the free coffee coupons. After she finished, Charlie, Renee's stepfather and co-owner, scrolled through her slideshow a second time, faster than she had hoped. But Renee took her time. When she finished, she lowered the screen halfway and said, "I love it." The man nodded.
I think doing some of these ideas would really help bring people over to our side of the island.
Camilla smiled. She had proposed some crazy ideas to promote their business cheaply. "Really?" "Yes, and we'll pay you for your services," Renee said. "No, this is my pleasure." Camilla shook her head. "How about you just tell people how you got so much business to come?" Renee smiled. "We will let everyone know. Don't you worry."
"These are great ideas," Charlie said. "Do you really think you can do all this with our budget?"
This was what Camilla did best when it came to marketing and hooking customers' attention. Most of what Camilla proposed had to do with getting exposure on social media and platforms where the tourists would be looking, getting reviews, and appearing in blogs and people's conversations. Not on the back of restroom doors or the last pages in the newspapers like so many small businesses did with their budget. Grab the customer's attention where they were looking. At websites, as they scrolled on their phones for what to do. Get them when they were hungry and trying to find a restaurant on the ferry. Catch their eye as they were walking through town. "We can talk to all the local businesses about advertising their businesses too," Camilla said. "I bet McClary would be willing to work together," Renee said. Camilla nodded. "We can ask other local businesses to pass out free coffee cards after a purchase, and the coffee shop could pass out coupons for the other establishments."
"And no one will just take the free coffee once they step into our shop," Charlie said.
"That's the idea," Camilla said. Free got the customer in, and a paying customer ready to spend money. So many small businesses worried about giving away free stuff. But by giving something for free, it gave a way for customers to take a chance on something new, without the risk. And it almost always paid off. It was what so many indie artists did to break through the gatekeepers. But if done right, it could make Books and Bread stand out from the brand names people were looking for. "You're selling the experience of coming back home," Camilla said. Renee's eyes widened. "Yes, that's it exactly. I want people to feel like this is their island's second home. A welcome back kind of place." Camilla smiled. "You'll be people's first stop off the ferry, a place to grab a coffee and a quick bite. And their dessert for after dinner." Camilla didn't have to work hard to sell the bakery's experience. She'd fallen in love with the quaint bookstore bakery the second she'd stepped in, and so would the customers. "This place is exactly what people are looking for while staying on Martha's Vineyard. Did you know Elias and his brothers renovated this whole store for me and Charlie?" Renee said. Camilla looked around the space. "It's beautiful." Like most of the businesses by the harbor, Books and Bread stood 2 stories tall with the front door smack dab in the middle of 2 large picture windows, and looked like the rest of the shops. Inside, the store was a fusion of old Martha's Vineyard charm, like the wide pine floors, and soft, natural pastel beiges and blues decorated throughout. The counters had been built to look like furniture, and large chalkboards hung along the back wall with the different items available for sale. The eclectic style of furniture would look discombobulated and weird in any other setting, but here made the space look like a Parisian boulangerie. The country quaint, mixed with the French country charm, made the space warm and inviting. Camilla knew people would stay once they got to Books and Bread. She just needed to get them there. "The bigger ferries port at Oak Bluffs and Edgartown," Camilla said. "So we need to convince tourists to make a trip to our side of the island,
Which we could start today if you want. Renee looked at Charlie, and he nodded.
How can we help? He asked.
By the time Camilla left, they established their first goal and marketing strategy. If Camilla had been working for the firm, she would have charged 5 times the budget Renee and Charlie could afford. She'd have to stretch every penny they had. But an excitement grew in her that she hadn't felt before. When she ran back home, she noticed Elias's truck parked in the driveway. "Did we make plans?" she asked, worried she had messed up.
Nope.
He shook his head, using that grin that got her every time.
I thought I'd just stop by and work on the pergola while I had the time.
Her stomach did a somersault, and she immediately had to remind herself that this man had a girlfriend. That's nice, but how did she ask if he had a girlfriend without looking like she had a thing for him? Because she didn't want him to know she had a thing for him. Don't you have other places you need to be, or anyone special you need to be with? Or another woman you're dating, she wanted to say. Or one specific woman named Debbie? He squinted his eyes at her as she looked at him. And dang if he didn't look even more handsome, as he clearly was trying to read into what she was saying.
I think that someone special is standing right here, he said.
Her breath swept out of her chest. Coming out from the shed, Marie walked out wearing a gardening hat and gloves. She didn't acknowledge Camilla, just walked to the garden with a tool Camilla hadn't seen before. Elias rubbed his chin as he laughed at the timing of his comment.
I was talking more about you,
but Marie is very special too. She frowned. He had avoided answering her question. Red flag number 1. I was talking about your girlfriend. He looked confused. Then, as if a light bulb had turned on, he shook his head.
I thought my brother would have told Julia, but I don't have a girlfriend anymore.
Anymore, she repeated in her head. So there had been a Debbie. He looked over his shoulder at Marie, who rolled the tool back and forth in the vegetable garden, and stepped closer to her.
I was thinking, maybe you and me.
Her stomach flipped again as he stepped closer, so close she could smell his aftershave. Yes, she said, hyper-aware of how close he stood.
Oh, no,
Marie said from the garden. Camilla jumped and turned to Marie, stepping back. What's wrong?
I hit something,
she said.
Gotta love New England soil,
Elias said, walking over to Marie to help.
Here, let me.
Marie handed over the tilling tool, and he jabbed the soil against what they thought would have been a rock. But instead of steel clanking, they heard a hollow sound.
I think we found your dead dog,
he said, his eyes widening. We didn't have a dog, Camilla said next to him. Do you think someone would bury a coffin this shallow?
I've come across a lot of dead pets in my day, and this looks like a dead pet, he said. Did you have a gerbil?
Camilla shook her head. Maybe it's buried treasure. He got down on the ground and started pulling the dirt away from around what looked like a wooden box. Then, with a few pulls, he removed a small wooden trunk the size of a shoebox. The box had brass hardware and a lock, but no key. Camilla and Elias both ran their hands around in the dirt.
My gosh!
Marie's hand went straight to her mouth.
It's our family capsule.
Marie tried pulling the lock open, but to no avail.
Would you like me to open it?
Elias asked, pulling out a screwdriver from his tool belt.
No, thank you, Marie said. We don't need any of your services.
Mom, this is Elias, Camilla said. He's helping me with the yard. Marie narrowed her eyes at him in suspicion. Yes, let's open it, Camilla said to Elias. He looked at Marie, who stopped arguing, and started to play with the lock. It wasn't long before he found the trigger to release the spring and the lock opened. Wait, Camilla said. We should get Angelina and Penny before we open it. Marie held the box with her arms wrapped around it like a little girl holding her doll.
Tears welled up in her eyes. My daddy told us all to put something to remember the day on the island all together. Camilla and Elias helped Marie up and inside the house. Let's go on to the porch, Marie said, pointing to the door. Wait until you see what we found, Camilla said to her niece as they brought Marie out to the table they had brought back out from the garage. They'd started playing spades on it each night. Penny, who was lying on the couch with Louisa between her legs, sat up and put down her phone. What is that? It's buried treasure, Camilla said. Penny shook the dog awake. Louisa, it's buried treasure. Louisa looked up from where she lay and yawned, then laid her head back down. Penny, go get your mom, Camilla said. It's a family time capsule. She's painting. Hold on. Penny ran off the porch and toward the beach. I'll be right back. A few minutes later, Angelina returned with Penny. What's going on? Angelina said, out of breath. You found buried treasure? Elias stepped back as the women gathered around the wooden box, as Marie slowly opened it up. Inside, the box had been filled with different items and trinkets, all from long ago. A musty smell wafted out as Marie dug through the things, as if looking for something. That's when she took out the velvet box. It was my grandmother's. She handed it over to Penny, who held it in her hands. Well, open it, Marie said, laughing at her granddaughter's hesitation. Penny smiled and pulled back the top. Inside sat a gold heart-shaped locket. Marie opened it up with her thumbs to a black and white photograph of two young girls. It's my sister Teresa and I, Marie said. It's beautiful, Penny said. Good, because now it's yours, Marie said. I'm sure glad you came back. Camilla didn't know if Marie thought Penny was Angelina, or Teresa, or Penny. But at that moment, sitting there with her mother, niece, and sister, going through the rest of the things inside the box, Camilla wasn't sure if selling the house would be a good idea anymore. Elias left shortly after the box discovery, and as she walked him to his truck, she wondered if he understood her situation with her mother. I heard you're helping Renee out at the bakery, he said to her. She stopped at the driver's door. She's really great. Does that mean you might be sticking around? Elias stalled, opening the door, and faced her. She shrugged, not knowing at that moment what she was going to do. A while ago, she thought she wanted to sell. Now, she wasn't sure. Elias bit his bottom lip, smiling at her. I hope you do. She was sure he wanted to kiss her, and for a split second, she hoped he would. I was thinking maybe you'd like dinner, he said. Yes, she said right away. As she stood there overthinking everything, Elias leaned down, pulled her chin up to his, and kissed her on the lips. Chapter 27. Elias had to make this night count. Otherwise, the woman of his dreams may leave the island with nothing to come back for. He called Julia. What should I do? He asked over the phone. I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Julia said, and she began telling him a detailed itinerary of the perfect date on Martha's Vineyard. Use the island as the backdrop to set the mood. By the time he got off the phone, he had 3 pages of notes on what to do, what to purchase, what to wear, and where to buy it all. She had instructions on time, texts, word choice, and gestures. Make sure you pull out her chair and open doors, she said. Our mother taught us how to be gentlemen, he reminded her. I know, but she'd still remind you too, Julia said, which was true. His mother would say the same exact things. Thanks for the advice, he said, ready to go. One last thing, Julia said before he hung up. Just be yourself. She's lucky to be out with such a great guy. He smiled at his sister-in-law's pep talk.
Thanks, Julia.
You're welcome, Elias, she said. Good luck. He showed up at her place right on time, and not a minute sooner. Debbie had said it was rude to be early for a date, and if there was one thing he could learn from dating Debbie, it would be to not start things off with a surprise. "Hello," he said, handing her a bouquet of flowers when she met him at the door. "These are beautiful," she said, sniffing them. Then she looked around him and at the truck. "Is Louisa with you?" He shook his head. "I wasn't sure if Penny was going to be around." She jabbed her thumb at the porch. "I was thinking Marie loves to pet her." "Next time," he said. "Well, that's mighty presumptuous," she said, clearly joking, thinking there's already going to be a next time. Elias played along. "You'll want a next time, believe me." "Oh, will I?" she said, as he opened the door to his truck. "If you're lucky," he said, pulling out the seatbelt and handing it to her. She took it from his hands, smiling at the gesture and his confidence, or his stupidity, and said, "Let's see what you have in store." He passed the first envelope with the clue inside. "What's this?" she asked him, holding the envelope. "It's the first clue," he said. He had spent all night thinking about how to showcase the island for Camilla. How could he convince her to stay on an island where nothing really happened, instead of going back where she had the whole world at her fingertips? He didn't really know if it'd work, but had listened to Julia's advice and used the island as his backdrop. "I figured we could go on an adventure." As Camilla's smile grew, so did his chest, with anxiety. She was going to leave the island. She had her life back in New York. She kept talking about selling the house. Why would she change her mind from a silly scavenger hunt and a kiss last night? He was fooling himself. "I shine light on top of cliffs," she read the first line. "The lighthouse." "Keep reading," he said, pointing to the rest of the clue. "Yet my belly is as dark as the sea," she read slowly. She looked out the windshield. "Look inside time and you will find me." He watched as she reread the clue. "You think you know where to go?" She bit her bottom lip and shook her head. "Well, it's something inside the lighthouse. But I don't get look inside time yet." He turned the radio to low as they drove to the lighthouse. On the drive, she told him about the work she had been doing during the day for Renee and Charlie, and he told her about the new work on the McCleary bar. "How much do you think paint would cost if I did the trim on my mom's place?" she asked. He shrugged. "A few $100 if you did it all yourself. I could give you my discount at the hardware store." She smiled. "Thanks." When he parked at the lighthouse, she ran out of the truck and took off for the tall structure at the edge of the Gray Head Cliffs. Luckily, his friend at the Parks and Rec department had agreed to give him the key to the lighthouse for the evening. He pulled it out as she stood next to the door, looking out at the water. "I love this spot," she said. "Whenever I missed home, I would think of this spot." He could understand why. It was one of the prettiest places on the island. He wondered if she'd change her mind once he brought her to his favorite spot on the island, which was last on the scavenger hunt. He unlocked the door and handed her a flashlight. She turned it on as she stepped inside, no fear entering the dark space. Walking around the circular interior, she shone the light against the walls and up the spiral staircase. Then the light scattered across a clock, and she stopped at it. "Look inside time!" She walked over to the clock that hung against the wall. Elias couldn't remember a time that the clock ever worked when he used to sneak in as a kid. The last caretaker who lived in the lighthouse had died over 30 years ago, and a battery took his place. With a gentle tug, she opened the glass door to the face of the clock, where the second clue hid. She looked back at Elias, her smile wide and beautiful, and his heart did that pitter-patter thing it did every time he got close to Camilla. "Why don't we have a glass of wine while we read the next clue?" he suggested.
following Julia's plan down to a T. With the bottle of wine Julia recommended, he had 2 small glasses inside his bag he'd brought, along with a blanket. Camilla followed him out of the lighthouse to the bench that overlooked the cove, and had a panoramic view of the Atlantic Ocean. He poured the wine as she opened the clue and began reading it out loud. I create worlds from red, black, and white, but vivid like a dream. She took a sip before reading on. Oh, this is good. He couldn't help but smile to himself as he watched her enjoy the hunt. Her enthusiasm was infectious. Come inside for a sweet treat. She looked down, holding her chin with her fingers. She repeated the clue. Come inside for a sweet treat. She pointed to the word red. It's spelled like reading, so read black and white. She thought for a minute. Books. She looked closer at the clue. Sweet treat? She looked up at the lighthouse, then back to him. The bakery. He nodded. You want to finish the rosé? She whipped the wine back. I'm ready. He couldn't hold back a laugh at her eagerness to get to the next clue. Let's go. When they arrived at Books and Bread, she told him about how she spent her weekends babysitting Penny during college, how she landed a fabulous internship for her dream job, and how it all fell apart within a couple weeks when her mother got sick. I mean, it was going to fall apart anyway, but me taking time off for my mother was just the last straw for my new boss, she said. He just didn't like me being there after his dad left. She shrugged. Elias could tell she didn't like to feel vulnerable, and talking about losing her job made her feel just that. He wanted her to know he wasn't there to judge or give his point of view. He just wanted to be there and listen. Maybe you made him feel what he feels about his dad, he suggested. He wasn't a therapist, but the guy seemed to have a daddy complex. Is he a little guy too? She pointed her finger at him. He is. He shook his head. It's always the little man syndrome. He totally has the little man syndrome, she said. They both laughed as they got out of the truck. She was too fast for him to get out in time to open it for her, but he did get to the door to Books and Bread, thinking about the next clue, and didn't notice Sebastian up in line. If he had, he would have steered Camilla out just for a few minutes, hoping he'd grab what he wanted and leave the store. But it was too late. Camilla saw him, and Sebastian saw Camilla coming in. That's when Debbie came out of the bathroom and stood next to Sebastian. Elias, Debbie said when she noticed the two standing at the door, both frozen. Camilla, Sebastian said. Sebastian. Camilla straightened her posture, shifting her purse in front of her. Debbie, Elias said. What was Debbie doing with Sebastian? Since when did they grab a coffee? I heard you were all in town, Sebastian said to Camilla. Yes, Camilla said. You could have tried to call. I did. Sebastian didn't move as the line shifted ahead. Camilla stepped to the side, letting others walk by them. Angelina hasn't returned my messages. Elias could see Sebastian trying to keep his cool. He didn't want to judge, and he didn't really like Sebastian anyway. But what did he expect? From what he had observed, he wasn't part of his daughter's life. Why would Angelina call him back? But this seemed to surprise Camilla. You've been calling? He nodded. I didn't know she was back. If I had, I would have liked to maybe set something up to see Penny. Maybe even have her stay with me. This also seemed to surprise Camilla. You've had 16 years to have her stay with you. Elias stepped back, holding back his smirk. Camilla let Sebastian have it, and he loved watching Sebastian squirm. I've been reaching out, he said to Camilla. Camilla didn't move or say anything, and Elias wondered if he should step in and tell Sebastian to get lost. when finally she said, "That's between you and your daughter, I suppose." Debbie watched the interaction, but kept her eyes on Elias. As Sebastian turned to leave, he turned back to Debbie. "Do you need a ride back?" Debbie didn't answer, but instead pointed to Camilla and looked to Elias.
Doesn't she live in that house?
He didn't know what she meant at first. "What?" Debbie slanted her glance at him.
The house you wanted to flip.
Did he tell her he wanted to flip it? "Wow, that's really convenient," Debbie said. Elias's mother had taught him better than to argue with a woman, no matter how dirty she played. He peeked over to Camilla, who watched the whole interaction. She pointed her finger at Camilla and said, "Don't ask him to sign a prenup," and turned and walked away. Sebastian handed over a business card to Camilla. "Tell Angelina and Penny I'd love to see the both of them." Camilla didn't take it. She clasped her hands in front of her and stared him down. "You can do all the talking yourself." He nodded, putting the card back in his wallet. "Okay, fair enough." He nodded at Elias and then followed Debbie out of the bakery. "I can't explain, because it's not my business to explain," she said to Elias. "I didn't care that there was a prenup," he said, wishing he could tell her everything without sounding like a whiny man complaining about his ex. That's certainly not how he had planned on this first date going. "I'm really sorry to do this, but I think I should go home," she said. His heart fell like a rock into the water. "I need to talk to my sister." "Sure," he said, trying to smile as best he could. "I'm so sorry," she said. She placed her hand on his chest, and electricity shot throughout his whole body. "Can we continue this next time?" She gave that smile, the one that made his stomach flip. But it only made his anxiety rise. He completely understood why she had to leave, and if it were one of his brothers or sisters, he'd do the exact same thing. But he couldn't help but worry that her leaving might be his one shot slipping away. Chapter 28. Camilla could see only red by the time Elias dropped her off. All she wanted to do on the ride home was scream and holler and yell. But she held it together, so she didn't look like a psychopath. But by doing so, she was certain she would lose it with Angelina. "Is Penny here?" Camilla asked as she walked into the living room. "No, she's babysitting over at Renee's," Angelina said. "What's up? I thought you were on a date with Elias." Marie sat in her recliner, and Camilla realized it was only the two of them sitting in the same room together. "Yes, and guess who we ran into?" Camilla said, shaking. "Who?" Angelina smiled as though they were playing a game. "Sebastian." Her smile immediately dropped. "Oh. And do you know what he told me?" Camilla crossed her arms, holding her anger in. "No, but I'm sure you're going to tell me." Angelina narrowed her eyes, getting up from the couch and pulling Camilla into the dining room, away from Marie. "He's been trying to get in contact with you and Penny." Camilla almost shouted it out. "He's been calling you?" Angelina walked into the kitchen, picked up a wine bottle, and uncorked it. "Yes, he has." "What's the truth, then? Is he this deadbeat dad, or is he trying to do the right thing? Does Penny know he's been contacting you?" Angelina opened her mouth, then closed it. "You know what? I don't have to answer to any of you." Yes you do," Camilla said, pointing her finger at her sister. "Because I have stood by you through everything. I deserve to know the whole story, Angelina." Angelina looked out to Marie, who sat in her own world flipping through a Reader's Digest, and back to Camilla. "I was alone for 16 years,
And he just suddenly decided to show up last year out of the blue. Penny knows. She wants nothing to do with him, okay? You happy?" Camilla stood there. "Why?" "Because she doesn't want to deal with a guy who didn't want to be her father," she said. "But does she know about his family and the money?" Camilla said, because she did, and it changed things for Camilla. "He did it for you and her." Angelina glared at Camilla. "You'd see it that way, wouldn't you?" "His parents gave you all that money because he stopped dating you," she said. "He stopped dating me?" Angelina screamed at Camilla. "He chose to leave, not me. I wanted nothing to do with his parents' money. Still don't. It's for Penny when she wants it. I've never touched that dirty money. So don't give me that sacrifice talk. That he wanted to give me and Penny this safety net. Because in the end, he broke every one of his promises and chose to leave." "But maybe he changed his mind. Did you ever think he could grow up?" "It's up to Penny," Angelina said. "Not up to me." "You let me believe he wanted nothing to do with you two," Camilla said, which was true. Angelina scoffed. "Yes, well, it's better to think he's a jerk, instead of just never loving us enough to come look for us." "But he's looking now," Camilla said. "Maybe you can give Penny a dad." Angelina looked hurt. "I've been the best mom and dad I could be." "I know, but if he's willing, why not encourage her to have this relationship?" Camilla said. "Don't you miss our dad?" "How could you take his side?" Angelina's eyes filled with tears. "This isn't the same, and you know it." Marie suddenly stood up, and the subject got dropped. "Millie?" Marie asked. "When did you get here?" "I've been here, Mom," Camilla said, crossing her arms against her chest, holding back more that she wanted to say. "Why don't I take you to bed?" "You've been where?" Marie asked, her voice confused and sounding worried. Camilla sighed, her patience leaking like a tire with a nail in it. "Here. I've been here." "I'm here too, Mom," Angelina said, standing next to the chair, helping Camilla lift Marie out by holding onto Marie's elbow. Angelina mouthed the words. "I'm sorry." Camilla made an angry face. "Don't leave me in the dark, okay?" "What's dark?" Marie asked. "I won't," Angelina said. "I just worry about you and everything," Camilla said. "I love you." "I'll tell Penny he's reached out again," Angelina sighed. "I love you too." When Marie settled in bed, the sisters grabbed a bottle of their father's whiskey they found in the office and sat on the porch. Camilla swirled the drink around in her glass. She had a ton of stuff to do, but she didn't want to do any of it, because when would be the next time she'd sit on the couch with her sister under the same roof? "I talked to the residential home in San Francisco near your place," Camilla said, clanking the ice against the glass. "Oh?" Angelina slipped her foot underneath her leg while pushing the couch back and forth. "They have a policy. If Mom were to go there, she couldn't see any of us for the first 2 months." Camilla couldn't help but imagine her mother scared, without anyone she recognized. She knew it was best for the patient and the facility, but that was for patients who were at the worst part of the disease. Marie wasn't at the level that she couldn't take care of herself. She just had moments where she got confused. "What if we hire like a mother's helper?" Camilla said. "Like what Julia's doing with Penny." "She needs more than just a mother's helper, Camilla." Angelina set her drink down. "I know this is hard, but we aren't equipped to take care of Mom." "We're doing a really good job right now," Camilla said, looking around. "We're doing just fine, the 4 of us."
We can't live with our mother, Angelina said.
Why not? Camilla said back. I mean, Penny has friends here already. You could sell your paintings and not have to teach anymore.
Camilla couldn't believe she had fought this idea for so long. But maybe it could work.
We could stay in the house, Camilla said. It's plenty big for all of us. We can all help each other.
Camilla, don't you want a family of your own? Angelina was asking sincerely, Camilla knew. But she wished Angelina understood that was her problem.
You are my family. I love having you and Penny and Mom in my life.
She shot back the whiskey.
Besides, I just scare men away.
What? Angelina sipped her glass of whiskey.
I thought you liked the landscaper Elias.
You mean the construction business owner, Camilla corrected her.
He kissed me,
Camilla confessed, the alcohol clearly getting to her head and her tongue.
He did?
Angelina squealed. But then his girlfriend showed up with Sebastian. Camilla started spewing out the rest of the details in vivid horror.
Oh my God.
Angelina stared out at the dark night.
He's dating a girl named Debbie?
Didn't you get in a fight with a girl named Debbie in college?
Yes, Camilla said. But really, are you avoiding him? Angelina looked at Camilla, and Camilla could feel all the layers her sister had built up around her when she arrived, slowly peeling away a bit. I guess a big part of me still loves him, Angelina said. And if Penny doesn't want to meet him, I don't want to push it. Camilla understood the Penny side of things, but then she said, Are you not encouraging her because of your feelings?
What are you, dear Abby?
Angelina shook her head.
What if we sell the house and all move to California, where I already have a job and a house? The residential home is only a few minutes away.
They also say if Mom moves into there, she can't ever leave and go home again, Camilla said. The thought pained her so much, she shook her head to clear the idea of it. Her mother loved dinners, cooking, food, her choices. Even with her mind becoming as confused as it did, she never forgot how to cook something, or how to garden, or play cards. All of Marie's textile functioning was strong. She could open a mayonnaise jar and pull back the cover of a pudding, but didn't know who her daughter was or when she had arrived on the island. She could cook from memory huge dinners and side dishes, but would forget who was eating with her. In the morning, she had been more and more lucid, especially after their walks with the ladies, which Marie liked, though she wouldn't admit that. Camilla was certain she liked the ladies now, even Wanda. She can't ever leave? Angelina asked. Like, ever? Camilla lifted the lid to the wooden box on the table in front of them. She pulled out a small letter written by a 6-year-old Marie, and her eyes started tearing up. I don't think I can sell the house and send her there.
I'm home,
Penny's voice called out from the front door. She rushed through the house and out the back door, plopping on the couch next to Camilla.
I had such a good time. We went down to the pier and got ice cream, then played mini-golf and hung out at the beach.
I'm glad you had fun, Camilla said.
Don't you just love it here, Mom?
Penny asked Angelina, who leafed through the capsule's items. Her phone started lighting up with messages, and she jumped up from the couch.
Is Grandma in bed?
She went to bed a little bit ago, Angelina said. Penny made a face.
Shoot! I wanted to tell her about the penny store. I bought her those hard candies she likes.
Penny pulled out a handful of cellophane-wrapped candies and put them on the trunk. When Penny went inside, Camilla leaned over to grab a candy when Angelina looked at her, her face serious. What if we did stay? Angelina asked. Camilla looked up. Are you serious? Angelina shook her head. I'm not sure, but something is telling me this is the right thing to do for all of us. Chapter 29. When Elias pulled into his driveway, he wasn't surprised to see Debbie sitting on his porch waiting for him. "Hey," she said, standing up as soon as he got out of the truck. He gave her a nod and waited for what she had to say. This was her show at this point. "I'm sorry," she said. "For what?" he asked. Was she sorry because she had ruined his date with Camilla? Was she sorry that she'd gone behind his back about their relationship? Was she sorry that she hadn't known what she had until she lost it? "I'm sorry I freaked out at the bakery," she said, playing with her fingers. "But I didn't know you'd already moved on." He didn't speak. What was there to say? He'd let her air her grievances if that made her feel better. He didn't need to move on. He had been long gone. He just finally admitted it. He realized that he had hesitated to ask Debbie to marry him before, because deep down, he knew she wasn't the right one. He could tell his silence agitated her more. "Look, I want us back. I want what we had back," she said, clasping her hands together and placing them on her chest. His hands went deep into his pockets, wondering what he could say to make this stop. "I'm glad we got to talk, because ending things the way we did had bothered me." "Ending things?" Her eyes popped out. "I don't want things to end. I want to go back to where we were before." "But we can't go back," he said to her. "I've moved on." She jerked her head back, hooking her hand to her hip. "Are you serious right now?" He didn't answer. Her jaw dropped. "We spent 3 years together, and you've already moved on within a few weeks?" "I hope things go well for you," he said to her. "Whatever, Elias. You're going to regret being such a jerk about it all." Debbie didn't move as large tears welled up in her eyes, sitting on the edge of her lids. "My parents said this shows your true colors." He squeezed his fists together, holding back a retort that would be ugly. Debbie smeared her makeup as she wiped her eyes. "I should have known you were trash." He didn't speak as she charged off to her car, slamming her car door. "I'm being a jerk?" he said to Louisa, who stood at the door waiting for him, watching the whole interaction through the glass. As Debbie pulled out into the street, she screeched her tires as she took off. Overall, he thought the whole thing ended much better than he thought it would. He opened the door for Louisa and asked her, "Do you need to go out?" He walked Louisa around back and thought about how long 3 years had been. 3 years of being comfortable but never once feeling like he did with Camilla. Had he been in love with Debbie? Or had he just wanted to be safe, like always? Debbie was safe. Debbie wanted everything he did. A house on Martha's Vineyard, marriage, and a family. Camilla might leave tomorrow. He should have made Camilla reschedule before she left. Would it be too pushy to text her and ask her to finish the date soon? Then a text popped up on his phone. He thought it would be Debbie sending an angry text, but then he saw Camilla's name flash across the screen. "Clue 2 still needs to be completed." Relief washed through him as he typed back. "So does dinner. Tomorrow?" "Sounds fabulous." Back in the day, if his brothers heard he had texted a girl right away, they'd give him a hard time. They'd tell him he should wait before answering, make her think he had more important things to do than sit around waiting for her text. His thumbs wavered above the letters. "What are you doing now?" They were adults, after all. He had his own home, for goodness sake. "I was thinking about a night stroll along the beach." Dots flashed at the bottom of his screen. "Meet me at the walkway," she typed back. He drove straight over to her house, and she stood under the porch light waiting for him. "So, about what Debbie said before, do you really want to buy my house?" she asked as they walked down the wooden walkway towards Sugar Beach. He heaved out a heavy sigh. He had hoped she'd forgotten that whole part of the conversation. I've always had a thing for your mother's place. I'd prefer to see it get renovated rather than get torn down. The corner of her mouth flickered up, and he hoped this wouldn't ruin things as he waited for her to react. I knew that's why I liked you. He held out his hand to her, and she took it as they reached the beach, the crest of the waves glowing under the moonlight. Above them, the moon glowed as the stars twinkled in the inky night sky, reflecting off the water as the horizon blended the sea into the sky. The locals call this place Half Moon Harbor, because on nights like tonight, from here, the sand looks like a half moon. Elias said, pointing down to the end of the beach. The moon's light makes it glow. It's beautiful. When they reached the water's edge, they stood staring out, holding hands, and said nothing for a long time. Then she asked, "Do you think you could give me some pointers with renovating an old cape?" She leaned up against him as she looked out at the water. "I think I could find some time to help," he said, wrapping his arm around her and pulling her into the nook of his arm and chest. He wondered if she could hear his heart pounding. "Are you thinking of renting the place out again?" he asked, hoping that wasn't the case. She looked up at him and shook her head. "I'm thinking maybe I should stick around the island for a little bit longer." He cupped her chin and said, "I told you you'd want that second date." She let out a huge roar of a laugh, then swept her arms around his neck and kissed him. They didn't go home or sleep. Instead, they sat on the beach and talked all night. He didn't know they had so much to say, but as the sun peeked up over the horizon and the conversation continued, he wished he had spent more time kissing her. As morning came, they walked back to the house, but he didn't want to leave her. He wanted the night to continue. "I don't want to leave," he said, as they stepped up the right side of the porch. She turned around, draping her arms once again around his neck, and kissed him gently on the lips. "We're having dinner tonight, right? Or I could bring you to the hardware store and we could work on the porch," he said, peeling off the dried chips of paint from the column. "Don't you have to go to work?" she asked. He did. He had 3 separate projects that needed attention immediately. He had 3 crews running simultaneously. This was the worst time to stop and pivot to another project. "I've got a crew that could easily come over and work on it," he said. But he was also the boss who could. So he brought her to the hardware store. "Well, if it isn't another DeLuca girl," Ryan Thompson said, coming out from back behind the counter. He gave Camilla a hug. "I just sold some paint to your sister the other day." He shook Elias's hand. "What can I help you with today?" "I'm looking for some paint as well," she said. It wasn't a pure white, but more of a creamy white she picked for the trim. Elias helped her pick out paintbrushes and the rest of the equipment she needed. "Do you think I should start working on the porch first?" she asked, after she picked out a brush. He nodded, grabbing another roller. "I think that's exactly where we should start." Camilla smiled, and Elias promised himself he'd do whatever it took to keep making her smile. He spent the rest of the day measuring the porch with her, showing her what needed to be replaced and what could be salvaged. "How long will it take?" she asked. "Maybe a week or 2, he said, but he'd make sure to get it done as a priority. When he called in the order for lumber, his phone beeped, with Mateo on the other line. He had a ton of things he needed to do for work. The McCleary place was moving faster than expected, and his brothers wanted to go full steam ahead. He had no extra time to work on a porch. Mateo would be furious if he found out Elias dropped everything he had to do today just to pick out paint at the hardware store. He let it go to voicemail. "Let me get a couple guys over at the house and we can start working on it," he said. She looked at him. Really? He nodded. Of course. He stepped out of the hardware store as Camilla caught up with Ryan Thompson and his father, who owned Thompson's hardware store. He dialed one of his subs. "Do you think you can do that?" he asked, after explaining what he needed done for the porch. "No problem," Vinny, his carpenter, said. And just like he had promised, his crew came to Camilla's, and his guys worked on the porch instead of the McCleary deck that needed to be finished within the week. So he wasn't surprised when Jose came roaring down the road and pulled up to the Cape. "What do you think you're doing pulling the crew from McCleary?" He didn't know if his brother would kill him or understand, but he didn't care at this point. All he cared about was keeping Camilla here on the island. Elias met his brother at his truck and let him quietly yell at him without Camilla and her family listening. "You can't just pull a crew from a job site without talking to me and Mateo first," Jose whisper-shouted. "We have 3 other jobs besides this. What do you think you're doing pulling our guys to help you land a girl?" "I'm making sure Penny stays here on the island," he said to him when he finished his rant. Jose stopped and looked at the porch. "Angelina's thinking of staying?" Jose's anger vanished. "Camilla said they're considering staying for the year and seeing how things go," he said, thinking back to their conversation. "Camilla is going to start doing some freelance marketing on her own, working from the island. She's working with Renee and Charlie right now." "So, you have the hots for her," Jose said, as though this explained everything. "Julia thinks you two are good for each other." Elias would have helped the DeLucas, even if he didn't have the hots for Camilla. Maybe not this urgently, but still. "I'm helping because I want to be nice, on top of having the hots for her." Jose laughed, as though Elias had made a joke. "I knew it." "Angelina said she liked the idea of Penny going to school here," Elias said, reminding Jose of his stake in them staying on the island. "She said Penny just loves babysitting the kids. Julia's been so happy since Penny's been helping with the kids," Jose said, rubbing his chin. "What can I do to help?" Elias spent the day at Camilla's house, helping the guys strip what needed to be taken down, and then rebuilding the porch. When the crew left, Jose, Mateo, and Elias stayed until the sun set and worked under the lights, while all the women, including Jessie and Louisa, sat in chairs on the lawn and watched them. By the time Mateo called it quits, Marie had started to get sleepy. "Thank you for all of this," Camilla said to the brothers and wives when they packed up for the night. Julia finished her wine glass as Penny and the kids ran around the backyard, trying to catch fireflies. "I'm so glad you've decided to stay." Julia squeezed Angelina and then Camilla in her arms. "You know, you should decide on a name for the house," Elias said to Camilla and Angelina. "Put it in your time capsule." Camilla's face lit up at the idea, and her smile warmed Elias's heart. Even with no sleep, his body completely exhausted and sore, he didn't want this moment to end. "Looks like time got away from us. A rain check on that second date?" he asked. "That sounds great," she said. He picked up a sleeping Louisa from Marie's lap. "Oh, she's so comfortable," Marie said. Camilla walked him to his truck, while Jose and Julia walked back home with the kids, crawling in the wagon. "Good night," Camilla said, leaning into him and kissing him on the lips. He brushed her face with the back of his fingers, looking into her eyes, wishing he was a braver man and could tell her how much happier she made him. With one last kiss, he said, "Good night, Camilla." A phone rang out suddenly, and Camilla reached into her back pocket. She looked up from it to him. "It's my old boss, the one who used to run the company." "This late?" He looked at the time. It was after 9 at night. "Hello?" she said, answering it. "Hello, Robert." He stayed next to the truck, listening. Maybe he should have excused himself. Maybe he should have grabbed it and thrown it and kissed her some more. She stepped aside, then began pacing as she said, "Yes," and "Uh-huh," and "I understand," over and over until she hung up. "Everything okay?" he asked her. She stood staring at him like she had something big to tell, but her mouth didn't speak. "What did he want?" he asked, hoping it wasn't what he thought. "He wants me to come back," she said, "and run his firm." Chapter 30. Wanda waved as she met all the DeLuca women outside the door, ready for a walk. Even Marie was dressed and ready to go. "What happened here?" Wanda asked, stepping over a pile of lumber in the front yard. "We've decided to fix up the porch," Camilla said. Wanda looked at the mess, then to the porch. The beaten and broken front porch had new columns and lumber. "It looks wonderful." Wanda didn't want to be nosy, but rebuilding the front porch was a big project for someone who might sell. "Are you still planning on selling?" Wanda asked. She noticed Angelina look at Camilla, who looked away. Well, we're still thinking about things." Penny rolled her eyes. "They can't decide on anything." Angelina groaned, crossing her arms and shifting her weight onto her hip. "Camilla got a job offer in New York, so everything is a bit up in the air. My boss offered me a position I wouldn't be able to find anywhere else," she said, raising her chin defiantly. "So it's okay to make us feel guilty for wanting to have our own lives, but it's fine when there's a new job opening for you?" Angelina shook her head. "I need to think about things," Camilla said. Wanda didn't need to be a psychic to know the sisters were in an argument before she asked about things. "Girls, slow down," Wanda said, looking at Marie, who started to head to the beach. She ran ahead to make sure she didn't cross the road. "Let's figure this out." "Figure what out?" Angelina said, walking faster with Wanda. "She's going to take the job and do what she wants to do." "I'm never going to get this kind of opportunity again." Camilla held out her hands. "Never." "I get it, Auntie Camilla," Penny said. "We can still stay, right, Mom?" Angelina narrowed her eyes. "Well, I don't know how." "I can help," Camilla said. "I can come back on the weekends and help." "Camilla," Angelina said, "you of all people know I can't do all of this on my own." "We're here," Wanda said, waving her arms out as a car rounded the bend. She followed as Marie charged off down the walkway to the beach. "Slow down, Marie!" Marie didn't listen. She continued down the wooden planks as seagulls flew overhead. Wanda could see her friends waiting for her at the end of the walkway. Behind her, she could hear the sisters argue. Penny quietly walked beside her. "Were you looking forward to moving?" Wanda asked. "Sort of," Penny said. Wanda nodded, wondering if she should ask more questions or leave the young woman alone. "You can always come back and visit your Uncle Marty and me," she said. Penny smiled, but Wanda could tell the young girl was sad. "I was hoping I'd meet my dad this summer, but—" "Ah." Wanda didn't know where to go with this conversation. Did she tell her to talk to her mother? Was Wanda considered a safe person to talk to? "It's hard when you're disappointed by your own expectations." Penny dragged her hand along the wooden railing, smooth from years of hands rubbing against it. "He lives a few miles over on the other side of the island," she said. "Or at least his address listed is a few miles over." "That's not very far," Wanda said. She didn't poke with more questions, but she didn't stop Penny from continuing. "He's a lawyer," Penny said. "He's in all these pictures on Instagram, with fancy women and cars and vacations." "Does your mom know you're interested in meeting him?" she asked. Penny shook her head. I don't want to hurt her feelings, and I'm afraid I'll make her feel bad. Wanda didn't know if this crossed a line or not, but she did know what it was like to look back at life and see your regrets. Tell your mom you want to meet him, Wanda said to Penny. Don't wait. Just go to her and explain how you feel, just as maturely and as confidently as you did with me. You don't think she's going to get mad? Penny asked. Wanda shrugged. I don't know, but you'll never know if you don't talk to her, and you'll never know your dad if you don't either. Penny blew out a breath. Thanks, Auntie Wanda. I think I will talk to my mom. When they reached the beach, Penny hugged Wanda, and Wanda pulled her in tighter. This darling young woman had expanded Wanda's heart more than she had thought possible. Penny ran ahead to catch up with Marie, who took off down toward the lighthouse as Wanda greeted the women. Marie seems in good spirits, Evelyn said. She didn't grumble at us this morning. Don't mind her, Wanda said. She's just upset because things are up in the air. What do you mean? Biddy asked. I thought you said they were going to sell the house. No, remember? They were fixing the porch and planned on staying, Evelyn said. Wanda stopped walking and checked on the sisters, who still appeared to be in some sort of an argument. It looks like Camilla was offered her dream job, and she's thinking of going back to New York. Oh, that's too bad, Evelyn said. They knew what that meant for Marie. They had enough people they knew on the island that had to leave to find housing to accommodate their age, their disabilities, their illnesses. They all worried about it as they aged. But for Marie, with Alzheimer's, it would be even more difficult. Such a shame, Biddy tisked, disappointed. I saw Elias with Camilla the other night, and the two of them were adorable together. I know, Wanda shook her head. Girls, you know what this means. We should get her some pastries and wine, Evelyn said. No, but that's also a fabulous idea, Wanda said. We need to have a party. Evelyn and Biddy just stared at her. You don't think so? Wanda said, surprised by their lack of enthusiasm. I don't think this is time to celebrate, Evelyn said. I mean a party to show them how many people they have if they stay here, Wanda said. Let them know we're all here for them. Biddy leaned closer to Wanda and whispered so the sisters didn't hear. I don't think Marie likes us. Wanda waved Biddy's worry away. I don't think Marie likes anyone. But those girls need to see we'll help them. Biddy put her hand on Wanda's shoulder. Wanda, you are a better person than me. Wanda waved at Angelina and Camilla as they got closer. We're throwing a clam bake, Wanda said. Tonight, on the beach. Tonight, Biddy said. Great, Penny said, who had slowed down with Marie. What's a clam bake? What can we bring? Camilla asked. Wanda noticed the redness surrounding Camilla's and Angelina's eyes. I make a mean 7-layer dip, Angelina said. Mom's recipe? Camilla asked. Angelina looked up and said, Yeah, I guess it is. They walked to the lighthouse, took a picture, and walked back. Wanda couldn't believe how every time they returned from their walk, Marie seemed calm and like her old self. What a difference exercise and fresh salty sea air could do for a person. It was what the ocean did best, she supposed. Invigorated all the senses. When she walked back to her car, Marie hung back by her. When Frank divorced me, I figured that meant Marty wasn't my brother-in-law, since I was no longer married to his brother, Marie said. Oh, Marty still thinks of you as his family, Wanda said, not actually knowing this, but knowing Marty well enough to know he would take care of anyone, married to his brother or not. Frank was always the one who invited people over to the house. And I fed them, Marie said. Then we got divorced, and everyone stopped coming, except for Marty. So when he got married, I was worried he'd stop coming by. Same thing happened to me when I got divorced, Wanda said, remembering how Bill's life practically stayed the same. The new woman slipped in where Wanda had fallen out. You were divorced? Marie seemed surprised by this. Wanda nodded. Yes, my husband left me. Marie's face twitched with a half smile. Yes, I guess that makes us the First Wives Club. Wanda laughed, fluffing in her faded red curls as they reached the end of the walkway and onto the road. I guess I'm Bet. A car came honking its horn. Charlie pulled up beside them as Evelyn leaned out the window. Renee's in labor, she called out. We're headed to the hospital. Charlie beeped the horn a few quick taps and drove off as Wanda and Marie waved from behind. Evelyn's having twins? Marie asked. Wanda laughed. No, her daughter is. Marie put her hand on her chest. Oh, heavens, thank goodness. As Wanda held on to Marie's elbow, steering her around the piles of landscaping debris and pieces of wood, she hoped this wasn't the end of their blossoming relationship. I've never had a sister before, Wanda said, squeezing Marie's arm. Not even a sister-in-law. Marie kept walking toward the house and up the steps when she stopped at the top. She put her hand on top of Wanda's and held it there. Just when I thought things were working out, Marie said, looking into the kitchen. Camilla stood in front of her laptop on the counter, speed typing while talking on the phone. What's not working? Wanda asked, hoping Marie would open up about her feelings. But Marie walked into the house without saying another word. Chapter 31. Angelina decided to pack. What was the point in keeping her stuff in the old mothballed closet when they would be headed back to California? What are you doing? Penny asked as she walked into the room. Angelina pulled off all the hangers from the closet and scooped up the clothes with her arms. I'm packing. Why? Penny asked. Did Aunt Camilla take the job? Angelina shook her head. Not yet, but she's been working on finishing the stuff for the bakery so she can go back to the city. Penny plopped onto the bed. Why do we have to go? Angelina dropped the clothes into her suitcase. Because we can't take care of Marie on our own. Grandma, Penny said, her newest thing to correct Angelina on. She's Grandma. Your grandmother is only going to get worse, Angelina said. That's why she needs us. Penny's eyes pleaded like she had when she was a little girl, asking for a unicorn. It's too much for just us. Angelina wasn't lying. It was the truth. If Camilla couldn't do it on her own, neither could Angelina. I can help, Penny said. So you're willing to give up your last 2 years of high school and take care of your grandmother, who has a very serious disease? Angelina loved her daughter's big heart, but this was a big decision. It's not that easy. Tears welled up in Penny's eyes, which made Angelina feel like a real jerk. Look, I know you care about Grandma, but this is bigger than you and me. Angelina couldn't do it, even if she wanted to. I want to see Dad before we leave, Penny said. Angelina's breath swept right out of her lungs. What did her daughter just say? I know where he lives, Penny said, sitting up and opening her phone. She flashed her screen at Angelina with a satellite photo of a house on Martha's Vineyard. His parents' house. The house she'd spent so much time at with Sebastian, wishing they could be together forever, hoping things would never change. Have you reached out? Angelina asked, not sure how she felt about it. Penny shook her head.
I want you to come with me.
Angelina let out a long sigh. I don't know, Penny. She hadn't expected Penny changing her mind from never wanting to meet him to wanting to go over to his house with her. I'm not sure if that's the right thing to do. He's with someone. Oh. Penny may have done some research, but this bit of information was new.
He's with someone?
Angelina tilted her head, trying to get into that teenage mind. What else did she want to know? Selfishly, she wanted to go with Penny if she met Sebastian. But could she let go of her feelings for Penny's sake? She wasn't sure. But her going would bring a level of anxiety to the meeting that wouldn't be fair for Sebastian, or his fiancée, or Penny. Why don't I set something up at the bakery? I could drop you off and hang out at the hardware store until you want me to pick you up. It's right down the block.
You aren't mad that I want to meet him?
Penny asked. Angelina could see Penny's shoulders loosen as she shook her head, and a tiny pang hit her heart. Secretly, she didn't want Penny to meet him. What if she liked him more than her? I'd never be mad at you. She sat down on the bed next to Penny, rubbing her back with both hands.
Grandma told me that you can't learn how to climb the monkey bars if you don't learn to let go, Penny said.
Angelina hated when Penny used her own words against her, and now she was using her mother's words. I love you, Penelope, Angelina said.
Love you too,
Penny said, leaning into her chest and into a hug.
You sure you don't mind setting something up with him before we leave?
Angelina felt the fear creep in. What if she loves Sebastian right away? What if he asks her to stay with him and his new family? What if Penny leaves Angelina to live with him? Absolutely, Angelina said, taking out her phone right then and there. She had to do it. She needed to do it for Penny. She opened his last message and typed.
What'd you say?
Penny asked, trying to see what she wrote. Angelina put her phone away, ignoring the text storming in. I told him to meet you for breakfast at the bakery. Penny clapped in delight, then swung her arms around Angelina's neck and squeezed, choking the air out of her.
Thank you so much, Mom.
Angelina suddenly wished they were staying, because she knew the minute Penny met Sebastian, it was game over. He'd charm her just like the rest of the world. She would love Sebastian and he would love her. She was sure of it. And she'd end up like Marie, alone.
Hey, Ange,
Camilla said, rushing into the room.
Have you seen Mom?
Angelina shook out of her thoughts. What?
Mom's not in her room,
Camilla said, then rushed down the hall to Penny's room.
Did you check the porch?
Penny asked, standing up from the bed. She's not there, or the garden, Camilla said. I can't find her. Angelina stood up and held out her hands. Okay, don't panic. Let's retrace our steps. Where did we all see her last? I saw her on the porch with Louisa, Camilla said, after the walk. Penny pointed at Angelina.
She had lunch after that on the porch with me.
I went upstairs after I washed the dishes from lunch, and she went to her room for a nap, Angelina said.
Did you hear her leave?
Camilla asked. Angelina shook her head. No, I didn't hear anything.
We need to look for her,
Penny said. Wait, Camilla said, holding out her hands. Let's call the police first. You think we should call the police? Angelina asked. Camilla shrugged. What if she fell, or worse, went into the water for some reason?
What if we can't find her?
Penny said, panicking. She began running down the steps, all of them heading to the porch. Calm down, Penny, Angelina said, taking charge. Let's call Marty and Wanda. Okay. Camilla pulled out her phone and dialed right away. Hello, Aunt Wanda? Angelina looked to Penny. Go grab your friends and ask them to help you check the lighthouse, she said to Penny. And I'll call Julia. Penny nodded, typing into her phone. Angelina held her phone against her ear. "I'm calling Julia now." Julia showed up with the kids in the minivan within minutes. They all jumped out, ready for the search, while Jose pulled up in his truck. "Okay, boys. We need you to go look at all the coves to make sure she didn't get stuck because of the tide." Jose talked to Jojo and Jacob like little soldiers as they stood at attention. The boys nodded, listening to their father. "Also, look for anything like clothing or something that could be Penny's grandma's things." The boys nodded as they listened to their father. "Keep your phones close," Jose said. The boys took off as soon as Jose had finished, running down toward the cliffs and the lighthouse. Penny and her friends decided to take the other end of the beach. It wasn't long before Elias came flying into the driveway and jumped out of the truck. "What can I do to help?" he asked Camilla. "How did you hear?" Camilla asked. And that's when Angelina saw it. The way he gently cupped Camilla's elbow in his palm and gave all his attention to her. He wanted to fix whatever problem Camilla was facing right then. He was perfect for her sister. That's why Camilla wanted to leave. "We can't find my mom," Camilla said, her voice shaking. "We're waiting for the police to come." Elias looked around the house. "Did she go to the church again?" Angelina hadn't thought of that. "We should check." "I'll go," Elias said, taking off toward his truck. Then he stopped mid-step and pointed at the coffee table on the porch. "Did you bury the time capsule?" Angelina and Camilla turned to the porch and noticed the empty table. "Did you move it?" Camilla asked Angelina. "No." Angelina shook her head. "Do you think she'd try to bury it?" "I can stay here and wait for the police," Elias said, "if you wanted to go look for her." "Come on, let's go," Angelina said, grabbing Camilla's arm and running toward the beach. "I bet she's going to Symphony Cove, where she went the first time she got confused." Angelina knew her mother loved the cove. She'd go after storms, staying forever, and just listening to the pounding surf against its shore. "Okay, let's go," Camilla said, running ahead. With the tide out before they reached the cove, they could see no one was there. "Let's go back to the house," Camilla said, ready to run, when Angelina stopped her. "Elias can then look at the church." "Are you taking this job because you have feelings for Elias?" Angelina asked. "What?" Camilla asked. "I'm taking this job because it's an opportunity of a lifetime." "You hate that job," Angelina said. "Even before Robbie Jr., you hated Dean. You hated your assistants. Everyone was stabbing each other in the backs. Why are you leaving such a great guy behind? I don't get it." "Wait. Slow down," Camilla said, catching her breath for a second. "I think I know where she is." Camilla turned around and ran back to the house. "You're only sabotaging yourself, Camilla," Angelina yelled out as her sister started running. "Come on!" Camilla yelled at Angelina. "Where is she?" Angelina asked. "We should have known," Camilla said. They ran all the way back, crossing the street as she followed Camilla to the back of the yard and behind the shed where the old vegetable garden was. There, in the middle of the vegetable garden, sat Marie, under her sun hat, patting the dirt with her gloved hands. "Oh, it's you!" Marie exclaimed when she noticed her two daughters standing there staring at her. "I thought you two were strangers." "What are you doing, Mom?" Angelina asked. "Well, I didn't want to forget to put the time capsule back for the grandchildren," she said, smiling at them. "Wait until your kids add things to this." Marie went back to the dirt, brushing the piles smooth with her hands. When the police showed up, Angelina explained everything. "We didn't even think to check the back garden." The police officer closed his notepad. "A lot of families with loved ones like your mother put alarms on the doors. Makes a little beep when the doors and windows open." Angelina nodded. "I'll do that, officer, thank you." Camilla and Angelina waved as the officer left. Angelina looked inside the house, Marty and Wanda stood in the kitchen, with Julia and Jose and Elias. Penny and her friends all sat around Marie, Louisa in her lap, as she showed them the time capsule. Julia's boys ran around the yard, looking for more buried treasure. "I think Penny and I are going to stay for the year after all," Angelina said to Camilla. Camilla smiled. "Good. I think she's going to be really happy living with you guys." Angelina nodded, looking down at all the messages from Sebastian on her phone. "Yes, I think she will." Chapter 32. Everyone moved to the porch like always, even while it was under construction. Julia sat with Jose on the couch and rocked back and forth. Louisa rested on Marie's lap while Penny and her friends played tag with the boys. Marty, Wanda, Biddy, and Charlie sat around the long table, ogling over the two little ones, George and Jessie, sitting in the chairs. Camilla rocked in one of the wooden rockers that had been there since her grandparents owned the house. "They're both girls," Julia said, getting off the phone with Evelyn. "Delilah and Mia." "Oh, I love those names," Angelina said from the table, now holding Jessie in her lap. Camilla watched Elias hold baby George like a pro. "You're in charge of your nephew tonight?" He nodded, looking down at George. "I'm staying at the house and sleeping over while Mommy and Daddy are with the babies in the hospital." "Mommy, Daddy, hospital," George repeated. "Yep, Mommy and Daddy are staying at the hospital tonight," Elias said. "It's just easier keeping him on his own routine and in his own house." "That's nice of you," Camilla said, thinking how Elias would make a great dad. "Thank you so much for helping us look for my mom tonight." Elias shifted George to his other leg. "Glad we found her." Before she'd lost Marie, Camilla had finished everything she had promised Renee and Charlie last night. She scheduled social media posts, set up an exchange of flyers and coupons with 7 of the local restaurants and businesses, including McCleary's new brewery and Thompson's hardware store. She created and printed coupons for the other businesses and set up a free "Welcome to Martha's Vineyard" pastry tasting stand out front of the store as people stepped off the ferry. All of this would work. Camilla had no doubt. She just wished she'd be around to see it come to fruition. "I'm leaving tomorrow," she said. "My boss got me a private flight out in the morning." His head dropped. Ouch. Camilla felt like such a jerk. But how could she pass this opportunity up? She couldn't. She would be in her mid-30s, an old maid on the corporate ladder. She had to follow through with this chance of a lifetime. "If there's one thing I'm going to miss the most about Martha's Vineyard, it will be you," she said, her head tilted, holding back the emotions that threatened to come. He slapped his chest with his hand, pretending to be hit in the heart. "I wish I could convince you to stick around." She playfully punched him in the arm. "Tell me you'll visit me." "I'll visit," he said, giving her a half-smile that made her throat tighten. She could feel herself getting more emotional than she thought. She quickly wiped away the moisture and cleared her throat before saying, "I'm going to really miss you." "Come here." He reached out his big claw hand and pulled her into the crook of his arm, holding her against him, wrapping his arms around her so protectively. She felt safer there than anywhere else in the world. "Are you saying a long-distance relationship with hundreds of miles and multiple states between each other is going to be difficult?" She laughed at his joke and looked up at him. He lifted up the right side of his mouth, and she couldn't help but think of how handsome he looked. "Not at all. We'll have lots of time to spend together," she said, playing along with his imaginary scenario. But his hand stayed on his heart, as if covering a wound. "All we have to do is take all that vacation time we have." She waited for him to continue the make-believe, but then he He took a needle and popped it with reality. Do you really have to go? Camilla closed her eyes and imagined getting back on the ferry, angry and alone again, just like when she had arrived on the island, leaving everything and everyone that meant something to her. And all for a job, and for people who would stab her in the back. Why was she doing this? Because this was her only shot. Opportunities like this only came once, as cheesy as that sounded. She had worked for years to get where she was. She'd finally be able to change the industry from the top down. No longer would she have to kiss anyone's butt or toe the company line. She would be making the decisions. She would be the one in charge. Or would she be answering to Robert still? Obviously, Robbie Jr. had to listen to Daddy. But would he? He put his hand under her chin and lifted it up to him. I've never been to New York City. She leaned into him and they kissed. But it didn't feel like a beginning, more of a bitter ending to something wonderful, like a rainstorm ending an outdoor party. They're lucky to have you, he said, resting his forehead against hers for a long time, then turning toward the truck. He didn't look back, which was just as well. She didn't want him to see her crying. Angelina stood at the door with her arms open, and Camilla cried, standing in the front hall for at least 5 minutes. It's not like it's over, Angelina said. You're just going back to New York. You'll figure things out. But Camilla felt like a bomb had gone off. She couldn't sleep. She didn't pack. She stood staring at her clothes hanging in her childhood closet with a poster of Justin Timberlake on her wall. She didn't want to admit she wasn't coming back, but deep down, she knew once she left the island, it wouldn't be the same again. People would move on. Elias would move on. Her mother would become more forgetful. Would she remember Camilla the next time she came back to the island? When would she really be able to come back? Not this weekend, as she looked at the calendar link Rebecca had sent her. She hadn't even accepted the job, and already her calendar was full. She stared at her ceiling, holding her phone against her chest, wishing he'd call her and ask her to stay one last time. Why didn't she just say yes? Her phone suddenly rang, but it wasn't Elias. Hi, Daddy, she said to Frank. Guten Morgen, her father yelled into the phone. Daddy, it's like 12 at night. How's your mother? He asked over a crowd singing in the background. Great, she's just great. She had wondered what Frank thought of Marie's diagnosis. Did he dodge a bullet? Or did he feel guilty leaving her in sickness? Are you calling me from a German bar? I'm actually out of Oaksmarch, but I haven't walked yet. Just drank beer, he said. 9 Danke. What's up? She said, already over this conversation. I heard Angelina's gone back to your mother's place with Penny, he said. How's that going? She listened for Elise, but didn't hear her hoarse voice. Good. Great, actually. Penny's there too? He asked. She couldn't tell if there was a hint of jealousy in his voice, or a tinge of missing out. He could have been that grandpa, the one who built sandcastles on the beach and taught the grandkids how to play cards and gamble. He could have been there before Marie got bad and helped her. Got her to the doctors before it was too late, and maybe given her more time. Mm-hmm, Camilla said. She didn't mind telling him the truth of what was going on, but it wasn't his business any longer. He wasn't part of this family anymore, because he chose not to be part of this family, by not helping and not keeping his promises. And what about Sebastian? Has she met him yet? Frank was Penny's grandfather. Angelina would probably tell him all the details later, but Camilla didn't want to be the messenger any longer. Do you need me, Dad? He didn't say anything, and all she could hear was music and people talking in German. "And you?" he asked. "How are you? Last time we talked, you were pretty upset." She thought back to when she had first arrived on the island and called him, desperate for help. She had never felt so low. But now, as she lay in bed, ready to start the next step in her career, in her life, she had never felt more supported. She had her whole family, including her friends and their family, Elias, and even 2 new baby twins, all behind her. "I'm great," she said into the phone, and she listened to him talk about the soccer match in the village he was staying in, and how Elise wanted to head to Saint-Tropez next. And when he let her go, she didn't care as much that he didn't ask more about her or offer more help. In the morning, when she walked downstairs, Julia met her at the door with a cup of coffee to go. She would watch Marie while Angelina drove Camilla to the airport. "Safe travels, Millie. Come back soon." "I will," she said. But they were all thinking the same thing. When would that be? No one had set a date. "You ready?" Angelina asked. "I should go before she gets up," Camilla said, making things easier for Angelina. She didn't seem to notice Camilla gone if she didn't see her. It was as if she had never come back in the first place. Penny squeezed her long and hard. Camilla pulled out the small envelope that had arrived by express mail. "What is it?" Penny asked, opening it. She pulled out a tiny heart-shaped photo, the size of a penny. "It's of us at the lighthouse." "I got this made for the other side of the locket," Camilla said, touching the backing of the sticker photograph. "I love it." Penny wrapped her arms around Camilla, and the stab went through Camilla's heart. "See you soon, Pen," Camilla said. "You too, Auntie Millie," Penny said. By the time Camilla got into their mother's station wagon, she didn't know what to do. Everything seemed to be going in fast forward. "Do you have to go this fast?" Camilla asked as Angelina slowed through the stop sign. "I'm going 25 in a 30, Angelina said, shaking her head. They drove down Cliffside Point and past the lighthouse and Sugar Beach toward town. The soft white sand was already covered in colorful umbrellas. They drove by the local high school, and she thought about Penny attending after summer break. Would she get her license and start driving? Would they have family dinners around the table? They drove down the main strip, passing all the different storefronts she hadn't had enough time to explore. Suddenly, a list of things she wanted to do before she left the island flashed through her head, one being to finish Elias's adventure. When they turned down Harbor Lane, she noticed a group of people standing outside the bakery. "She's already using my idea for the welcome table," Camilla said, grabbing hold of the dashboard. "Stop the car! Stop!" Angelina pulled over on the side of the road. "It's just a free sample." Camilla turned to Angelina. "I don't want to leave." "What?" Angelina said, as if she had misheard what her sister had just said. Camilla imagined Elias kissing her again. "I think I love him." "What?" Angelina said. "Then why are you leaving?" "Because who do we know that has a happily ever after?" She had to be realistic. Mom and Dad divorced. You didn't end up with Sebastian. Camilla laughed at how pathetic she sounded. "I've never had a man love me enough to stick around." "Julia and Jose are like a Hallmark movie. And then there's Mateo and Renee. And, oh, wait, there's a theme here." Angelina rolled her eyes. "They're all brothers, and very nice guys. Go back and tell them how you feel." Camilla shook her head. "I'm afraid." "Someone wise told me you just can't go across the monkey bars if you don't learn to let go," Angelina said, remembering Penny's quote from the other day. "Mom says that," Camilla said. "Does she?" Angelina shrugged. It doesn't matter who says it. But let go of all this worry, because none of it's actually real. You can't know until you let go and reach across. But I'll never get another opportunity like this again, Camilla said. To be miserable? Angelina said. All you've done is complain about this job, the people. Why do you want to leave for something like that? Camilla looked at the welcome table. A young girl waved as the early visitors went for their walks. Curious by what was being offered, people gravitated to the table as she gave out free samples with a coupon. Almost every person who came out of the bakery had a bag of goodies in their hands. Do you mind taking my bags back home? Camilla asked, opening the car door. I'm thinking I'm going to be staying around. Oh, Camilla, that's great. Angelina jumped over the console and flung her arms around her sister, swaying her and the car back and forth. I'll see you at home, Camilla said. I just need to do something. Angelina let go and Camilla got out. She waved as Angelina reversed and drove off. She faced the bakery, watching the line making its way out the doorway. Good morning, the peppy young girl said. Welcome to Martha's Vineyard. Camilla smiled as soon as she said it. In all the years she'd worked at the firm, she never saw the real impact of her work. Sure, she'd see a commercial on television, or an advertisement in an office building, or in a public space that she had created. But seeing her ideas come to life in real time felt amazing. Would you like a free sample? The young girl asked Camilla. Camilla shook her head. No, thank you. I'm headed inside. She went to go open the door when Elias came walking out of the bakery holding a tray of coffee in one hand and a pastry box in another. Camilla, he said, his whole face brightening in a smile. What are you still doing here? Elias, she laughed at the coincidence. I was just going to call you. His eyebrows raised. You were? She took in a breath, holding it as the left side of his smile lifted, like the way it did when he was amused by something she did or said. It made him look even more handsome, and made her want to kiss him right then and there in the middle of the harbor village. We never finished the second clue, she said, stepping closer. What about New York? He asked. She shrugged. I was thinking I'd start my own firm. She stepped closer to him as he balanced the bakery goods, and his smirk grew. You want to kiss me, don't you? She smiled, and just as she was about to say something, Elias stepped over and kissed her. Chapter 33. Autumn came late to the island, giving islanders extra time to enjoy the empty beaches before the weather changed. Camilla leaned over the wooden time capsule and put her card inside. A few months ago, the DeLuca agency wasn't even a possibility in Camilla's mind. She never would have imagined she would be running her own firm. But now, she not only ran her own business, but already had a catalog of clients that wanted to work with her. After the success of the launch of McCleary's new brewery on the island, her phone hadn't stopped ringing with local businesses who wanted affordable marketing to grab the tourists' attention. Angelina went next and placed a postcard she designed into the capsule, her newest way to sell her art. She made postcards of her landscapes, greeting cards and magnets. She sold them at the local gift shops and Renee's bakery. And it made enough for her to take a year off from teaching and buy a new car for Penny and her to share. Next, Penny put in a letter that said, "To the next grandchild." I wrote a letter describing all the games and things the grandchildren do while staying at Breezy Way. Marie put a hand on her chest. That's a lovely idea. Breezy Way? Camilla hadn't heard this name before. Ever since Camilla had mentioned that the house needed a name, Penny had gone out of her way to try every cheesy name possible. Just Beachy, Barefoot Bay, and the worst so far, Sand Ranch. I like the DeLuca home, Marie said, putting her secret pasta sauce recipe into the box.
That's not romantic, though, Penny said.
I liked the French name you found, Camilla said. Notre maison, Penny said. Camilla nodded. Our home. I like that. Well, say it in Italian at least, Marie said.
Let's wait to bury this,
Penny said, looking down at her phone.
I don't like the Italian translation.
I want to find something softer sounding. Camilla slid the box back, leaving the items inside. We don't have to decide tonight. Agreed. Let's have dinner first, Angelina said, getting up from the chair and walking into the half-gutted kitchen. I've gotten pretty good at using the toaster oven. Don't forget Elias is taking me out, Camilla said, stopping the machine, pulling out the basket, and shaking the Brussels sprouts inside. Angelina gave a look to Penny. Oh, we haven't. As Penny set the table, Camilla watched Angelina and Marie finish the rest of the prep. Marie tossed a salad, as Angelina pulled an antipasto salad she'd made earlier out of the refrigerator. Camilla turned on music and helped get the drinks. How was school today? Camilla asked Penny. Penny stole a piece of bread from the basket as she finished placing the silverware down. Good. Penny's phone started to vibrate on the table. Penny, I told you no phones at dinner, Angelina said. But we haven't started eating. Penny looked at the screen. It's Sebastian. He wants to know about my tryouts. Camilla stole a glance at her sister. Angelina hadn't shared much of her feelings about her daughter's relationship with her father, but sometimes her reactions of his involvement gave away her feelings. She looked like she was having a hard time with it. Do you mind if I be excused? Penny asked Angelina. Fine, but quick, Angelina said. Penny went onto the porch and called Sebastian. When Elias arrived, Angelina dropped everything she was doing, ran to the porch, and made Penny get off her phone. Elias is here for Auntie Camilla. Penny said goodbye immediately. Camilla grabbed a sweater. We'll be back later. Marie looked up from the family room recliner at Elias, her confusion clear. Who's this? This is Camilla's boyfriend, Elias, Angelina said to Marie. Then she turned back to Camilla and Elias. You guys have fun tonight. We will, Camilla assured her sister. Marie turned to Penny, and the two watched Camilla and Elias leave, as Marie talked to Penny. Did you know Auntie Camilla had a boyfriend? Penny nodded. Yeah, Grandma. They've been together for a while now. Marie looked back at Camilla holding Elias's hand as they left the house together. I guess everyone knows everything except for me, Marie said, shrugging and going back to her show. Elias wrapped his arm around Camilla as they walked toward his truck. Being in his embrace, under his arm, Camilla had never felt so happy in her entire life. You ready for another adventure? He asked. Absolutely, she said. He said he wanted to go out to celebrate another big deal she had landed with a couple that owned a few restaurants on the island. He handed her an envelope. A clue. She smiled, remembering that Elias had done the same thing months ago on their first date. He opened the door for her and she got inside, opening the envelope and pulling out the slip of paper. She waited until Elias got into the driver's seat to read it aloud. My secret comes out in the night, illuminated in the dark. She looked up at him. The moon. Read the rest of the clue, he said, pointing to the riddle. My glow holds the sun's heat. She read the next line. Her eyes looked up to the roof of the truck, thinking. The sun. Read the rest of the clue. He tapped the top of the paper in her hand. Right. She began reading again. And hide treasure under the X that makes a spark. She bit her bottom lip. I have no idea. Think it through. He knew she'd get it. She just needed time.
My secret comes out in the night, illuminated in the dark. My glow holds the sun's heat, and hide treasure under the X that makes a spark. She repeated over and over. Illuminated in the dark. My glow holds the sun's heat. Her eyes then widened. Half Moon Harbor! He turned the engine and drove to town. Half Moon Harbor sat at the beginning of Eastport Village, the spot where ferries from Falmouth come filled with tourists and travelers visiting the island. Camilla thought to when she first returned to Martha's Vineyard, completely lost and falling apart when she'd arrived. Looking back, she had no idea how stressed and unhappy she had been in the city, how anxiety had ruled her decisions and sabotaged her well-being. Even without Dean stealing her ideas, she worried about others doing it, and so many other things that in the end meant absolutely nothing. She looked at Elias, smiling that handsome grin of his, and couldn't believe she'd almost chosen that over him and all of this. "Hold on," he said, as he pulled into a parking spot, but she practically jumped out of the truck before he put it into park and ran down to the beach. In the sand by the harbor's pier, he'd set up a large X made of 2 sticks of driftwood. He had candles lit all around them. With the summer season over, he was pretty sure nobody would touch them. But he still asked Dennis McCleary to keep an eye on them. She ran to the X and removed the 2 pieces of wood, then she got down on her knees and dug in the sand. She stopped when she felt it, and looked over at him as he watched her in complete delight. He loved making her happy. She squealed as she pulled out a box. She removed the top, and inside sat a gold compass. The glass looked thick and old, but shiny and sparkling clean, like a captain's compass. On the back was an engraving of 41N and 70W. "What's that?" she asked about the numbers and letters. "The coordinates of Martha's Vineyard," he said. "You'll always know how to get back home." Home, she thought. But it meant so much more than that. The island meant family. Her mom, Angelina and Penny, Julia and her brood, Aunt Wanda and Uncle Marty, her new friends Renee and Mateo, her new community of clients, Elias. "Open it," he urged. "It opens?" She turned the compass to its side, and a small split went down the middle. With a tiny tug, she opened it gently. "Did you see there's a ring inside here?" Camilla asked him. "Camilla," Elias said, and he laughed, taking out the ring. "It's for you." Her mind suddenly clicked to what was happening as Elias knelt down to one knee while he took the diamond ring in his fingers and held it out towards her. "Yes!" she shouted out. "I haven't even asked you the question," he said. She covered her mouth, waiting for him to ask. "Camilla DeLuca, will you marry me?" he asked. "Yes," she said, as she wrapped her arms around his neck. She sat on his knee and kissed him, squeezing him in her arms. "I love you," she said. "You'll never lose me now," he said, holding on to her so she wouldn't fall. He took the ring and slid it onto her finger. "This is beautiful, Elias," she said, kissing him over and over. As they both stood up, he kept her hand in his. "I knew I wanted to marry you that first night on the beach," he said. She looked up at him, remembering their midnight stroll. "The night you showed me Half Moon Harbor." She looked up at him, her smile suddenly fading, her bubble popping as reality hit her. "I come with a lot of baggage." What would happen now if they got married? Who would take care of Marie? Who would live in the house? Would Angelina and Penny stay? Was she being selfish? The left side of his mouth lifted in that handsome way he did, and she could feel her heart slowing down. Elias just had that way with her. He always made her feel better, no matter what the situation.
I want to marry you, he said, taking both of her hands into his. I want to marry all of you, and that includes your mom and sister and niece, and your aunt and uncle. He put his arms around her waist, pulling her into him. I mean, you'll have to deal with my family, so it's an even trade as far as I'm concerned. She held his chin, rubbing her thumb against his 5 o'clock stubble. She then tugged him down to her lips and kissed him again. I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you. Camilla didn't know how long they stood on the beach and kissed, but when they heard cheering coming from above, they stopped and looked up. She said yes! Elias yelled out to the crowd. A loud explosion of cheers came from the deck, and Camilla recognized the faces. Angelina and Penny stood next to Julia and Jose. Wanda, Marie, and the ladies waved as Marty and Charlie held up their beers. Renee and Mateo each held a twin. She laughed, holding the compass, a permanent smile across her face. All right, Mr. Perez, should we say hello? She held the compass up in the air, turning along with the compass's needle until she faced back from where they came from. Are you going to read the next clue? Elias asked. She laughed, looking back at him. There's more? He shrugged. Maybe. Camilla looked back in the compass's box. Inside sat a small piece of paper. Let's go have a drink while we read it with everyone, he said, holding out his hand to her. She couldn't help herself and read the first line. I rock back and forth, she read aloud as they walked up the harbor steps from the beach. A boat! Finish reading the clue, Elias said, leading her up to the brewery. Yet I don't move all day. She stopped reading, suddenly stumped, when she heard Marie ask Angelina what was happening. Camilla could feel her heart start to do its racing thing, as she hoped Marie wouldn't have a panic attack. Tonight of all nights. She'd been so good lately. Camilla just got engaged, Grandma, she could hear Penny say to Marie. Camilla got engaged? Marie asked. As soon as they reached the deck of McCleary Brewery, everyone shouted out their congratulations. Drinks and food had been prepared, flowers and decorations arranged, music played in the background. Elias had thought of everything. Camilla hugged everyone, and Wanda a few times as they ate and drank. Each of the women checked Camilla's ring. They all asked questions about the wedding Camilla had no answers for, but she had no problem talking about her thoughts. Throughout the night, Camilla noticed how everyone spent time with Marie, even though she sat off to the side of the party. Wanda and Marty sat with her most of the night, at the table together. Angelina and Penny helped her get food, walk her to the bathroom, and make sure she was comfortable. Julia kept checking in, seeing if she needed anything. The ladies all talked about their next big walk before the weather turned. Mateo let Marie hold one of the twins. When people began to leave, Elias turned to her and said, We didn't read the clue. Let's read it when we get home. We'll do it together on the porch, she said. Make it a new family tradition. Elias grinned at that, grabbing hold of her hand and walking her out with the rest of her family. When they all congregated on the porch, the late autumn heat had disappeared, but Penny and Camilla found enough blankets for everyone to have an evening drink outside. Read the clue, Auntie Camilla, Penny said, sitting next to Marie with Louisa in her lap. Camilla pulled out the clue. I rock back and forth. A boat, Angelina shouted. You're just as bad as your sister, Elias said with a laugh. Wait for the whole clue. Yet I don't move all day. Camilla read the clue again over the ocean waves crashing against the shore, off in the distance. She couldn't help but stop and look at her ring. It's just so beautiful. Elias grinned at that and leaned over and kissed her. You guys, seriously, Angelina said jokingly, but Camilla couldn't help herself. All she wanted to do was kiss Elias. You're not cutting down the cherry tree, are you? Marie asked Elias suddenly. He shook his head. No. It's beautiful. Marie nodded, pleased with Elias's answer. Now, who is this lovely little creature? It's Louisa, Penny said, petting Louisa's forehead back as the dog slept in Marie's lap. Isn't she the cutest? Let's keep going with the clue, Angelina said, waving her hand in circles as if that would encourage Camilla to keep reading. Camilla took in a breath, thankful with everything in her heart that she sat right there with all of them in that moment. Where you can daydream and tell stories and always have a game to play. Camilla looked at Elias, who watched her with a smile across his face. She was truly happy. So, he said. She knew it. The couch on the porch. She pointed to the couch, where Penny and Marie rocked back and forth with Louisa. Angelina jumped from her rocking chair. Come on, get up, Angelina instructed, helping Marie up, who held Louisa in her arms. Camilla held up the 1970s floral pattern couch cushion and noticed a long cylinder tube underneath the couch. She pulled it out from the floor and opened the top. Elias's grin went from cheek to cheek as she pulled out a piece of paper. It's a copy of your home's title, indeed, he said. I found it at the town hall. It has its original name. Camilla laughed out. You're kidding! The women all looked down at the name. Captain Richard Wesselhouse? Camilla couldn't believe it. That's awful. She had hoped to at least have some fanciful name like Sea Breeze or Four Winds. But Richard Wessel? Ugh, Angelina said, looking at Elias as if he had something to do with it. That's the worst name. We should look up this guy Richard Wessel, Penny said, nodding at her idea as she sat back down with Marie and Louisa. Beach Garden, Marie said all of a sudden. What? Camilla asked. That's the name my father gave it, Marie said, as if she had known all along. Beach Garden. Really? Angelina asked. He named it Beach Garden? Camilla looked over at the hedges she and Elias had saved. They were full from a late summer bloom. The scent permeated the air, even in the late night. The hedges her grandfather had cultivated from one little sprig in his backyard. Beach Garden is perfect, Camilla said. She squeezed Elias's hand, holding the compass in her other, as her family discussed the name of the house. She whispered to Elias, I love you. He squeezed her hand back and whispered, I love you, always. This has been Seagrass Sunrise, romantic women's fiction. Cliffside Point, Book 7. Written by Ellen Joy. Narrated by Jennifer March. Copyright 2023 by Ellen Joy, author. Production copyright by Ellen Joy, author.